The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. And welcome everyone to the exciting final round for the 2019 TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race season. It's the New Year's Eve celebration at Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida for a double seven this weekend. I'm Paul Veltum, and I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, and Bill Strong, as we call this highly anticipated race weekend right here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. So let's take a lap around Sebring International Raceway, courtesy of Google Earth, in Sebring, Florida, about 85 miles south of Orlando. As we head down the front straightaway on this clockwise road circuit, down into turn one, lots of room at corner entry. It's narrower as you exit. Quickly through 3-4 and up into 5. Then it's on the power around turn 6, also known as Big Ben. Under the Mobile One Tower to the slowest part of the racetrack at the hotel, the hairpin at turn 7. Then it's on the power full all the way through turn 8 up to 9, round Fangio to turn 10. A little bit of camber there in the track to assist with grip. Round 11 down to tower, also known as turn 13. Then it's back on the power, round 14, setting the car up for turn 15. Through Bishop. Then through 15, through Limahl, down to turn 16 for the all-important setup for Almond Straight, the longest straightaway here at Sebring. Down Almond Straight into perhaps the most challenging turn in all of motorsports. Turn 17, very high-speed entry, very bumpy throughout the corner, really tosses the car about. It's back onto the front straightaway, and that's a lap around Sebring International Raceway. 3.6 miles is the distance, 17 turns, and that's what our competitors will be facing this weekend. Looks like we got some light rain out there, folks, as well. Good morning, Doc, Tiffany. How are you folks doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's the weather look out there, Doc?
It's overcast, heavy overcast. Track's a little wet right now, but there's no real standing water. But headed overnight. Yeah, there is right over there. Well, that's not standing, as it were. But we had overnight rain showers, so track's pretty damp. Yeah, and there's a really good breeze going across from pit out to pit in, from right to left across the track. And we know from racing here in the rain that actually will help dry this track out pretty quick. Yeah. Once the guys get out there and get these standing puddles that Doc can't see, you know. I can't see much at all today. Yeah, it's nice. It's humid, but it's cool. Yeah, it's nice and cool. Yeah, there's no love bugs. No. So
Doc,
AC down in this room to about 60 and we'll be all right. Oh, no, don't freeze us out. Doc is going through the change of life right now, so it's my hot flashes.
That is no joke.
So Doc, what's your take on this race this weekend?
Well, I'm telling you, without KSR here, I think the field's kind of wide open. KSR's kind of owned it as well as Daytona, but so I look for the Jackie X cars to do well. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is going to lead us to green here. They were the pit stall selected. But we've got some great cars out here. We've got the Van Buren Boys Cruise Racing and that Nissan Altima. We got Danger Racing Group out there, Lexus SC300. So we got Troy's out here. He's got both his cars here. I don't know if they're both going to be running today. Mm-hmm. What's that? Oh, Troy. But we got Crank Anchors down here. Tyler's come down here from Indiana to race with us. So
wow.
A couple of strong TLM cars. We got Tuttle Motorsports. They've got their two C-Class cars, and they brought an EC car out here as well. So we've got Ed here with Team Infinity. They've done well out here. There's also another J35 out here. So we got Sweetwater Racing out here with their Mazda Miata. We've got the Crowd Control Racing with their Ford SVT Cobra plus their 626 car. We've got Condor out here as well. We've got Happy Moose. Randy Popes is out here. But he's in a Ford Mustang, not his familiar Volvo. We've got Castrol Prefect Racing. They've done very well lately. Unfortunately, the crowd favorite Brew Crew Racing is not going to be here to defend their lap record. Yeah, their Matt's tow truck kind of blowed up. Scattered bits of its engine all over the 475 freeway.
That's a catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But,
That's so sad for Matt.
Team Salen's Porsche Boxsters are out here. So let's see who else we got. But I mean, I look for the cars to really do well here as Team Jackie X. So they've got both the 935 car and the 66 car.
And they're pretty they're hard to beat here.
Yeah, I mean, they used to own this place before Kevin came along with KSR, but they're always going to finish well here. So
Yeah, they do really well.
yeah.
We've got a lot of really strong teams showing up to compete. You know, I heard a little rumor that Tuttle is bringing their the fabulous driver from Birmingham that helped them at the Barber race is going to be joining them this weekend as well.
Roger's there?
Well, Roger is here, but Roger's going to be Roger Cohen is in Danger Racing.
Yeah.
No, but Andrew Pinkerton drove with Tuttle at Barber is going to, last I heard, he was coming down there too, going to be driving with them this weekend.
Look at Bill go down the front straightaway and the midway. He's flying around this track.
In his minivan? No, that one's been retired. Okay.
But yeah, the field's on the back straightaway right now.
Rolling out here to take the green for this 7-hour race today. So it's 7 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow.
We're going to go out, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th and 6th. So.
And what pit stall did you say, Doc, that we're starting from?
Well, it was going to be Good, Bad, and the Ugly, but that's not his Camaro out front.
Okay.
On board with the Fat Crack Racing, using their Maxxis tires this weekend in their Honda Accord. We've got a 2008 Honda Fit that's here this weekend, running an A-Class. That's got to be one of the newest cars able to run within class in Champ Car. That's really a modern car.
It really is, yeah.
I don't know. It's 11 years old, but
they've run with us before, so.
Yeah.
I see Tyler in E-Racing. Alon's out here with Ella. They're about towards the rear.
Now, is this the original Ella? I know they're working on the new car.
The original.
Like Daisy May or something like that. Ellie May.
Is he from the South? I guess he's from Florida.
Yeah, he's West Palm Beach.
Yep. But he likes some interesting names.
That's good. Get some character.
I always name my cars. I've never had a car that I didn't name, and they almost always get female names. So
Tyler's name, his car's name is Violet.
Violet. Oh yeah, I remember that now.
I think the paint job has something to do with that.
Just a little. At least I was thinking Easter egg, but
all that.
Well, you can't call it glitter. I mean,
glitter. Marriage ruiner.
Almost all the way in the back.
So we got what, like 600 cars starting here this weekend? There's a lot of cars on this racetrack.
A lot of EC cars.
13,
17 of them.
17.
Wow.
And we're starting what, like 80 or something?
Yeah, it's I haven't got a correct count yet until they start recording laps. But it's a pretty strong field.
Still about 8 minutes from the start of the race here.
That beautiful Ford Mustang, the copper one's out here.
Yeah, that's the Hazmat team. They've been racing with us for quite a few years. Pretty much always count on them showing up at Sebring, as well as Team Jackie Yakes. They're out here this weekend.
Yeah, this is their home track, isn't it? Jackie Eggs.
So they're based in so.
And we've got Colorado University, the CU Boulder Racing team here, and their Miata.
Now that's the team that did so well at Utah, right?
No.
No, it's a different team.
That
Okay.
was Utah University. Yeah.
Oh, okay, different university. Okay.
Yep.
They were first winners.
So if you're just joining us, folks, welcome. It's the New Year's Eve celebration race at Sebring International Raceway, a double 7 this weekend. So 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing today, and then another race tomorrow. And we'll be broadcasting live both races. I'll publish a link to the day 2 race tonight, just to avoid some confusion, hopefully. And
That's nice of you, Polly, but probably still not work. But always confusion
yeah, there's always confusion
because we're involved.
That's right.
Me and Doc, especially.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting. I love the beginning of these races, and this racetrack, I'm really curious how it works in the wet. I've seen a lot of races in the wet here. We almost always get some rain when we're racing out here, but I've always wondered what's turn 17 like in the rain.
The fact that it's a concrete track is a little bit more grip than an asphalt track. So, but yeah, 17, you enter it so fast.
Lincoln Felder Racing with their, I think I spelled that wrong, but it's a Lincoln Mark 8, car number 980. And I saw it looks like Maxxis Tire is coming back to do some sponsoring with us next year. Is that your understanding, Doc?
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, this time of year, all the RS4s have disappeared off the face of the earth.
Right.
Rolling down the main straightaway.
Mario saying hello to us over on our YouTube channel from Germany. Good morning. Was it Guten Tag? Is that? I don't know.
Yeah, Guten Tag is good morning. Or good.
God, look at you busting out your German this early in the morning.
Yeah. Well, with a name like Veltum, you should probably know a little bit of German.
A little bit. Okay.
Even if it's not right. Yeah. Just getting ready to get going here, folks. This is always so exciting. And you can see on board in the Lincoln Felder car, you might notice he's got an open top, but he's not wearing the arm restraints. And that's because he's got a roof net. And with the roof net, you don't have to wear the arm restraints. He does still have to use the window net, although it's a little difficult to see because there's a gap there. He does have a window net in.
Yeah, right there in the corner, you see a little bit of it. Yep.
Yeah. And that's just to keep control of the driver's arms if he were in an accident, that they don't go outside of the car and possibly get injured. So lots of safety gear that we put in these cars. And most of the racetracks we race on are really designed for super high horsepower cars compared to what we use. And so pretty safe racing, really. And I'm proud of that. And definitely we're all grateful for that, too.
Definitely.
A look outside from the hotel at the hairpin turn. I believe that is, if we can see the pace car
He's
going
just
on there. What's that, Doc?
He's just now approaching the hairpin. There's Ed's familiar shark car, the J30.
Is Bill in the pace car?
What's that?
Did you say Bill was in the pace car?
Well, Bill is not in the pace car.
Oh, okay, good. We're in luck. Okay.
Yeah.
Jackie, the professional doing it.
There was the Ho-Chunk, the Jeep Cherokee. There's Riley's car going down pit road 427. Track.
An adjustment here. Boost dock up a little bit.
Looks like starting 2.0, the new build.
Yeah, Biohazard.
Yeah, I can tell because it's shiny.
Yeah, yeah, it's boy, that's a great looking race car, and he did something a little bit different. Most of us will just rattle can our cars, something simple, and others will go get a professional paint job done. He decided to wrap it, and as part of the fun, to do it all himself. So learn how to wrap, and did it all himself, and it's really cool. I mean, if you haven't seen the car, boy, does it stand out. It looks like a Heineken beer can. It's a real shiny green luster. It's really cool. Huh?
I've never seen a Heineken beer can.
Oh, well, yeah, it looks like Troy's car. It's really cool. It's a really neat look.
So the pace is considerably picked up behind our paint.
Yeah, we should be seeing a green flag pretty soon, huh?
I think so. Just now getting to the
So, Alana, Andrew's mom, Alana, Miss Pinkerton, is over on our YouTube channel, and so she has confirmed that he is there driving with Tuttle this weekend.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
He was giving me a play-by-play on how the Tuttle cars feel while driving them. It was a very interesting conversation.
Well, yellows have been pulled in at the starter stand. So when we got the flag in hand, it looks like we are going to go racing here, folks.
Yeah, looks like the yellow being pulled there at the starter stand and probably getting ready to show that green flag to the leader.
Our second favorite flag.
There it is.
Start this 7-hour race here at Sebring International Raceway. Conditions a little bit damp out right now. There's the green flag in the air. And the field of about 80 cars rolls across the start-finish line to begin 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing on one of the oldest, most epic racetracks in the United States. Going on board here in the 94 Honda Accord, there's such a wide variety of cars out here this morning. That's one of the things that's so cool.
Front straight into turn one.
What's that, buddy?
4 wide into turn one.
Yeah, turn one's so wide at the entry. You could put, 8 buses across that thing and still have room to get by. It's crazy, but it gets narrow as you fall into the corner, and things get really interesting, especially if somebody's coming out of the pits, because that's one of those. That's where the blend line is.
Front straightaway.
Kind of like 4 cars can enter, but only 2 can exit.
Oh, we got frantic waving from one of the drivers. Big yellow. We got a car that's turned around on the front straightaway. Looks like they're pointed the wrong direction over on driver's right. Must have spun and lost it. Now we're full course caution. As we're on board with Lincolnfelder Racing, we saw that car that was turned around. I wonder if it's that start finish line. They have that huge swath of paint there.
I was wondering about that, and I know the old one was really slick. You could hear people's tires spinning as they go across it when it was wet. But this one's a little updated, right? But I think it's still slick, right?
Yeah, that's just past the start finish line where
looks like 2 cars are involved.
Some of the guys are making an upshift right there.
Mazda, something's wrong with it.
Looks like
looks like a white
grabbing down the track sideways. So I have a feeling he's mechanical.
Yeah, he's hurt now. He probably got into the wall there. So obviously, big issues there for that team. But
the Mazda's parked on the on the outside of the pit straight right now. It looks like the BMW got into them. I can't see the number on that car, but 72 is the B Squad Motorsports Mazda Miata.
Yeah, it looks like they started to retreat and then just couldn't make it. Like you said, Doc, too much suspension damage there on that Miata.
Oh.
So they'll have to send a truck out to pick him up and get him off the track. There's another car parked to the right there.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
you
the
mentioned
BMW that had contact with him.
So 2 cars stranded on the front straight right now.
I can't quite see the number on that car.
Yeah, looks like Race Hero is up. I don't know that it's actually pinging that much yet. They're still showing 0 laps, so can't really tell you who it is that's stranded out there right now. Let me check some of our cameras. We've got some of the TLM guys. You know, they're running BMWs. Looks like both of the TLM cameras we have, they're both circulating, so it's not the TLM guys. One of them's the an EC car this weekend, and I think that's the opposite camera we were looking at there.
So our leader right now is Kwood Racing, and they're at 400.
Okay, I'm showing Team Jackie Yakes, so okay.
They're up there.
Where are you seeing that standing at, Doc?
Out the window.
Okay. All right, man.
I'm right on the start-finish line, so looking at this beautiful track from up here in race control.
Got a nice little vantage point there, huh?
Yeah.
So you can hear the crew, you know, and this is a little frustrating because your heart rate's up. You're ready for the start of that race, and as soon as you get going, you're back down again, and then suddenly the yellows are gone, and you're back to racing, and you don't really have any warning of that happening. You're just sort of waiting for something to happen, and you know, I used
to see that green flag fly. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to race with a team a few years back. One of the guys would get motion sickness from just the yellows, just rolling around out there under yellow.
Oh.
So it's kind of odd.
It's hot, but
he'd get moving. He's okay, you know. And I've never had motion sickness, but I think it has something to do with the airflow.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you get air blowing on you, it seems to help them feel better. That looks like Violet just up ahead there. The Crank Anchors Racing BMW. So it looks like we've got a lap turned. There's one of the emergency vehicles off to the right there. And then off to the left, there's the car ahead. Hopefully the guardrail isn't damaged. The wall isn't damaged, and we'll be able to go back to green here quickly.
Solid wall. It's not Armco.
Concrete.
Quite get the number on that BMW.
Our little cars probably did all the damage is probably to the cars and not the wall.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's starting to ping as they come through. I'm trying to see who does
there's
it.
Debris on the track right now from that incident.
If you're just joining us, it's ChampCar.Live, and we're at Sebring International Raceway for our New Year's Eve celebration race. 2 7-hour races, one today, one tomorrow. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop and Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, calling the race for you.
Here's the safety vehicles on track to pick up these 2 stranded cars.
So there's a look at what's happening from the tower right now. Looks like we might have a situation where they might need a rollback for both cars, and we may only have one. I'm seeing 2 emergency vehicles, but nobody's hooking up that Miata.
No, they've got a boom truck out there. Your conventional wrecker. And
he's backing up to him. Maybe they're going to Oh,
back.
no, he's just turning around. Okay.
There's a lot going on the front straightaway, huh?
Yeah. And
It's, the front straightaway here isn't that wide. So when you've got a vehicle off left and a vehicle off right, that track narrows up quite a bit.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, there's just like one lane of traffic going through the middle, able to go through the middle of that.
we got a car rolling down the pit straight here. And looks like they're heading back out.
Yeah, we've had a couple of cars stop, but that's fairly usual. The start of a
Okay, the Gorilla sticker 516 BMW white is shown in the pits now. So my guess would be that car.
Yeah, I still can't quite get a number on it.
So I didn't see anybody pit, but that's where they stopped pinging.
So temperatures today, currently 69 degrees. It's like a high of 80 is expected. And we can expect rain today. Tonight it should clear. So tomorrow, high of 81, should be in the dry. So variably cloudy with a shower is what it's saying. But we're starting in the wet. And based on what I'm seeing from the radar, we can expect some showers throughout the day. It's going to be spotty.
Yeah, yesterday the showers that rolled through, they'd last about 15 minutes and they'd go away. But another one will roll in pretty soon.
That's some challenging race conditions because that means the course is changing every lap on you. It's either drying up or it's getting wet again. That can be really challenging for a driver.
That's all good for them.
They like the challenge, but that's why they do this, right?
Some guys don't seem to like it. Some guys could some guys could leave it. Some guys could take it.
Yeah.
So much of it has to do, I think, with the car, just the way the car works in the wet. And if it's working really well and it's talking to you and you understand the language, it can be a lot of fun.
Do you like to drive in the wet, Polly?
Yeah. I've had really good races that way. I think the most fun I've ever had was in the rain at Watkins Glen last year. I just had a ball. But that's because the car was working really good in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's the Triple R Motorsports Ranch BMW that was involved in that incident.
Okay.
The 267 is our leader. That's a yellow Miata.
All right. Thanks for that.
Pick up the leader. So they just, as in most cases, they just pick up the first car when, not necessarily a serious incident, but one that requires immediate attention.
Sure.
So both the Jackie X cars are up near the front.
Yeah, I'm showing them leading the race, even after the second lap. I'm showing Team Jackie Yakes. Well, you folks can see what's on the screen there. Leading, we've got Van Buren in third. Then we've got Kruger Tuned. We've got Valerian Steele, another Kruger Tuned car, Crowd Control, Money Pit, Reeves Racing DVM, your top 10. And again, we started the race with, let's see how many have started here. Man, 73 show laps. We've got 87 cars entered. I wonder if your car shows up. There's a few. There's 3 canceled in there. And unfortunately, Brew Crew is one of them.
At least it wasn't Kenny's fault.
No.
But yeah, the field's pulling through here gingerly with the car left and right.
So somehow these 2 cars got together and ended up in the wall. And they're both disabled. Now, for some reason, there's a tow truck backed up to the Miata, so I don't know if they're going to try and just pull it from the back? Like maybe there's not a tow hook usable in the front?
Yeah, I mean, because he had front end damage, so.
Yeah, we're required to have tow hooks or straps at the front and the back of the car.
Right. So if one end is damaged, you can pull the car from the other end. Or if the other end is more accessible, say someone's stuck in a kitty litter or something like that, you can grab the car from the reachable end.
Yeah.
You know, you want to minimize the time that we're under, yellow where we can get back to racing.
So if you're just joining us, I'm watching the YouTube chat. There's lots of good information there. Please continue to send us information as you see it. And Andrew, good morning. Good to hear from you. Andrea's listening in. And
Morning, Andrea.
Good morning, Andrea.
Morning, Andrea.
And Tyler. And Chip, I was talking to Andrea the other day. I said, we haven't heard from you in a while, and we're kind of missing you. But she's got her hands full at home. But it's always great to hear from her.
We'll go BMW the other way.
And I'm trying to get some other streams going here for you folks. So just bear with us as we're under caution here at Sebring International Raceway. I'm Paul Velton. We got Doc Waldrop. We got Tiffany Alexander, Bill Strong. We got the whole crew this weekend.
We got Connor here. We have Ian here. So
you'd think that we'd have our act together, but that's not going to help. I mean, having Ian and Connor is great. It's great having the extra help. But there's only so much you can do with us.
Yeah, we're a little past training.
So thanks, everybody. I've got a lot of people sending me stream information, and so thank you for all of that. And we'll try and get you up into the show here as time allows, and as those streams are working, become usable.
Well past 7, approaching turn 13.
Okay.
It's a fairly long field, so it stretches all the way back to turn 5. All right, we're going to go back green here.
There we got a stream from Crank Yankers Racing.
Oh. So the front straightaway is getting cleaned up? Almost there?
It's the front straightaway is indeed clean. There's no vehicles, so we should be going back to green here.
All right.
Any moment.
About 3.6 miles is the distance out here. What's a good lap time? I know you've got the lap record out here, Doc. Please try not to brag, but what's a good lap time around Sebring in the dry?
Our very first race here, we set the absolute lap record.
See, I ain't even asked.
That was long ago, though.
Yes. So what is a good lap time around Sebring, Doc?
What's that?
What's a good lap time around Sebring in the dry?
Never had one for several years.
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
A really long track.
It is a long track. It's 3.7 miles around here.
Yeah, it's one of the bigger racetracks that we visit for sure. It's approaching that Road America, statue. Right. You're out there forever. So they're probably around that 3 minute, 2 to 2.5, 3 minute range, I would guess.
I was trying to remember, but it's been so long since I raced here. And my time was probably not the best time out there by far, but
seems to me
fun.
Seems to me around 240 miles or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to me the average was about 87, 89 miles an hour. All right, so should be going back to green here fairly soon.
We're on board with Danger Racing Group. Their 97 Lexus SC300.
It looks like John Hurley's behind the wheel, the team owner.
Yeah, I mean, these cars are really successful in Champ Car. Not that many of them racing. We had kind of a surge as we go back to green of these cars showing up in Champ Car, and then it's just kind of cooled off.
Along with the Van Buren Cruise boys, they're up near the front. So is Jackie X. We expected to see them up. The Salen's Boxsters. 7 cars on the road, 267, 73. 73 is Haywood Racing, that Mazda Miata. Astro Prefect moving up smartly into turn 1.
Let's see. Young Bowie Lover is saying go 488. I was trying to see. Oh, that's that Honda Fit Level 1 garage.
Yeah.
Good luck, those guys.
Boy, here you can really see just how wet that racetrack is right now.
Ooh,
from one of our track cameras. Yeah. It's pretty slick out there.
Yeah, it should be drying out. There's a nice breeze blowing. Once these tires get to wicking up the water out of the track, it should dissipate fairly quickly.
And there you can see cars piling into the hairpin turn there in turn 7 as they're working their way around the racetrack.
Yeah, well, that long right sweeper leading up to the hairpin, it bodes well. Cars getting a good run out of that 3, 4, 5 complex.
There we got Boulder Racing. One of the Tuttle machines just up ahead. You know, Tuttle brought 3 cars out here this weekend. They've got a hardtop, which is an EC car, and then they've got their other 2 Mitsubishis out here this weekend. And then we've got Jackie Yakes, their 2 Mitsubishis. So, man, we got like 5 of those out there. Mitsubishi cars out here.
Andrew Johnson is saying go VBB, and I was trying to figure out what that was, and then it hit me. Van Buren boys, maybe.
That's his car.
He said Benny the Jet Anderson is behind the wheel.
Benny the Jet Anderson.
And now I have that song, Benny and the Jet, stuck in my head.
I wish I had a cool nickname like that. That's not going to happen. But anyway, back to the race. We've got on lap 3 here. We're back to green after a brief full course caution to remove a couple of cars that got together on the front straightaway. We've got Van Buren boys, Cruise Racing leading the race with Team Jackie Yakes in second and third in the 935 car. Then it's Valerian Steel, the first and leading A-class car. Then it's Kruger Tuned Racing, Crowd Control Racing, which is leading D-Class, and as they cross the start-finish line, everything's changing. You know, with the wet conditions, there's a lot of passing going on out there. Everybody's setting their fastest lap times, so as everything is reset, I'm showing on lap 4, it's Van Buren, Team Jackie Yakes in the 66 car, Race Rink in third, which is an EC car, so we pull that out. And it's Glazed and Confused, Team Jackie Yakes in the 935. Crowd Control, that's the lead D-Class car. TLM Marathon, Valerian Steel, Mostly Motorsports, and Team Salem Ketchup. Looks like that's your top 10. Say again, Doc. You got grounded out there.
I was going to say that Ultimate has checked out on the field.
Just
He's
leaving
the
everybody.
full front straightaway ahead of Team Jackie X right now.
Yeah, they're on a tear.
Yeah.
It's interesting, and I was just thinking about this yesterday as we were getting ready for the races, that the car that leads early usually breaks. And I don't know why that is, but very rarely the car that leads the race in the beginning of the race ends up winning.
Sebring, the track beats the car up.
Yeah.
You're racing the track as much as you are your competitors, really.
Yeah, and there's
Well, it's
so
hard
many.
to maintain that spot, right? I mean, you've got such amazing competition, and then you have the endurance of the whole team and the car.
Well, and that car won at Road America earlier this year in dominant style, so we know it's a fast, strong car, and
Right.
I know that they've got every fastener safety wired imaginable, and that's the safety wire is a big thing for running at Sebring. Not everybody's doing it, of course, but particularly hard on the Tuttle cars. They have a hard time finishing the race out here because this track is so brutal. It was earlier this year that one of the Tuttles broke a ball joint just under heavy braking. So it's really hard on the cars.
All the elevation changes. Molly?
Yeah. Sorry, you got drowned out there a little bit. I had to cut the volume back, and I didn't really make out what you were saying.
I was just saying, you've got all those elevation changes between the concrete pads.
Yeah, that's right.
Over and over and over again.
But when you stack 3.7 miles of them,
Yeah.
it becomes quite significant.
Yep. So Van Buren boys not only leading the race, but setting the fastest lap time in the rain with a 250. And like you said, they're running about 10 seconds a lap faster in that front-wheel drive Nissan than anybody else in the field out there right now.
I mean, that should definitely be an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, the Tuttle cars are front-wheel drive too, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm trying to remember my cars. What about the Fit? The Honda Fit, what is it?
That would be front.
Wheel drive.
I like to ask questions nobody knows. No.
Yeah,
The
that'd be
Accord, that's going to be a
front-wheel
front-wheel drive car.
Mm-hmm.
I love racing a front-wheel drive car. After I got used to it, it's really quite fun.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if the weather's bad.
Yeah, if the weather's bad, you really like that front-wheel drive. You get really good grip coming out of the corners. That's difficult to put the power down in a rear-wheel drive car. Most rear-wheel drive. A little more difficult. I was surprised at how well our E36 worked in the rain. It was really good. In fact, our car, I think we finished 4th at VIR that 3 or 4 years ago when it rained really, really bad. It was just raining torrential the whole 24 hours, it seemed like, and we finished
I think I
way
was
up
there
at the
for that
front.
race.
So you can do
dry.
well. We got a Porsche Boxster out here. I don't know how that works in the rain. I drove one at Road America. Maybe you can
How'd you like
speak
it?
into that. Oh, I enjoyed it, of course. It was great. And how does the Boxster fare in the wet weather?
I mean, I like it in the wet. It just my car is going to be a lot stiffer, so it's going to be a little more handful. But these cars should be set up a little, looser to fit with our rules. There's not a lot of points left on the Boxster. You see it wiggling there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they only have. I mean, the points are like 475 or something, so they only have a little bit of points to work. So they're working with a stock setup. So that softer setup is definitely going to be better for these conditions.
Right.
They just want to spin on themselves, so you have to just really stay on top of that. A little twitch, and you got to be ready for it. But they don't do that. They can get away with so much before they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got, great brakes, obviously. Porsche, synonymous with good brakes, and rolling speed through the corner is very high. So that takes some getting used to, and it loves power, loves you putting gas to it when it feels unstable. You just give it gas. Looks like the Bill Riley Camaro's out here, and there's the Shark car. Who's there? He's always out here with that car, and it's amazing how reliable that Infiniti is.
That automatic.
Yeah.
He's quite well here.
Doing quite well. We're on board a Mazda Miata, and they're having trouble keeping up with these other cars that are out here. Of course, the Infiniti, I think, is rear-wheel drive. I'm not 100% sure on that.
The smaller ones are, so I would imagine.
So it looks like we've got a... Bill's trying to describe how much rain they're getting. He's calling it a hard mist. Not sure what that is. But rain definitely coming down. Looks like Biohazard also getting by the Love Racing team. And here's a little bit better view inside the Lincolnfelder car of just how much rain is coming down. Not sure how long our camera's going to last exposed to the elements like that.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting kind of wet.
Yep.
So the Danger Racing car, they've lost their ABS. Their teammate is radioing in.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to be challenging in these conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. It's definitely, for somebody that's used to using it and kind of relies on it, it would be trouble.
I've heard those Lexuses work much better with ABS than without.
I would
What
imagine.
the word on the street is.
There's Danger Racing and their Lexus SC300. All right, so lots of rain coming down. You can see the grid work laid out on the windshield there. If it starts to get foggy, they'll be able to turn that on and cut down on the amount of fog that they're having to deal with. Crank Anchors Racing out here, too, dealing with the weather conditions and this very challenging racetrack at Sebring International Raceway. We're going to break for commercial, guys, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Sebring, and the Van Buren boys are leading the race. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back here to Sebring International Raceway. Looks like we're under caution again. May have had a car that went off track. I don't know, Doc, if you can see anything.
On the 229 car.
What's
He's
that?
back of the main straight wall. And that is the Andy Turner Motorsports 325i. They've got a safety vehicle at him, but he's pushed that wall back fairly significantly.
Yeah, now that, and they may need to fix that before they can take us back to racing.
Yeah, you would like to think they need a lull out here to get to that.
So we got one car into the wall, looks like on the front straightaway, folks, and that's taking the field to a full course caution here on lap 8 with Racer Inc. Motorsports, Van Buren's leading, actually. Then it's Glazed and Confused, Crowd Control Racing, TLM Marathon Motorsports in 4th. Then it's Team Salem Ketchup, Team Jackie Yakes in the number 66 car. Then it's Jack Goldie Dentistry in a Mustang. Team Jackie Yakes in the 935, Team Salem Mustard in their Porsche, and Agent Chrome rounding out the top 10.
So they're going to send the pace car out, and they're going to gather the field and bring them down pit road.
Oh, wow, okay.
To get this this wall straightened out.
Of course, the rules in Champ Car are if you find yourself in this type of a situation where you're stranded on the racetrack and you're the rules are, as the driver, you need to leave your safety belts on, you need to leave the net in place, so you don't pop your belts. You need to stay in the car and everything. Leave your gloves on, the whole deal, until they'll come and get you and extract you, but they don't want any situation where things could get worse for you.
Yeah,
if you were
they
to get
the
hit.
driver out of the 229 car by the direction of the track safety officials. So,
Yeah, obviously, if they direct you out of the car, that's a different story. So there's the driver walking off. Driver's obviously okay, so that's good news. Probably take him over for evaluation just because he was in the hit. Make sure he's okay.
Flat of that wall pretty good.
Yeah, and it's just a good idea. some of the tracks will mandate it. It's a good idea to go ahead and get checked out. Doesn't cost you anything. Wow. Yeah. Some big damage on the. Try to bring up some pictures here for you. Here you can see a little bit of the images of the two cars that crashed on the front straightaway earlier in the race. So some pretty big damage on that BMW.
Here's the lull to fix that wall. But he's going to need some room to maneuver that thing around. Oh, now he's going to put the 229 on the forks until he gets to the wall. He's lifted that E30 up.
Here's a look at Race Hero. You've got Van Buren boys leading, and it's Glazed and Confused, Crowd Control, TLM Marathon, Team Salem Ketchup, Team Jackie Yakes, number 66, Jack Goldie Dentistry, Team Jackie Yakes 935, Team Salem Mustard, Agent Chrome, Valerian Steel.
Bill's got his Go Fast hat on today.
Oh, the Porsche hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a look at some of the cars circulating around this very wet racetrack in Sebring, Florida. So should have expected to have rain today, according to the forecast. And then tomorrow should be clear. High of about 80 degrees today.
Did you guys let them know what they're going to do along pit lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was running around out there. I got pictures of the two cars that had the incident earlier.
Yeah, we showed that already.
That was talking to the driver. The auto driver said he was just driving along partial throttle because of the slipperiness along there. He said it was really bad. And all of a sudden he got hit. Didn't know what happened, but other than the fact that somebody hit him really hard. And I believe that would be the BMW. BMW driver said, yeah, it was extremely slippery. I came along the
main straight.
Yeah, the main straight on the outside. And he said the car just snapped and bam.
That's unfortunate for both cars.
They've got it cleared enough away that they're going to bring the guys along the front straight. They're not going to take them down pit lane.
Oh, okay.
It really displaced that front.
Yeah, those are about 2,000-pound walls.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom in on that, Paulie, so you guys can see the damage that was done.
Okay.
It's on the tower cam.
Yeah, I know.
Now, we saw the lull out here, and I suspected he was going to fix the wall, but instead he picked up the BMW and took him away.
Yeah. Yeah, as Dana said, that's not good when they pick up a car with a forklift.
Yeah.
We had that happen with the Mustang, or not the Mustang.
We do it at the shop all the time.
The Thunderbird had that happen last year.
Yeah, big time damage there. And this was what I was concerned about earlier with the previous wreck on the front straight, that it would push that wall in, and then we got to wait till they can fix it.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
that's
when we used to race on IMSA street circuits, these concrete walls, they'd set them about a foot off of the track, and if you put your foot down there and a car hit it, you lose your foot.
Right.
Yeah. They've got it. They're probably going to have to take the tractor on the other side of the
fence, yeah, to push it out.
And they, but yeah, somebody's going to have to pay for a new Michelin sign. That broke that right in half. So I was sitting up on the bridge at turn 6, the new bridge that they built. Wicked bridge. It is so awesome. The sites up there are pretty good. They've got it closed now because I guess they're still working on the backside of the track, which is the old club course which I don't think they use anymore because there's no more picnic benches and stuff back there. Those are all gone. And there's access to an open track now. So they're still working out there, and you just can't go out there. So I was able to mount the camera up on it and watching the cars come around 4 and 5. Is that 4 and 5? I mean, okay, get the right numbers here. Yeah, as they come around 3 and into 4, those cars are really tail happy, especially the Camaro from Riley.
Yeah, you would expect that to be that with being a rear-wheel drive car.
Yeah, I just got a note from Dana Morrison, who's a race director today. They, normally we grab the leader of the race. Unfortunately, we had 3 incidences all at the same time right now. We had the front straightaway incident here, and then we had 2 more around the track. And because of that, they grabbed the nearest car they could to get this field under control. So that's why we didn't pick up the leader, just to let anybody out there screaming and yelling, "Why didn't you pick me up? I'm leading this race," which I was there one time. Once. Watkins Glen. Yeah. We're in the lead. Why didn't he get me? The car, there's a little ball of a car over there. Oh, that's why. All right. See, the tractor has come around.
The lull.
These guys are really trained at this stuff. So it looks like he doesn't need any direction. He just starts pushing and shoving. So it looks like what they're going to do is they're going to get all this in place, and then they're going to run the jet dryer to try and get that mud.
There's a lot of speedy dry down.
Yeah, there's a lot of oil right there too. So he's already made quick work of that, pushed everything back in place.
Yeah.
It looks like he's done that before.
I kind of like this. It's less likely that they're going to charge the team for the damage because there's not really much to speak of. So that's good.
Now it's like they, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but anytime you scratch the walls at a track, they want to charge you for it. Remember, there were stories back in the old days. I remember watching this on like ESPN or ABC, whoever did NASCAR back in the 80s. Like some tracks would require the drivers to get a can of paint, and whenever they put a wall, a tire mark on the wall, they had to go out there and paint the wall. So it may have been Indy.
Oh wow.
I don't remember which track it was. We're going to have to find that out next year when we go to these tracks. Did you guys used to require the NASCAR guys to repaint the walls? Yeah, they'd be out there Monday morning with some paint on it. Yeah, that wall's pretty knackered over there. They've got to actually move the whole section, so they're having to put everything back. Now, what you have to watch for is that they're in perfect alignment, because what you don't want happening is a car with that sticking out facing the driver, and you get that sort of same thing that happened to what killed Petty.
Yeah.
Where, that he hit that opening in the gate or whatever.
Oh, that was Michael Waltrip at Bristol.
Well, he did that too.
Yeah.
There was like a spat of that where they were hitting the track, openings. Yeah, they're lifting it and moving it now, so he's got direction.
Yeah, Michael Waltrip. I mean, it opened up the car. It was so bizarre, and he was totally fine.
Yeah, he went from like 160 to 0 in no time at all.
Yeah, so you can see him directing. They're going to do another section there that kind of moved out when they moved it in, or moved in when they moved it out. There you go. Just kind of shove it just a little.
There's the 13 on pit road on a hook.
It's all very complicated.
Fleetwood Family Racing Mazda Miata.
That's the guy that played with Legos as a kid. The mom's like, "What is good? What are you going to do in the future?"
Yeah, it's like, well, you got to wonder with all the wet conditions, though, that there's got to be mud on the racetrack in other areas. Like I'm looking at 6 here coming around Big Bend. That has to be some mud up on that track from guys dropping tires off there.
Most of their attention is focused here on the main straightaway, getting all that kitty litter up.
Yeah, they said they're gonna, get most of it off there and then get the blow dryer
dry out,
jet dryer. course, how do you jet dry mud?
Yeah.
Extra heat.
Round.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is this, having raced on this track in the wet, it was one of the scariest tracks we raced on. There's just so many, that concrete doesn't drain well. The concrete doesn't, the tires don't like adhering to that. There you go. There's a jet dryer. It does not like adhering to the tires. So the tires don't like adhering to that. Man, that's a Buffalo turbine.
Now, if you're Doc Waldrop, who has the fastest lap ever record here at this track, you don't have a problem in the wet. So he told us it was great in the wet.
Argument about this last night. I mean, it was Ian had to hold me back. I was going to hurt an old man.
He was after me. He didn't know. He knows better than to do that again.
No. After going to HR after that incident, I've learned to control my anger and just vent it with yelling.
I'm proud of you, Bill.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Good. You got your stuff, I guess.
I did. It came yesterday. I meant to send you a message to let you know, but I got a little busy. I decided to go work yesterday.
Hey guys, we just got some late breaking news. Beep, 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 beep. The safety car has a flat tire.
Oh no! Oh no!
Our safety car was donated by Mr. Brian Tuttle, and we didn't check to see if it had passed MOT or inspection or whatever it is that they have here in Florida. But yeah, flat tire.
Well, that's a challenging situation.
Wow, yeah, the jet dryer, man, he is lifting some water out of that track as he goes down the front straightaway. There's a lot of water out there.
That'll happen when it rains.
So it looks like the wall's repaired at least.
Yep, they got the wall repaired, and everybody has cleared the area. From what I understand, we may be coming in this lap and going back to green. Once they clear the emergency vehicles off the track, the white flag that the start line flagger is holding will pull that down as he does now. Well, almost.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, he lowered it. It's hard to see those flags. Now, as a racer, his TPMS must be going off saying, hey, I've got a low tire, not a flat tire.
You can ignore those.
The car just went down the front straight. Oh, I have run flats? Yeah, probably. So so when you're going down the front straightaway here, see those flags? They're blowing, from pit in to pit out. Sorry, pit out to pit in. Let me zoom in on that for you. And we can see it perfect. Great, Paulie. Great shot.
The drivers maybe not so much, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're kind of blowing parallel.
So see that black stuff on there on the ground? There is black. Did you guys talk about that stuff?
Nah.
Paulie, did you ever drag race?
Yeah.
Okay, so that prep stuff they put down for when you do burnouts and stuff, it gets really slippery in the wet because I guess they have the same problem at Brainerd.
Oh, yeah, it's bad at Brainerd.
You guys have been there, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's unbelievable. When it gets wet, it's like ice.
Yeah.
And that's not an exaggeration. It's really like ice.
That's what these guys are doing out there. Now, one thing I did notice, sitting down there, setting up the camera right there, is that Tyler Pedersen or whoever's driving the crank anchor's car, he is taking that car right up against the wall. And I mean up against the wall as it comes around there. He's the only car doing it. And he's basically sitting with the left tire on the white line, if not on the other side of the white line, as he comes down the front straightaway. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when he does this on the restart, because there's a lot of, what do you call it?
Kitty litter.
That kitty litter down there, the oil dry stuff, and also probably parts. You have to think about that. We've had two or three wrecks across the front straightaway here. There's got to be some small parts that maybe somebody missed that could find somebody's tires. My level's all right, Doc, or Paul?
Yeah, you're good. 11 laps into the race. We got Van Buren boys leading. We really haven't had too much green racing. We've been doing a lot of yellow circulation. We've had 2 crashes early here this morning. And often I notice in endurance races, you have these yellows early, and then things kind of settle down once the race gets going, and they're able to get up to speed and stay up to speed. It takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, like you said, the lack of green flag racing, but you tend to get that here at Sebring. We have a lot of cars out there this weekend. We had close to 80 cars signed up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think 3 or 4 of them didn't make it. They either didn't pass tech or, unfortunately, they
didn't make it to Florida.
Parts in Georgia.
Yeah, the Orange Crush, low percentage pass, Brew Crew, of course. We talked about them earlier. I know Randy Popes was going to bring he's going to bring his Volvo, and that didn't happen.
Oh, but he actually brought a buddy has the Mustang. So we have a camera car with the Mustang.
I'm showing 76 cars turning laps.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so
the Mustang's not turning laps. So
Randy is actually driving that 46 or 48 Mustang, the D-Class car.
Yeah, it is not turning
40.
laps. It is not turning laps. It is in 83rd position. It's not lapping.
Hasn't turned a single lap this race.
Yeah. 43 car. We'll find out what's going on and then message us.
And here's Danger Racing in their Lexus SC300.
Yeah, they got here late. I didn't see them yesterday. We did see Troy. That's another part of our group. And
that's part of your group.
Well, yeah, our group.
Your group, not ours.
Hold on. But Troy this morning, it was funny because Dana comes up to me and says, "Dude, what's up with Troy? His both cars are still sitting in the paddock, and we're lining cars up and getting ready to. We're like 10 minutes out."
Well, he wasn't defrosting his.
Ian said that. Well, for some reason, Dana thinks that Troy and I have this radar that we know exactly what's going on. I don't know. So, but Ian told me that Troy was running back and forth between the pit and the paddock. So, and, those little legs must have been moving like crazy.
Oh, goodness.
Well, he's.
Well, they didn't start Biohazard 1, so 2's that on track.
Which is interesting. But yeah, he was only going to run. I think he brought the Biohazard 1 to get the 2020 inspection done on it. And then discovered that his fire system was out of date by quite a few years. So he's going to have to get another fire system for that before we can pass it. And that's one of the things that you guys, I know that 99.9% of you do not read the rule book. Oh, wait, did I say that wrong? No, I did not.
We have a rule book?
99.9. Yeah, that's about right.
The rule book. So you can download the 2020 rule package at ChampCar.Org /rules. And scroll down to the bottom. Right now, it's at the bottom of the page where the 2020 rules are because we're still as of today, running under the 2019 rules. So those are at the top. Once January 1st gets around here, we're going to be in Florida. We're taking a small vacation. My son and I are taking a small vacation here with Ray and his son.
You don't have time to take vacations.
We're taking vacations. But I'm told by my boss that I may have to do a few things. So we're going to be staying with Dana.
Green.
Yep, back to green flag racing. We're going to actually get rid of the 2019 stuff and move everything up. Wide down the French straightaway with a Porsche, Salen's Porsche on the inside. And there's Tyler, the 186 crank anchors just on the inside. Now, once he hit that spot on the where the mud was on the track, he did pull his tires out over the line. So he did start that race with the car right up against the wall. You're riding with your crank anchors. Yeah, that was an interesting line. So it's something that we would do in the dry, and then pull over to the right as you go for turn 1.
Yeah, and he's just kind of mid-tracking it on the way in.
And this is their first time here, I believe. So
no, I think he was here last year too. Remember, it was his big thing of coming here was the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been here.
I thought I'd heard it was his first. Maybe
this has been,
might have had a driver or two that it might have been their first.
And this is Ben Anderson. I guess he's like a wizard in the wet. He's really, really good in the wet.
Yeah, that was our gentleman that was stuck at Tampa. We were trying to get over here. So he's in Paul's car.
The Miata that crashed on the front straightaway earlier today, they put the guy that was in the car was their wet guy. He said he's a master in the wet. And they were really
unfortunately the BMW driver wasn't a master in the wet.
Well, and that's the thing, you need to have a combination driver, a guy that's really good in the wet and one guy that's and he needs to also be really good at avoiding BMWs.
Because they may be hurled at you at any moment.
Yes, there's a lot of them.
And red cars that are going really slow.
No.
Just turn. Oh, wait, Paulie's a BMW owner, isn't he?
Used to be.
Yeah, okay. BMW builder.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
What do we call those guys?
That was a fun car.
I would never cast aspersions on Paulie.
Paulie is a track dude.
He is a track dude.
He will race anything. Now we have the quiet. So there's nothing going on out here on the front straightaway.
Finally back to green, and hopefully stays that way. We'll see how things go here. On board with the Fat Crack Racing, and they're running Maxxis tires this weekend. Bill, that's Maxxis Tire coming back to sponsor Champ Car for 2020. Is that right?
Yeah, they have a contingency plan for the racers. If you run the VR1, the Maxxis VR1 180, or I think it's like a 200 treadwear tire.
Yeah.
The winner, if you win the race, you get 4 brand spanking new VR1s. If you finish second, you get 3. If you finish third, you get 4. And if you finish 4th through 10th place, they're paying all the way down to 10th place. You get a free tire. And so far, we've had one in 2019. We've had one racer get that free tire. That would be Troy Trulio and the Biohazard team picked up 1 tire at Barber, and for finishing in the top 10. So we have the 696 just pulled down pit lane and going real slow, looking for his pit spot. As the teams come down the front straightaway, and we'll bring it back to you, Paul.
Thank you. And we're going to have to break for commercial, but we'll be back in just a couple quick minutes here. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Van Buren Boys leads the race. Back in a moment. Oh, yeah.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. We're under full course caution here. We got another car on the front straightaway that's backed into the wall. Almost looks like in the same spot where the last car got into the wall, guys. Let me get you unmuted here. Sorry.
Goodness.
I can't get you unmuted there, Track. You're going to have to unmute yourself. There you go. What are you seeing out there, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
The 696, the move over racing, has impacted the wall very hard, just past the start finish flag.
I mean,
looks like he hit
right here
before. Yeah. There's a big piece of car right there.
Oh yeah, I see that.
But and then impacted the wall hard on the outside. He's moved those barriers as well. So.
Actually, if you look at the front tire is moved. The right front tire is moved about a foot inward.
Yeah.
It is. I have never seen that before.
Yeah, he must have got into the edge of something. And
it hit so hard. I have not heard a car hit that loud before.
I didn't hear it.
It was insane loud. Yeah, when he backed it into that wall there, it stopped suddenly when he hit the right in front of the flag.
So they've talked to the driver. Now they're looking at the damage of the car to assess how they're going to get it off the racetrack. Doesn't look like that's going to be something they'll be pulling on a rope.
Yeah, they're picking up that part on the track was the rear hood, or sorry, the trunk lid.
Yeah.
So we also had it right before that happened. We had 382 and 713 get into each other. They said the 382 spun, which would be the Toyota MR2 by Biohazard 2 spun somewhere on track, and the 713 hit him. He had nowhere to go, basically. The Julio car, or the Biohazard car, is looks like the lower ball joint maybe broke on that car, so the tire was sitting there. The right front tire had a heck of a lot of camber in the car, so they've taken that behind the wall. And then as we're watching that, or getting that taken care of, we see the 696 just lose it on the front straightaway here and impact the wall. So that was a really big hit.
He moved that move over racing. He moved that wall quite a bit.
Yeah, it's moved in about a good probably a good 10 inches, 12 inches or so. But yeah, he impacted somewhere else too. Can't see where else he hit, but
yeah, I'm going to guess he's probably about maybe 50 yards up towards pit end.
Well, he backed it in. Where he's sitting now, it backed in right there. So he hit something way down there that caused that right front suspension to move about where the exhaust normally sits on those cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an amazing movement of where that tire sits.
So that car took a really hard impact.
Yeah, it ran up the wall. I don't know.
15 laps into the race here.
I mean, that front wheel's moved way over, and the rear wheel is moved in as well.
Yeah.
But we think he was probably by himself. He may have some kind of mechanical issue that caused him to lose the car.
Well, yeah, so
Maybe.
they just put the car up, and it's like the whole wheel moved out.
Yes.
And we've got somebody asking on our YouTube channel or Facebook page, is there a charge for spectators to come to the track?
Yes. We decided to do $10 this weekend. $10 will get you in. Now
For the whole weekend.
This over the bridge, just to let you know. They're doing some work on the other side, the old club course area, so you can't get access over there. So, but yes, you can come here. $10 get you in.
You can go over to the hotel and watch by the hairpin.
You can. I believe that's free of charge.
There's the hotel area.
Not necessarily a tanning day, but you know,
stay away from the walls.
Yeah, it seems like that front straightaway is just it's eating up a lot of cars. We've had 3 full course cautions, all due to wrecks on the front straightaway.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've been to a lot of races this year, and this is the most carnage I've seen in the first hour of a race.
Yeah, I haven't seen this much, again and again and again. I don't remember.
Well, this front straightaway isn't that wide, and when you get 3 cars dicing down into turn 1, you run out of real estate quickly.
But this is just past the start finish line. This is midway down the straightaway.
Yards past the start finish line.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Do we think that that's slick because of the painting there on the front straightaway?
No,
that's not causing it.
No.
Well, the paint, but he hit something before that.
Before, okay, he was spinning before. Okay,
because we saw him on the right, driver's right, as he came down the straight, and he kind of hit the wall on the inside, and it shot back across and backed into the where the flag is there.
Yeah, so we've got 15 laps turned so far here At Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race, we got Van Buren leading with Glazed and Confused in second. That's your lead A-class car. Crowd Control's a D-class car, so we've got C, A, D, the top 3 cars. And then it's Team Salem Ketchup in fourth. And then it's TLM Marathon Motorsports in the number 169, a C-class BMW in fifth. Then Jackie Gold Dentistry, another D-class car in sixth. And then we have Team Salem Mustard, Team Jackie Yakes, the number 66 car, Tuttle Motorsports, and Crank Yankers Racing, your top 10, it looks like.
Hey, just to let you know, sorry to break in here, but Dana just made an announcement. They're going to have another drivers meeting right now for all drivers not in their cars. They're going to be required to attend this. They're going to get a small talking to, and it may not be small, but they're going to get a talking to. I was just informed by my crack reporter here, Ian, that 10 laps under the last 15 have been under yellow.
Okay, and we've got, looks like Fat Crack is heading behind the wall in their Honda Accord. It's one of our camera cars. So it looks like they've decided to pull it in for a little while.
Okay, got some camera cars behind the wall.
Colorado University Boulder Racing Team and their 90 Miata.
They're back
front straightaway.
Yep, they're coming along right across the front straightaway. They got black flagged earlier. They were dragging something, and so we heard them under the outlaps as if we were up on the bridge. You could just hear it. And it sounded like an exhaust system, but I don't think it was. It was something else, metally.
Gotcha.
But they got black flag for that. What car was that had that Fat Crack, you said? What car number is that?
That's the 969. It's a Honda Accord.
969 Honda Accord is white. So we're going to go find another car to put that in.
So Dana is talking to our remaining drivers that are here on pit road. He's rather adamant.
Well, I mean, we're having a lot of accidents. If we can, keep that from happening, he may be seeing some common issues. Now, I think the first one, Doc, was car-to-car contact, but the last two seemed like these guys are just by themselves and they just lose it. So, and it's not like we haven't raced here in the rain before.
I got the camera on him. He's very he's using his hands a lot.
Maybe you shouldn't have the camera on him.
Lull to fix this wall.
Maybe I should have the camera on him. No, he's just basically telling these guys they need to let their teams know you just can't go out there and race 100% in this type of conditions. It's not doable, and we're seeing that.
Well, I think what's throwing them out is, it's not the hard rain we're used to seeing. It's the track's just damp.
Yeah, and it's misting, and it'll mist, and then stop, and then things will kind of dry out. They'll get sticky for like a lap or half a lap, and then it comes back. And this track is really,
and of course it's so
and that means it's changing every lap. Every corner is different from the last lap.
Yeah.
There's more grip. There's less grip.
And that we found when I raced here over and over again, it was like that. It was dry all day long. And once you get that afternoon shower, it just changed this track. And then once the went away and dried out, you were back to really good adhesion, but nothing when it was wet. And they got rid of the because they put some special walls down the straightaway where they have drainage now. It really changed the front straightaway. We used to get massive flooding. If you ever seen the Sebring 12-hour pictures from the 60s where they're in 12 inches of water in the pit lane.
When we raced in New Orleans, we had a rain, and the Jaguars came in, pitted, and when they opened the doors, water flooded into the car.
Yeah, wow.
The water was deep enough where it was over the side rails.
Yeah. So they're just finishing up now. They're getting the Allen J Automotive Network safety teams off track as we're getting ready to go back to green, hopefully here soon.
Right over there in turn 6G.
Yeah. Jackie Sides is our Champ Car pace car driver this weekend. He does normal duties there on the East Coast.
On board with the Level 1 Garage team for the first time in their Honda Fit.
That's a cool looking car. They showed up, never having raced with us before, really didn't know what to do. They picked up the car.
Well, that's most of us.
Yeah, it's a cool car. It's, what do they call those? Honda Fit club cars or club racing cars? It's prepped, all ready to go. And in that series, you can run it with all the glass. Well, Bill, kind of looked it over and, they kind of gave him some advice what they need to do.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see those some of those prepped cars and spec series cars come into Champ Car and race with us. It's always a lot of fun.
I didn't know you could actually get that stuff at Home Depot. So they went over and they started taking out the windows, but the way they had to take out some of the windows involved a hammer. And I got
gentle persuasion.
Yeah, I ran over to them to try and hey, you don't need to do that. You can just go to Home Depot, and they'd already done it. They're like, oh no, that's all right. We're gonna replace it with Lexan. So
you could have sold that, but okay.
Oh, but yeah, they're out there having fun.
That's the quick way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's So the safety trucks are doing an inspection of the track right now. They're over at the turn 7, just leaving turn 7 right now, headed towards 8. And
yep, and we've got
different pace car now.
Yeah, it's Jackie's rental or a rental. Oh yeah, so they're looking for some debris at turn 13. So that's why the pace car stayed out. They talked about going back there. We're going to make sure all the debris off the track.
Yeah, I see a safety vehicle with his emergency lights on over in the can't tell if he's on course or not.
13's over here on this part we can't see. Right?
Yeah, he's over by 10.
So 13's that really fast 90 degree that is not really a 90 degree. That's to me, 13 is one of the most fun corners on this track. So the 820, the Jeep with the sitting on the SC400, the Lexus SC400 chassis is out here this weekend in the EC class. That's a pretty cool little car.
Yeah.
Fast as heck.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Totally stock SC400, but except for the body.
Why they pick a Jeep for the body, I don't know. But
he said I was looking at cars to put on top because I guess the body was totally trashed. I was looking for something to put on it. He had, what was the other one he looked at? It was a light vehicle. It was whatever it was light. He's like, nah, I wanted something a little different because they were doing lemons too, and so Jeep. And he said it's a really heavy body. It's not as light as the one that he wanted to put on.
it definitely stands out in a crowd.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do sort of the same thing, but the opposite. We're gonna put some other things on something else on top of something else.
Now the sun's starting to come out.
Wow.
It makes the track look like it's dry. It's really bizarre.
No, it's not. Well, I lie. You can see a line that forms when the cars come over, and it doesn't take that long for that line to form as they come down the straightaway. I noticed that when we were setting up the turn the pit in cam. As they came around, it was really wet, but as the cars came through after the first lap, you could see a dry line. It had, from the wings and the aero and the exhaust systems and the tires, it had cleared off the water pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah,
so has it stopped
weird.
Sprinkling there?
Yeah.
Right now? Okay.
Yeah, it's sunny. We have a hole right over the top of us. We see blue sky through the clouds. It's more like a lower fog, but we're surrounded by a circle of darkness.
So some of the cars that are not turning laps right now, as I look down through the field, I mean, the top 41 cars are all on track turning laps. And then you've got Race Rink, which was up in the top 3 earlier. Bucket List, both EC cars, they're not turning laps. Melonhead's not turning laps. Fat Crack Racing, Move Over Racing, Andy Turner, Gorilla Sticker, B Squad, and that's all of the cars that have turned at least one lap and are no longer turning laps.
Yeah, I think it's 13. The only car I see along pit lane right now, I'm trying to find the car number. I think it's 13. It's a silver Miata, Doc. Got their hood. Yeah, it's
where's our color commentator?
Racing Mazda, the 2004 Mazda. They're sitting on pit lane with the hood up. People duck down, working on it. And that's all I can see up here from the tower. Then there's nobody else.
Yeah, just full course caution here, waiting to go back to green as the track is getting things ready so we can go back to racing.
So people are probably going away and, they're under yellow. I'll come back later. All they hear is commercials because we've been at yellow for so long.
I think with time-wise, we've done more yellow driving than green for the first of this race, which is very odd for Champ Car. I mean, like normally this is definitely not indicative of the way our races normally go.
It's a track issue. There's obviously something about the front straightaway that's catching everybody out.
Right.
But listen, how is this going to affect those D-class cars? They're not using much fuel.
They're not
on this track, and that's usually what hurts them is that they just don't get the fuel mileage that the smaller cars are getting. So,
well, nobody uses much fuel in the wet.
No, but it extends the D-class cars that can't normally do 2 hours out to that point.
They typically struggle in the wet anyway, but when you look at the standings, we've got one in third and one in sixth.
Yeah.
All right, we're going back to green
and
here.
Waving. Hopefully everybody behaves themselves. 462 just takes off, and 108 Tuttle car is passing. He's right behind the Nissan. I think they basically run the same engines, don't they? The 3.5s, the 3.0s in those cars.
I don't know.
Well, we got a lot of 3 wide racing coming down the front straightaway. As it looks like so far, I don't want to say it, but everybody's made it through.
Made a lap.
Yeah, we've got at least one car in the pits right now. There's a yellow Miata that we put a camera in. Still trying to bring up information on that car, but they're heading out to join the race.
Yeah, the boys will bring it up to me and get it in there.
I've got it.
All right, cool. So we got 2 Corvettes in this race this weekend.
The Laps of Honor is one of them. That's a good looking car.
Yep. we passed them coming down here driving, and good looking trailer. The Corvette racing all over. Laps of Honor on the back.
He's got the stars and bars on it.
Yeah.
That familiar with military airplanes.
Yeah. The old school military with the like the F4 Phantoms back in the 60s, 50s and 60s. Actually, the 40s they had that too, didn't they?
Yeah.
You remember that, right?
Ouch.
And now we get to the quiet point. They're all bunched up. Oh, who is that down there? The BMW going really slow.
That's Ella.
That's Ella.
E-racing,
okay.
yeah.
So E-racing is no. I mean, I don't think they're doing it because the car. There's something with the car. I think they're doing it just being careful.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as they were going around 6, they were on the inside, just getting passed by a lot of folks. I mean, they weren't coming out of 7.
No, he's slow.
Yeah, he is slow. Well, no, he's back up to speed now. So he just has a lot of really fast people behind him too. He might have found the correct gear too. Hey,
That's
don't
helpful.
don't laugh. I mean, sometimes in racing, you tend to things tend to not work properly in your car, and then all of a sudden, boom, they do.
Looking to see where they're running right now.
Those cars that fix themselves, right?
Right, yeah. That's always a scary thing. Yeah, the 890 E-Racing's running back in 59th right now.
Remember, don't cars run their best right before they don't?
Yeah.
That's when you set your fastest lap time, right?
The 462 crosses the start-finish line has really pulled away from the rest of this field.
Yeah, Van Buren boys.
Huge way. The 108 just crosses now. There's a big difference. What's that, like
There's 10 seconds almost. Well, more like 7 between.
Well, I don't know how far back.
16.4 seconds is the gap from first to second.
I mean, I was just looking at lap times. Yeah.
So that means the Tuttle cars aren't really in second place. They're further back.
Now we got Glazed and Confused in second. Crowd Control is third. Then it's Team Salem Ketchup. TLM Marathon is fifth. Team Salem Mustard is sixth. Jack Goldie Dentistry is seventh. Then it's SJ Racing in eighth. Backwards Racing is ninth. And the Condor OMP team is 10th. But those are EC cars.
So the Tuttle car is really like in 8th.
The blue and yellow flag is being displayed right now for there's somebody faster behind you, the move over flag, but it was being waved at the whole field. So I don't really understand that one.
Everybody move over.
Trying to make you aware that there's people behind you. And they might pass you.
Yeah.
It's just a blanket blue flag.
So the 820 just pulled into pit lane, going real slow down the.
That's Ho Chunk.
Going down the pit lane road here.
And that Jeep Cherokee bodied SC 400.
Wouldn't it be cool, though, to have one of those in four-wheel drive mode? It would have been pretty good out there. Do we have any all-wheel drive cars? The Audi is front-wheel drive.
I'm thinking, what about the Jackie Yakes cars, those Mitsubishis?
Those are front-wheel drive.
Yeah, those are front-wheel drive. And they just do really well in this weather. Whenever it rained, Jackie was always up front. And they plan it right.
I expect to see them up near the front.
Jackie X, yeah, they're in 17th and 19th right now with Castro Prefect in between them. But yeah, they're one of those teams that suddenly appear, out of nowhere at the end. Much like and the other one would be the Infinity, but the Infinity, and he was really kind of adamant about the car doing well in the rain. Their 4-liter. They picked up another car.
He's building an E30.
No, well, he's doing the E30,
right?
But he also picked up another Infinity. Lemon's team out in Texas offered it to him for the cost of shipping. So he flew out, picked it up, and they brought it here to have it inspected. And we made some recommendations, and he's going to take it back, and he's going to have a second car. It's going to be the learner car for his son. We talked to him, and possibly Ian and Connor will be racing with them at the next Sebring event at the Palm Beach event in the summer. So that'll be a sort of a student team type setup.
All kinds of great things happening in this series.
His kid's 16, Connor's 21, and Ian's 14. Yeah, he's 15 now, but 16. No, Ian's 19. Speaking of which, I want to wish my daughter a happy 18th birthday today. Kate turned 18. She could not wait, just over and over again about it.
I had a daughter that was that way too when she was 18. It's a big deal. I had a daughter that was like that when she turned 18. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
But speaking of other big deals, guys, we got a break for commercials. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes here. So stay with us, everybody. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Van Buren Boys leads the race.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
21 laps completed here at Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Belton, Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong here, calling the race for you all weekend long. We've got Van Buren boys leading the way. And we're still under green. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So I'm still seeing some wipers running, though. So we still got that hard mist out there, Bill?
No, it's gone. Well, here in front of us, it looks kind of foggy over at towards 8, 9, 10. But down the front straightaway, we have a really good dry line down the center. And you can see it in the picture if you go to the front camera. Oh, somebody's got their wipers on. So there's some heavy rain out there still.
Yeah, I'm seeing...
maybe the cars are kicking up some rain, some wetness from the track as well.
Right, some rooster tailing.
Guys are wiping off their glasses. We got the 488 in pit lane. They're doing a driver and fuel. We have 287 on pit lane. Looks like they're doing a driver. Yep, they're doing a driver as well. They're doing some fixes on the dash, it looks like.
So we've got an unusually high number of viewers watching the show today. I want to welcome everyone to our broadcast, and there's a lot of questions about things that they're seeing for the first time. The commercial runs we run every 30 minutes. It's 4 to 5 minutes. That's all it is. So it's less than other racing that you're going to see or television programs. We have some technical limitations to what we do because everything's on a budget. And because we're just racers doing this for other racers, there's definitely a talent gap too.
Yeah, but we didn't have a lack of talent. But yes.
So we appreciate your patience and your understanding. We're bringing you the information as we get it. The information you see on your screen, the timing and scoring, the countdown clock, all of that's unofficial. And we've got Bill Strong and Doc Waldrop are at the racetrack right now in the towers. And so they're able to see the racetrack and relay information. And although I'm running the show, I'm off-site, and so is Tiffany. So we're just giving you information as we see it come our way. So
Looks like we have heavy rain across the front straightaway again, guys. It's coming from right to left from our point of view, which means it's hitting the cars directly in the windshields, and there go the windshield wipers on these cars. So it's a pretty heavy mist coming down, accelerated by the wind.
That heavy driving mist.
Yeah, heavy driving mist, which is a heck of a lot better than the heavy driving ice pellets that we got hit with at Road America earlier this year. That we all, as a team here at Champ Car, said was the absolute worst ever. Because wherever you look, we were getting pelted with ice pellets. They'd go around my glasses and hit me in the eyeballs. That's how bad it was. But
truly brutal.
It was
strategic ice balls. Yeah.
So let's do a quick rundown here of the standings, where things are right now. At 23 laps completed, we've got Van Buren Boys leading with Glazed and Confused in second. Crowd Control Racing is in third. Then it's Team Salem Catch Up in fourth. Condor OMP is fifth. TLM Marathon is sixth. Team Salem Mustard in seventh. Then we've got Jackie Gold Dentistry behind them, with Tuttle Motorsports, and then followed by Danger Racing Group and their Lexus. Looks like that's your top 10.
We want to thank the Glazed and Confused teams for getting us this sugar rush this morning. They brought Dunkin' Donuts for everybody.
And Discovery Parts brought us up some Holiday Inn Express Cinnabons.
Yeah.
We'd like to thank him for us. Thank you. And he would bring up racks up for us. I don't think that's legal, is it?
As long as the Holiday Inn is listening.
No.
We're good.
The 940, we're having a race along the way here. 3 and the 169 are side-by-side teammates there with the marathon coach who sponsors a lot of our races here with Champ Car, the Daytona event this year and the Sebring race as well. 43 car Mustang as he goes down the front straightaway. Randy Popes is driving with that team today. Everybody knows Randy Popes as one of the
Motor Trend guys.
Yeah, the Motor Trend
extraordinaire.
I think most winningest race car drivers in the United States. Road course, I think. So I don't know, something like that. We got cars gingerly making their way into turn 7 as the rain has escalated down in front of us. It's raining so hard that we're having a hard time seeing turns 8, 9, and 10 from the top of the tower. There is a really pretty rainbow going from about turn 10 over to turn 7. And
lots of on-track action. Started the race with about 70 cars, believe it or not. We had over 80 that entered the field. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Yes, we are live at Sebring International Raceway for 2 7-hour races this weekend. 7 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow of continuous endurance road racing. This grassroots motorsports racing organization called Champ Car. You can find out more information about the organization at ChampCar.org. Please check us out.
We're having these ever-changing conditions during this race. That proving to be very challenging.
Yes,
it's dry, it's wet, it's wetter, drying out.
Yeah, I think, David, we'll get some interviews a little bit later on, maybe once the weather clears up.
Yeah, we just can't. Our technology right now is limited with what we do.
Bill doesn't like to get wet.
That's the bottom line. Our technology is, well, I don't like to get wet.
They're not rainproof. Yeah. Let's blame the cameras.
So this track, Sebring International Raceway, has historically been used. Impact in turn 5, guys. They're bringing out the pace car. They're going to pick up the leader. They're looking for the leader right now. Don't really know where's turn 5.
Turn 5's over on the back side there. So this is right heading into that Big Bend stretch. It's a low-speed corner, relatively low-speed corner.
Yeah, we have a camera over there, don't we?
We might. Let's see if we can bring that up.
Is it?
No.
They're stuck in the wall, actually. That's tires over there.
It's a tire wall.
There's nothing you can really see from that vantage point, unfortunately. Here's a look at turn 6, looking back towards that spot.
Correct. Yeah, so we can see the safety vehicles. They got the so anybody listening, please let your drivers know turn 4 or 5 area. Please slow your car down. We have the safety vehicles on track. They were there really fast. The tractor is out on track. No, he's on the other side of the wall, but they do have people on ground, so please be really careful there. I know it's okay for you guys to hit those walls. It is not okay for you to hit somebody or the safety vehicles or the folks. So please take it easy out there.
It's like crank yankers coming into the pits.
Yep, he just pulls in right below us. They're over the wall. They're going to do a fuel stop. He plugs in the overflow for the fuel. Looks like don't know who that is. Oh, that's Laura's husband doing the fuel. He's over the wall, pulls the cap off.
So you're seeing what you're seeing. Bill is calling something he's seeing right now, but there's about a 30-second or so delay in the video, and that's why he hasn't actually stopped the car yet.
And I have a camera as well on it. The power cam.
So we're about, let's see, we've got 5 hours and 16 minutes remaining in this race. They're stopping pretty early. He's only been in the car 45 minutes, and most of that was under yellow. But we're still showing under green, so.
Yeah, well, some teams try to get off of. It didn't take very much. He only took about 5.
Yeah, he certainly wouldn't need fuel by now. Let's see.
Yeah, he's probably put 6 gallons of fuel into that car. So that's all it took. The 46 just pulled in.
It's like they really just wanted to do a driver change. That'd be my guess.
Done with, they put a new driver in. They're done with the fueling now. Fuel's back over the wall. Tyler's putting a new cool shirt in, new cooler in. Cool shirt helps keep the driver nice and cool. Full course yellow. You guys didn't know?
So
we're that's probably why they came in, right? They were anticipating it going full course yellow.
Could be,
and went ahead and tried to make, take advantage of that.
Because these 7-hour races really change up the strategy. We're used to having to try and make 2 hours on every stint, and in a 7-hour race, you don't have to do that.
Yeah. This 2-hour stint thing is not always. It doesn't always win the race like it used to. Some places it will. Usually, tracks with not super fast cars. 998 is in pit lane, along with the 848. Looks like they're going to be doing 848 is going to be doing a pit fuel stop as well. And just looking here, yeah, we got some teams coming off cycle. You try to get off cycle, give the guy what we're at 1 hour 45 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, we're approaching the 2-hour mark, so it makes sense that people would be coming in.
RN 108.
That's right. They're on Eastern time there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Or what's his name?
So we got emergency vehicles on track, tending to a car that crashed over in 5.
Jeff.
This is one of the Mustangs that's out here this weekend.
That Miata to the left of you. The fire guy's way too close to the car.
So we'll mute that. Sorry about that background shouter there, guys. But we're 25 laps into the race with Van Buren boys leading. Crowd Control is ducked into the pits. They're in P2. Then it's Salen's Ketchup in 3rd spot. Condor OMP in 4th. Then it's TLM Marathon. Team Salen. Jack Goldie Dentistry. Glazed and Confused. They've come into the pits. They're in 7th. Then it's SJ Racing. Backwoods Racing and Tuttle Motorsports shown in 10th. They've pitted as well.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I saw something that was a little unsafe on pit lane, so I had to let the guy know real quick, and I disregarded the show, which I don't really care because we have to think of the safety of these guys first.
On board with TLM Racing.
Yeah, their fire guy was just a little too close, like within a foot of the guy fueling, and if he had had a fire, he would have been involved in it as well. So
yeah, the rule's like a good 6 to 8 feet, right, Bill? You want to be the gap.
Depends. The problem we have is that the Miata guys will stand behind the car. Our pit lane setup now is the cars are actually faced into the wind. So a lot of these dry chemical extinguishers, when you fire them off, the wind's going to push it back into your face. So sometimes you want to have the wind help you direct that extinguisher. So I would actually personally would stand upwind, and you also are able as the fire extinguisher guy to watch your fuelers back. So if anybody coming down pit lane loses it, at least let them know or push them out of the way or something.
Take the
we got
bullet.
a lot of Miatas coming into pit lane right now. 890 or the 523 and the 848 are actually handled by E-Racing this weekend. They're helping with their pit.
Yeah, Sweetwater Racing.
Yep. So they're helping with their pitting this weekend. And they're fueling the 523 right now. 848's done. The 153 is a Saturn Solstice, yeah.
Pontiac.
Yeah, Pontiac Solstice. And he's coming down pit lane as well. We like to call those the Opel GT of America.
They're fast.
Faster, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Stop it.
Sarcasm.
I just call them like I see them, Bill.
Yes, you do. 291. A lot of Miatas on pit lane right now, and a Corvette. And
well, again, they don't have to run all the way 2 hours. They can pit early. They're under yellow. They're probably hoping we're not going to keep seeing these yellows.
Race car takes quite a while.
yeah, so you won't. You could do a pit stop and not lose a lap.
Right, especially, I mean, that's the advantage to taking that stop under caution. You can not even go a lap down whatsoever on a full course caution like this. Catch back up with the field.
Looks like they've got the fixes done down there. They're pulling the vehicles off the track. The lawnmower guys are out mowing the lawn. Yep.
Yeah.
There's a little lawnmower race going on out there. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, you can see a little race between the we see some rain falling too out there. You can see it on camera.
Yeah, and then there's some people asking questions over on our YouTube channel about different things they want to know. There's quite a bit of information that I don't have. Like, I can't scrub through all 80 teams looking for a driver to find what team he's on and where they're at. We also don't know which driver is in which car at which point in the race. So, and you just have to get with your respective team to try and get that information. Sorry, we can't help you with that.
Right. Sometimes the car has it, they'll have a sticker inside the car that'll show who's in the car at that point in time.
Yeah.
Or if you know
many of them, but this
the
one
other people on the team, you could send them a text.
Right. Like Danger here, they've got that Jay Hurley. So we know who's in the car there, but we don't have him tagged.
460 just came in, as you probably see on the car. Yeah. Yeah, we don't really have the technology or really want the technology to be able to track all these guys because, most of them are nobodies anyway.
Speak for yourself. No.
Remember, there's 80 cars out here. Each team has probably four drivers.
4 to 6 drivers.
So all the Jackie X cars, the Salen's cars are in. Marathon Coach, their car is in.
And we only have a budget of about $6, and we spent that on beer last night.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So, well, that was like a quarter of a beer. See those $11 drinks? Holy cow.
So both the Salen's Boxers are in.
Okay, so if anybody knows what team Adam Ricardel is in, you can hit us up and let us know that.
Who's Adam Ricardo?
That's who they're asking about.
Don't know.
Yeah, it's too hard to look it up via.
I mean, I do have
particular drivers.
We have a list, but it's like you're talking about, with 80 teams, you multiply that by a factor of 4. You've got hundreds of drivers.
Yeah, and you don't.
I actually have something else I need to do right now.
And if we do that here, they're going to want it done at Daytona, where we have 700 drivers. Yeah,
but that would give you something to do, though, Bill.
Mm-hmm. Bill, did you post our text number out so if anybody had info, they could text it to us?
Did I do that? No, I did not.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
No,
At least you're predictable.
No. There's an issue with it. I want to address it at. We're gonna do something like that, but we're gonna do it at Atlanta. I want to do it a little differently because I don't want your number out there. If that makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
They got to have a green driver ban, correct?
I want to do it a different way. I don't. I can see some issues with the way that we were going to try and do it. I don't.
Yeah, but I used to just hang a sign up at like the drivers' meeting with the number.
I don't want to do that. I want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but it's a great idea. So what we're talking about is when you're here at the race that you would text us with any updates. We would be able to then text you back with any updates that we have up here.
Or questions or that sort of thing.
So it would be everybody. I'm not just going to do it with certain people. We can do it as a team or as a event type text. So IMSA does that, which is really cool. So when I worked with Riley's or Ben Keating's team at VIR, they had some issues happen during the race, and
Bill is such a fanboy.
They were on a text. They sent a text like, "Hey, IMSA, review this, please."
Right.
And IMSA got back with them really quick, and that I think will help alleviate some of the issues that our race director has up here with teams coming up and wanting to get stuff answered quickly. So that's kind of what I want to move to. It would be something that we dual utilize for the show and for race control. So my boss has asked for something like that, and
your boss asks for a lot of things.
He does. And I have to start doing like he does. No. Yeah, we got cars fueling right now. 878 came in, and they're putting a driver in. Looks like they're working on their telemetry because the driver's reviewing some lap times. 720 is putting a new driver in. They just finished their fueling. The Nissan 350, I think that's a Nissan, or the Infinity.
720 is the CU Boulder Racing team.
That's the university team. We have a group of university students, or a bunch of groups of university students. We're back at Green Flag Racing as the green flag drops on the front straightaway. This is where it gets a little scary. We've had some rain. The track is wet. We've got cars going 3 wide down the front straight.
My list shows that there's an Infinity G35 out there, which is almost like a 350, just usually weighs a little more.
Yeah, that's the one that's on pit lane right now, putting a new driver in, and they just finished their fueling. Okay. Going in.
Danger Racing Group's in the pits. Looks like they're checking the front wheel. Yeah, they're replacing the left front wheel.
Yeah. Doesn't look like they had any damage. They have a lot of venting on there, so when it does get damaged, it vents very easily. The 169 Marathon Coach team ran by TLM. They are in the pit lane with both their cars, their EC car and the C car. We have 3 cars here this weekend. The 626 is just pulling down pit lane.
That's Inactive Motorsports.
Yeah, and they're headed down to get fuel and a new driver. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark. We got 5 minutes to go. Looks like the 43 car is just leaving pit lane now with a new driver. That's the Randy Pope. Or Randy Popes is on that team. I don't have a team name for them.
Happy Moose.
Well, that's what we. That's what he was supposed to.
That's what he registered as.
Yeah. Oh,
even in the Mustang.
I see. Huggins is actually driving for the 464 this weekend. He's out there cranking on the tires.
That's Jack Goldie Dentistry, the number 43.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
That's an SCCA prep car that they brought down here, and they're running in D class. A showroom stock type car.
So Jack Goldie, obviously the team owner there. Looks like he's in the car right now, or a relative. You got the Goldie on the side of the helmet there.
Yeah, Randy. They said they couldn't get the Happy Moose fixed up or prepped in time. He was over in Hawaii doing whatever you do in Hawaii, and he called me up, and I think it was Friday or Saturday. He called me up and
he called
said,
you up, huh?
Can't get. He does. It's really wild. He called, hey, I can't.
More fanboy stuff. Any other name drops you want to do this morning, Bill? We got time. We got about 4 minutes before the commercial break, so.
Oh.
So you got Bill Riley. You talked about Bill. You talked about Randy.
Yep.
And a bunch of nobodies.
Brian Tuttle.
Anybody else?
We talked we saw a lot of folks yesterday. I did buy a Porsche hat.
I know you've been shopping for Porsche, so it ended up with a hat, huh?
Well, I asked the guy, I said, hey, do you have to actually own a Porsche before you buy the hat? And the guy's, the sales guy's like, no, I do.
Yeah. Ferraris they sell.
Oh, they had Ferrari hats there too.
Yeah.
Ian wanted one of those. No, he didn't. He's shaking his head. He wanted a Mazda one. Oh, we met David Cook this morning. David Cook from Mazda Motorsports came by, and he had a little talk with us. He's going to talk. I have a meeting with him a little later. We're going to discuss some changes to the Mazda Motorsports contingency plan that they have in place for us next year. We're going to talk about ways to better work with our Mazda racers, and which is really cool. Help you guys earn some money racing Mazda vehicles, and that includes Miatas, because those are Mazdas. Condor Speed Shops. BMW just pulled in what number is that? 721.
That is our leader.
Yeah. The 721.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just pulled in. Of course, they have the wrong number panel on the roof. We need to talk to them about that.
Where's our Dick?
Yeah, where is he?
Decal
inspection and compliance.
Yeah.
So the 65 EC cars in as well. We have 15 EC cars start this race today, I think. I think that's what the number was.
There were a lot of them.
Yeah. So what's an EC car there, Doc?
That is our exception class. They are cars that don't necessarily follow our entire rule set.
So they're
our rule set. Some teams that.
Yeah, I mean, an EC car can also be over points, and they don't want to take laps.
Yeah.
So
they just want to have a good time out there.
Yeah.
And race. They still have to run the 180 tread wear or higher tires.
Right, and they're not considered in the overall results of the race. Yes.
727, the copper Ford Mustang. I think it's a 67 Mustang.
Something like that, yeah.
Beautiful car.
I noticed on the right rear quarter panel, he's got Sebring, turn 1.
Yes, they had an incident last year where they had impact with the wall fairly hard going into turn 1.
They were not happy about that either.
On that car.
Yeah, I think they were trying to avoid a safety worker. The driver failed to see the flag on the front straightaway, and I think that I'm not 100% it was them.
All right.
Well, so 70, which is a BMW M6, coming down the front straightaway here. It's an old 80s M6, so it's not really fast. The back end of that car is pogoing as he comes down the front straightaway, and I mean pogoing a lot. Easily a good 3 inches.
Well, that just sounds like Sebring.
Yeah, but it's the other cars for the most part aren't doing it like he was.
28 laps into the race here, folks. Van Buren Boys is your leader. We're going to break for commercial back in a few moments. Stay with us. Yeah.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if I sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC, Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Man, we're back here live at Sebring International Raceway. 29 laps completed here for the New Year's Eve race on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Belton, Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, and Bill Strong bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So we've got Van Buren boys leading the race with Matt Conley. Oh, he's an EC car, so he's going to be pulled out. So then we've got in second place, Crowd Control Racing, Tuttle Motorsports, Backwoods Racing. We've got Glazed and Confused, Team Salem, Tuttle Motorsports, Team Salem Mustard, and SJ Racing and their Specky 30 down in 10th. And then it's Team Jackie Yakes, the 66 car behind them.
All the drivers have made, or all the teams have made their driver changes. We have a maximum of 2-hour stint in this series. That means you can only stay in the car for 2 hours maximum. So we carefully watch the leaders to make certain that they do their stints properly, and then select a few after that. Well, that BMW that we saw pogoing going down just across the start-finish line on the inside, going a little slower as he was getting passed by some extremely fast cars on the outside, drivers left, and he was pogoing again. So that car has some shock issues, I think, on the back of that car.
It's shocking development.
It is shocking development. Yes, it is. For all you folks just listening in, this is what you're going to hear about all day long.
Yeah.
Really bad. Are those puns?
Not if I can help it. Yeah. probably won't be able to help it.
Yeah. And folks, remember you can get more information on Champ Car by visiting ChampCar.org. That's ChampCar.org. We have all kinds of stuff on there. You can click on rules. You can download our rules to find out exactly what it takes to prep a car for amateur, low-cost endurance racing. We also have
the forum that you can interact with other drivers and teams and ask questions and get input. Talk about what kind of car you might want to build or who might have a seat open. A lot of the teams will rent out a seat in the race. Maybe someone on their team can't show up, or there are several teams that just do arrive and drive where you just rent a seat and the team takes care of the car for you. So lots of ways to get involved.
We have a drop down on our list on our web page where you can go to our Arrive and Drive page. There's a list of Arrive and Drive teams that you can call up and say, hey, where are you guys going to go? And can you give me a seat at this race there?
So here's the huge jazz team.
If they're not doing a race that weekend, if they get enough calls to go to that race, a lot of teams will say, yeah, okay, we've got the money to pay for it, so we'll take you. So just give them a call and get them going. There's a lot of teams.
That's how we went to NCM last year. Elon wasn't 100% sure about going, I don't think. And I was like, it's a great track. The car should be great at it. The little E30 he's got, the E-Racing. And I put together a group of about 4 of us that wanted to go, and off we went. I think we finished 5th.
Yep. What you do there is you show up with your gear, and if you don't have gear, you can always go to racesuitrentals.com and rent your gear, and all the way from race suits, socks, underwear, shoes, gloves, your Hans device, and even a helmet and balaclava. It's a great setup, and you don't have to fork out any expenses to buy. Not the huge expenses it is to buy a quality race suit. You can also go to discoveryparts.com. They offer real big discounts to Champ teams and Champ drivers.
They also offer lots of good information. If you call Discovery and you're like, hey, I wear this size normally, or I'm looking at this glove, and he might ask you things about your hand. Ron and his wife are very knowledgeable about gear. They can give you a lot of info and answer a lot of questions just over the phone about what kind of gear might be most appropriate for you or fit the best or that sort of thing.
I've interviewed Ron a few times where it's basically, hey, Ron, I don't know what to get here. Tell me what to get. And he will lay it out from the least expensive to the most expensive. How much do you want to spend? Mm-hmm. It's a great service he provides, and that's what we want to see.
So I've been watching some of these top teams on the leaderboard here through RaceHero.io. Tuttle Motorsports, who's actually in second place because that Matt Conley machine is an EC car, they are on the move right now. They just matched time with the leader, but if you look back at their lap times, they've been really taking chunks out of that leadership of the Van Buren guys as the track is beginning to dry. We were talking a little bit earlier about how a dry line has developed on the racetrack, and that dry line is going to continue to grow as some of that wet weather moves off to the east.
And you can see the line, how the cars are going. They can see it clearly from the driver's point of view, and they're sticking to it for the most part, unless they're passing a bunch of folks. Even Tyler Pedersen's crank anchors, they earlier up were yellow on the front straightaway. I don't know why. Possibly something on one. I don't see anything over there, but they're working it down there over in race control. If you guys are listening, let your team know. Okay, we got a car that spun in the first corner, is what I'm being told. It's easy to do. That's a big, when you get done with the front straightaway here and you go to make the left into one, you stay driver's right, but that whole area just opens up hugely. And it's really bumpy out there too. So it's easy to lose it. And with the new drivers getting in the car for this stint, these guys they're not up on where the great lines are, like the guys that just got out of the car. Of course, when you get out of the car, what do? Tell them hey, stick to the right over here and do this and that. And
they don't listen to you.
They don't listen.
Well, and it's like you said too, Bill, there's a dry line and then there's a wet line. If they're trying to pass around through one, that they could lose it going through there.
Yeah. And sometimes you're going so fast on the front straightaway, you catch a slower car. The yellow flag has been pulled in, so that car got going again. So you catching up somebody. You catch a slower car. The 245, is that Matt Connolly 245?
Yeah, that's his normal number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 245 just pulled into pit lane. Yeah, he's dropping big time in the standing. So he just pulled into pit lane.
And that's an EC car, so.
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
This says Hurley, but I believe Huggins is in the car now, Chris Huggins.
And Tuttle Motorsports just turns their fastest lap time of the day. The number 108 back in second place, and now just right on the tail of an EC car. That's going to put him about 18 seconds in the rears of the leader now. And Van Buren continuing to slow on those lap times now. Just turned to 153 on that last lap, likely due to the yellow that they just had to serve. But, man, it's not slowing the Tuttle machine down.
And they like this. And we historically here at Sebring, we've seen them move up slowly, well, relatively slowly, because they're a pretty quick car in the standings. And, of course, this track is brutal, and it's been not good to their car over the years. They did finish didn't they finish on the podium here in September, Doc?
I'd have to look it up, but that sounds right. I know he had a great finish at what was it, Watkins Glen.
Yeah, but he wants to win Sebring really badly. I mean, this is his home track. Yeah. Well, one of his home tracks. Everybody, I think anybody that's ever done a lap here wants to win this race. This is hollowed ground.
Now, I think they write their wins on the car for Jackie X. You could just go down there and look at a pit stop and see.
Yeah, X is. They started. So my team started racing in 2009, and our first race was also Jackie X's first race. I have pictures of us in the paddock in the garages there at Carolina Motorsports Park running a Lemons race, and right beside us is Jackie X in their brand spanking new 66 car, all painted up pretty, unlike our car. And that
was when your car used to be yellow, right?
No, that was our first. We first ran the white ones with Mod Squad Racing, but that was a long time ago. So Doc, you're our keeper of stats, and we have the national championship coming up here in a couple of weeks, actually, in Sonoma, California.
Right.
Mid-February.
Yep.
So we had a race last weekend at where was that? Sonoma. So that changed.
No, at Laguna Seca.
Sorry, Laguna Seca, and that changed our standings a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
So who's on first for that?
Oh, I just pulled up the other document.
That's why he's asking you. He waits until you pull up the other one, and then he asks you about it. That's how this whole thing works. How long you been working here? Come on.
Not long enough, evidently.
This is how we operate, man.
The wind really picked up again down the front straightaway.
That Tuttle 108 car is, again, just set its fastest lap time a 242. So actually, they think they're in a tough race with the EC car that's just ahead of them. They've set the FTD of the race with that 241, but the EC car really isn't in contention. Hopefully, Tuttle can get by and make a charge for the Van Buren car. Definitely turn much faster lap times.
That Backwoods Racing Ford Mustang is an odd character. It's a Ford Mustang on the outside, but it uses a Chevrolet LS engine under the hood. That's why he's an EC. They got tired of blowing up them Ford engines, so they stuck an LS into it.
An LS swap.
In September and blew that one up.
Yeah.
They think that one of the...
Now they're blowing up Chevy engines. Yeah.
Yeah, the Chevy has those little rod thingies that go up and down that move the valves. What do they call those? I do the cam engines.
Valves?
What is it?
Valves.
What are they called? Overhead valves. What are the come on, Chris.
It's a push rod engine.
That's it. They had an S-shaped push rod, and they think it was S-shaped when they put the engine in, but not so much so until they started racing it, and then it became really S-shaped
Yikes.
So they're fixing it, and they're out there doing pretty well. And but yeah, that's an LS powered Ford. And Tuttle, the 108, and followed by Crowd Control, and Team Salen's Porsche is about maybe 15 yards ahead of the 107 Tuttle Motorsports, who they are just having one heck of a little race down the straightaway. And the 625 is about maybe 100 yards away from the Crowd Control is about 100 yards away from the Van Buren boys.
It's showing like 10-second split.
Yeah. It might be less than that with the Van Buren boys. I didn't see as they crossed the start.
Oh, yeah, 1.4 to the next and 10 off the leader.
So Tuttle.
Yeah, our new leaders, Tuttle Motorsports.
Yeah, Van Buren is dropped to third, and that's going to really give Tuttle the lead of the race. So they've got about a 3-second gap. You know, I was talking about it earlier. The guy that leads the race early often doesn't make it to the finish. They struggle. So not a good omen for the team, really, who won at Road America earlier this year.
Sure.
On board with the Danger Racing guys right now.
935 just came across the start-finish line, and he was in a different gear than the other car was. The other car seemed to be in a higher gear as they came across. The 935 did not look as fast.
935 is the Team Jackie Yakes car, one of the 2 team cars that are here this weekend for Team Jackie Yakes.
They traditionally, if they have a problem, it's going to be transaxle related. That's their weakness on that car. The same with Tuttle. His is always transaxle or
axles, and yeah.
Of course, he runs.
They broke a ball joint here earlier this year, just under heavy braking. So
the Tuttle cars, just to let you folks know, it says Mitsubishi on it, but it's actually powered by a Nissan V6
30Q.
Q30, I don't know. It's a 3-liter-ish car, and so it's not necessarily Mitsubishi, but it's fast. He's spent a lot of time and money to develop that car over the past.
Yeah, Bud's saying he's heard that LS swaps are free for 2020. I believe you're right about that. LS swaps are free.
In Miatas.
Only in Miatas.
Okay. So there's a rules clarification.
Well, don't tell anybody, but if you let them know they can put an LS in their Miata, they're no longer legal. So we get rid of the Miata issue.
So we'll keep it quiet. We'll just tell everybody in the world about it on the broadcast. So we'll keep it quiet.
We got a lot of rain falling over at the turn 13 area.
Oh no.
Really heavy over there. Yeah, you can see it. There's a hangar down that way. The Crowd Control guys, they have I think they own that hangar or they work out of that hangar. It's getting hard to see it now. So we have a lot of rain falling over there. I don't see any rain falling here on the front straightaway. But again, this track is so big. What is it? 36.2 miles long, 3.6.
You got to move that decimal back. Yeah.
Because of that, you could have a sunny bikini laden turn 17, while at the other side, it's snowing on them,
Right, because it's in a different state. Yeah.
Got some serious weather.
There's the shark car going by, the DKW Racing Miata, number 267. Just a lot of teams out here racing along, just having some fun with us this weekend. One of the cars we don't have out here is the Paul Ripa JB Bug 77 Super Beetle that I always enjoy seeing.
What's up with that?
Well, he's going to come help out at the track tomorrow, so he'll be there. Maybe he can come up in the tower and help you guys out. I don't know, but he's going to be there.
Okay.
Maybe we can find out what's up with the Super Beetle.
Historically, they've been here pretty much every Sebring race, I think, except for the one that followed after their big wreck here. They had to basically recover from that one. Anytime you wreck a car when you're doing low budget racing, we just know a lot of folks don't have the funds to replace the car instantly, like some of the more.
And Paul is asking if he can put an LS in his Beetle.
Yes.
And the answer would be yes, absolutely.
I'll tell you what.
I don't know where he would put it, but
it would probably.
He'd need like a U-Haul to haul the.
So my story about the Beetle, we built my car. You know, we'd been at Sebring a couple times and raced against them.
Another Bill story.
In the first Daytona race, I built my car for Daytona, my Toyota MR2, the yellow 79 car.
Yeah.
V6 car. We get it to Daytona. Of course, you know, you have 6 months to build a car. You think you can do it in 6, but it usually takes, you've done 10 months of work in 6 months, but you still never have it done until you take the first lap. Well, I still didn't have it done. We had some issues, and the car wouldn't accelerate, or it just wouldn't run. So we could not pass anybody until we got to the bug. I passed the bug, and I got so excited. I passed somebody at Daytona. And then, you know, I know he probably hates that story, but their car is wicked fast now with the new rule package that we have nowadays. They have fully developed that car, and it is fun to watch race out there. And when we raced here with my Opel GT, we were the slowest car out there. He was passing us every 4 laps. So, and I wanted to race him because, you know, it's
of course, my first race here in 2014, they changed an engine on pit road in under 15 minutes.
Yes, that was awesome watching that. We were right down the pit lane from them when they did it, and it was amazing.
Every time we do a show from Sebring, we bring that up, and every time it gets to be less and less time that it took them to change it. So next year it'll be 10 minutes, and then the year after that it'll be 7.
Not as fast as my lap.
No, it's not as fast as Doc's lap, not by a long shot.
So, you know, back in 2014, was it? Yeah, we were in the top 5 of this race, and we were doing pretty well. I think pretty certain we had the fastest time of the day at that point. But Doc hit it near us, and he rolled across the pit loop just a little too many times and got a lap that was equal to I forget
like
LMP1.
Yeah, exactly. So, and the funniest thing is, I mean, we noticed it, and we knew it was BS, but the local newspaper picked it up and said, just in case you think these chump cars are, you know, it was a chump series back then, just so you think these guys are a bunch of chumps. Please note that the fastest lap of the race was Brew Crew Racing with a blistering, you know.
Yeah. I wasn't happy about that because now my name is no longer the top.
Yeah, I need to frame
Did you frame that? Yeah.
Oh, I have it. I curse at it. Look at that. Just 3 wide almost. Yep, 3 wide right there as they go through the corner.
Crankacre Racing out here this weekend. Tyler Pedersen, one of the board members. And
this is one of the funnest part of the tracks for me as you come around this turn here.
Okay, let's switch off this camera. Let's go to something else.
Crankacres, right? That's what I'm looking at here on the screen.
Yeah, horrid Crankacres.
Yeah, that turn right there. It's a 90-degree turn, but you don't really take it as a 90. And it is so fast. And when it's dry out there, when you kick up, you can see in the mirror, you kick up a little dust, you know you've done it right.
This is a really challenging racetrack for being so flat. There's something about this place that, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because the reference points. What is it about this place that makes it
It's visually difficult to drive because you don't have a lot of reference points. There's not a lot of things to help you kind of set markers up for yourself. That's what I think is rather difficult.
I don't like driving this on iRacing because I overcook, like either half the turns I'm overcooking them and the other half I'm going way too slow. I can just never really get a clean lap in.
Statements. I think it's a fairly simple track to drive. To drive fast, it just takes, there are marks. You have to be on those marks. You have to take the car to the extreme out to the walls. You can't be afraid of the walls. But you have to know the limits of your car. And as we've seen today, you need to know the limits of the track.
Now that it's not raining anymore, we've gotten away from all those cautions that we were, seems like once the track's dried out, these guys are able to control the car down the straightaway.
Yeah. And we've got a 2-lane wide dry spot with some dampness on the outs, curbing the edges of it. And we just had one of the Porsches go down the left side, kicking up some water. As you can see, we see a little puddling along the edge, but we don't have any more rain. We can see there's no more rain on the backside of the turn 12, 13 area anymore. That's moved off to the west, and it's clear. Wind's picked up, not clear, but it's overcast now. But yeah, it's not that difficult to track to drive. It's fun. I love this track. It just beats the living heck out of you. And that's why the pros only do 12 hours here. They do the Sebring 12-hour. Traditionally, that's been in preparation for Le Mans. And it would basically, if you can survive 12 hours here, you have no problem surviving 24 hours at Le Mans. So it's a good preparation, and it's a great race.
It'll find all the weaknesses in your car.
It'll find every bolt that wasn't tightened.
Yeah, it's funny because we're on board with TLM here. It doesn't look like he's bouncing around that much, so they must really have softened up that suspension because he went through 17, and that will destroy your guts. I mean, here we can see crank anchors, a little bit more of that vibration that's realistic and out there. It's really brutal out there because it's an old airfield, and they have these huge concrete pads with these big gaps they put in for the expansion. And so you can hear them clacking as they go down the front straightaway across those concrete pad gaps.
And these parts that you're running on now with crank anchors, they're a little smoother than the airfield parts. So these were added later on for the road course. The racing part of it, he makes a pass on the inside. It looks like he might have got 2 tires off there as he made the pass, which is a little scary, especially since it's so wet out here. But yeah, this track will find every weakness in your car. Now the TLM cars, they have their I forget which car number it is, but they've changed it from an EC car to a C-Class car.
Yeah.
Basically, the only difference that he had was he's an arrive and drive team, so his customers wanted to go 2 hours. Well, the car owners, which is
David Twatty.
Well, David Twatty runs a team. The cars are owned by a Marathon Coach. They said they want a chance to win this race. And so in order to do that properly, they had to bring it back into class. And the only thing they needed to do was to put a fuel cell in and remove the big 1 gallon fuel, what do they call that? The surge tank. They had a 1 gallon surge tank in it. So they put it back to, they took all that out and put a fuel cell in, and now that car is 100% legal.
Yeah,
that's awesome. And with a race like this was just 7 hours, you don't have to go a full 2 hours, so that's not going to hurt them.
So Tuttle has dropped down to 4th. Crowd Control Racing has taken over the lead in their Mustang. Then it's the Van Buren guys who've split the two. So you've got the 108 and the 107 of Tuttle running in. That's going to be 3rd and 4th rather. Then you got Team Salem Ketchup, Team Salem Mustard, Glazed and Confused. Then we've got Team Jackie Yakes in the 66 car, and then Good, Bad, and the Ugly in the 427. That's the Chevy Camaro. And that is not your lead D car. This field is being led by a D-class car, Crowd Control, in their Ford Mustang.
And they have spent the past year or two a lot of their time here practicing and testing that car. They know exactly how far they can go on fuel. They know how far they can go on, everything on that car. But yeah, they've done a lot of testing. They're the ones that own the hangar or work out of a hangar right here next to the track.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'll tell you what, guys, we gotta make a break here for commercial. So we're gonna step away for just a couple minutes, and we'll be back here shortly. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And it's Crowd Control Racing leading the way. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back to the New Year's Eve race at Sebring for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. ChampCar.Live is made by racers for racers. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander. We've got 40 laps turned with Backwoods Racing. Crowd Control Racing is your leader. And the news during the commercial break, the number 108 of Tuttle Motorsports, the car that was leading earlier, has pulled behind the wall. We're sending somebody down there to try and find out what the story is, and we'll get that to you as soon as we have that information.
And we also had a car impact the wall on his own. He came in pit lane and basically said the car got loose on him, and he got around and he backed it into turn 13. He got that car restarted and back out and came into pit lane to take a look.
That's the BMW of Crucial Motorsports Group that you're talking about there.
We're seeing some pretty good rain showers from along the front straight. It's misting on the front straight, but the rain is actually falling really hard on turn 6 north. Is that north? Yeah. Turn 6 north. So between turn 6 and turn 14, all the way around the track, some pretty heavy rain over there, it looks like. So you can see cars gingerly braking for turn 7, unlike earlier where they were really late braking. They're braking really early right now. So, guys not wanting to do what happened earlier.
Just trying to, adjust to the ever-changing conditions the weather's throwing at them.
Yeah, our dry line has pretty much disappeared here on the front straight. Still see a little bit of color difference, but I think mostly that's just the way the track is worn.
Yeah, so this is going to slow some of the teams down and might play back into the hands of Van Buren. They've picked up their lap times now. Crowd control just turned a much slower lap, probably due to that yellow 256 to Van Buren's 244. Team Salem behind them, a 248, back about a minute. And then we've got Tuttle Motorsports, the remaining Tuttle Motorsports qualified car, C-Class car, turned to 252. So you've got crowd control leading D-Class, Van Buren leading C-Class. Glazed and Confused, who's 6th overall, they're leading A-Class. And I'll have to scroll down through the field to find a B-Class car. There we go, the DVM racing team there. Pontiac Solstice back in about 25th. They're leading B-Class.
Yeah, we have a lot bigger raindrops falling. It's no longer a mist here on the front straightaway. It's pretty heavy. So cars are going a lot slower down the front straightaway than they were. Some cars, I should say, are going a lot slower. Some guys have bigger, what do we call those? Yeah, those. Yeah. Going down the front straightaway here.
It looked like a car had kind of overcooked it on 7 just a minute ago and sat there for a minute and then got the car turned around and rejoined the race.
Yeah, it's easy to get back there. I mean, it's slippery.
And somebody's asking on our YouTube channel, on our chat, what is the common tire that's used, these 180 treadwear tires?
Well, I mean, the
RS4
RS4s,
Hankook. Those are typically
the Durezzas.
The Durezzas, the Hankook. The Hankook's about 2 seconds faster than the Durezzas in the dry.
But the Hankooks this time of year kind of disappear.
Yeah, that's what you run. I run the Durezza, the Dunlop Durezza. But the fast tire is the Bridgestone
RE71s.
RE71s. That's the preferred tire if you want to go uber fast and, as they say, win races at no expense. But they're a very expensive tire, and you go through a lot of them.
It's hard to make them last the whole race.
I just had to buy 2 of them just to get tires.
So Maxxis also does tires, and they're one of our contingency companies. They offer contingency if you use their tires. Maxxis does a VR1. And if you use the Maxxis, which we have a few teams using them this weekend, if you win, you get 4 free tires. Second place, you get 3 tires. Third place, two tires, and 4th through 10th, you pay all the way down to 10, we'll get a tire. So it's a pretty cool contingency. You get product in your hand if you do well.
It's fantastic because every racer needs tires.
Continental does a tire too. So we saw at Barber, a couple of teams are using the Continentals and did super well in the wet with that tire. So there's many different types. We were at
there's a Sumitomo, however you say that. I never say it right.
You did.
I've seen some people use.
Yeah, they own Goodyear. Goodyear is supposed to be getting back into our type of tire as well. They're getting back into the bigger series as well. But Michelin actually is prepping a new tire for the type of racing that we do. So it's we want to say, I know that some of our officials are really afraid of a tire war, but I can see one starting.
And I can see the lap times continuing to grow as this track gets wet and more moisture continues to build. We're now in the 3-minute range. We've got Final Turn Motorsports. Looks like they've ducked into the pits in the lead B-Class car. Crank Yankers is up to about 12th place right now if you pull the EC cars out, trying to work their way up the field. Your lead cars dropped down to a 303, still turning much faster lap times than the second place car, Van Buren, who led the race earlier. And get this, the Team Salem Mustard Porsche Boxster just turned in a 3-minute lap time. So turned some pretty good lap times in that mid-engined Porsche Boxster.
Oh, so bad fuel pump on the 108. They ran out of fuel. So they're going to fix that, get that car back out there.
All right, thanks for that. So the race started out this morning with Van Buren taking the early lead. We had not 1 or 2 or 3, but 4 full course cautions this morning, mostly due to accidents on the front straightaway, causing damage, some displacement at the very least of the barriers that line the front straightaway. Crank Yankers made an early pit stop at about 10:30. Crowd Control took over the lead around 11:30, and that's where they've been on. Obviously, it's only been about 10 minutes, so that's where they've been. And that gets you up to speed so far, with 108 car now being reported as a failed fuel pump, rather, and they led the race earlier today, too.
Yeah, it's that's tough. I mean, there's a million parts on your car, and all it takes is one to ruin your weekend.
Yeah, one to break.
Noticing, you have guys, remember that part we were talking about? You got guys, it's raining really hard out there right now, and we see big rooster tails going off into turn 6 as the cars with aero are picking up the water. Now, you have cars that can run a lot faster than some of these cars, obviously, and some drivers may not have the skill to run in the rain like others may. So you may come across a car in front of you and you're, what do you call it, tailgating or quote, drafting him. And all of a sudden that car scoots over, and all of a sudden you look into your face and you've got a way slower car. And we've had happen here on the back straightaway where you're going full blast, and go back to the Ripa Volkswagen. Their car kind of got destroyed that race. And it's scary, and in this conditions, you'll have all kinds of speed differential out there. As a driver, you really have to be prepared for that kind of action. There's always going to be slower cars, and some may be way slow. And
like Ron just commented in on our YouTube feed from Visceral Racing Group, like a torque tube, still sore from what happened to them at Laguna Seca. Something can break and really take you out. And that's absolutely true. I mean, with all the vibration and the hits we take here, I was racing with Round 3 Racing earlier this year, and they kept breaking the fuel pump. There's like a bracket. There's a plastic bracket that supports the fuel pump in the tank. And so just the vibration, it would break, and then you couldn't go anywhere. It's crazy the things you run into that can break on the car, and the fuel pump could be one of them.
I mean, think of it. Cars were never built for this race.
They weren't built to race. These are production cars these are street cars that we've turned into race cars. None of these cars were built intending to do this, not originally.
Well, I think the closest cars would be the BMWs or the 3 Series and the
Boxster, the Miata.
Miatas. That's it, the Miata. Sorry, we just had somebody walk in, so I was distracted. But yeah, you have
sports cars.
And you have the like I said, David Cook was here earlier today, runs the Mazda racing programs for grassroots racing, and they really push the cars. They really push the racers to race them by offering some really good contingencies for these guys racing Mazda-powered Mazda cars, and they're well prepped, and Mazda will help you make that car faster by giving you information you need. Telling you what parts to use, what parts not to use. BMW E30s, that's probably one of the best. The E30 and the E36 are probably some of the best BMWs ever built for this type of racing. They did really well in Europe in the touring car challenges, touring car series. And then what other race cars we have out there? The Ford Mustangs. Oh wait, no.
Goodness.
Yeah, like the Mustang that's leading the race right now. Yeah. Oh. Leading the race in the rain.
Yeah.
And still turning faster lap times than the top 4 or 5 cars that are behind them. Total Motorsports, the 107 in the pits right now. So they are in the pits, and that might be just a scheduled stop. That was the Hazmat Mustang going by, that beautiful gold burnished colored Ford Mustang, classic 66 vintage Mustang.
Yeah, they just went past the crowd control just went down the front straightaway here. Drivers left of the track against the wall. They shooting up a large rooster tail as they did that, making a pass on 2 cars on the driver's right. But that's a little scary, especially the car with that kind of power and with the name of crowd control.
So a quick rundown of the standings at 44 laps into the race. It's Crowd Control Racing leading with Van Buren in second, and they are leading their classes respectively D and C class. Then it's Team Salem Mustard, then Team Salem Ketchup, the two of the Porsche Boxsters that are here this weekend. Tuttle Motorsports and their Mitsubishi Eclipse, although they're shown in the pits, they're still also shown in fifth place rather. Then in sixth, it's Team Jackie Yakes in the 66 car. Glazed and Confused behind them. Good, Bad, and the Ugly in the Camaro. And then SJ Racing, which I don't really recognize that. That's one of the EC cars. So it's Lincolnfelder Racing actually rounding out the top 10.
So Salen's earlier this year won at Nelson Ledges. They'd worked for decades to try to win the 24-hour race there. They were able to do it with one of their Boxsters. They pulled out all the checkbooks to do that as they went through tires every stint, and they did well there. And they're wanting to do the same thing here. They want to win Sebring, just like most racers. This is the trophy race, right, Doc? This is the one.
This is a big one, and not only because you're racing competitors, but you're racing the track as well.
Yep. And being a 7-hour race, it's not as brutal on the car as the 14
It's
is.
the 14, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And the 14 has traditionally happened in September.
Yeah.
It's a lot
hotter too. Yeah. Less rain. You'll have rain in the evening, but that's about it. Then it goes away. But then they have some other race here that's only 12 hours long. That
You got the car spun around.
Yep.
This Love Racing car.
On Love Racing there. It's getting a little slick out there for some of these guys. He's come to a stop. He's getting ready to rejoin, but he's trying to do it safely here. He's waiting for some of the traffic to clear out.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, these guys, the field is so strung out here, and some of these corners are so fast, it's hard to get back on track sometimes.
Looks like he just overshot the corner there, Bill.
Well, there's a lot of rain falling on some of these corners. We're looking over at turn 7 right now, and there is a lot of water over there. You can see cars kicking up water as they go through the puddles. Down the front straightaway here, we no longer have our dry line, but it is misting. Not as heavy as it was just a little bit ago.
Yeah,
it's
Adam's
really hard to know how much grip is out there because the track keeps changing, and the last time you took that turn, you were good, and now there's less grip. So, they're having to adjust constantly.
And a lot of these cars don't have what we call the nannies on them. You don't have the ABS. You don't have, the anti-slip and the squirrely.
Some of you don't have any talent.
Yeah, some of you don't have talent. That's just wrong, Doc.
Goodness.
But it's
like me.
Yeah, well, yeah. Doc has walls named after him at certain racetracks.
He's invested in some of those walls. Thank you. He has good money in those walls.
Yeah, we want to say Waldrop curve, but it's not. It's a straight. But yeah, it's we don't have all the nannies on the cars to help them like your street cars do to handle this type of weather and the changes that you have on track. You actually have to drive the car, and that's a big thing, especially now.
Yeah, and correct the car when things go awry.
You know how we used to, being from Southern California, we didn't have snow, but I know that you guys up north, Paul, you would take cars out to parking lots and do donuts and how to basically learn car control. We took it out during the rainstorms, which we'd had once a year. And is he going really slow there?
Who?
Oh, that's we're looking at the YouTube feed. Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's the car control thing's big, especially with younger drivers. They just don't get the kind of training that we had with our non-ABS, non-LSD.
No sense of adventure. I mean, we go find a big parking lot we could find.
Yes. I had a Vega that we just, would bomb around Southern, San Diego and in all kinds of weather and just have fun and learn how to do car control. And I still don't really know how to do car control.
Crowd control still pulling a gap on the rest of the field. Van Buren back in second place. Two Team Salem cars trying to keep those lap times down, but that Mustang doing really well in this wet weather.
Yeah,
they got a lot of laps out here.
You know, the funny thing is we have a rule change coming up in 2020 that reduces the cost for an aftermarket drive shaft. So they showed up to do the 2020 inspection, not knowing that this race was still being run under the 2019 rules. So they actually had a hopped up drive shaft on the car. They had to take it back to the shop and put a new drive shaft in.
And this is
in the day.
This is irritating for crank yankers. Those wipers aren't quite working right. And this is not the first time he's had problems with wipers. It's so irritating.
The wipers work right.
Well, they're not designed to run when you're doing 130 miles an hour either.
True.
They just sit there above the windshield, just going back and forth. That's why you put those little ski on.
Hopefully he's got some Rain-X on there.
Well, when you use the wipers, that Rain-X gets rubbed away.
Yeah. I mean, that's another challenge, right? With this weather is, visibility. Obviously, the visibility is going to be more limited when you have rain and the cars are kicking up all kinds of stuff.
It's humid, so you have all that water coming in the car. It's getting heated up on the floor by the exhaust, and it's turning to steam, and it's going up on your window. And you'll see a lot of cars that will have the defroster, the defroster wires that you have on the back window. Well, they'll put them on the front window. You can buy them as a kit and glue it. It glues to the front window.
I've been through 3 of them so far this year and haven't used them yet. We've cracked 3 windshields. I put a new kit in each one of them.
And not had to use them.
So
they're used ones, maybe.
Yeah.
They actually work really well. Some folks see them and they go, "Ooh, how can you drive with that in front of your face?"
You know what also works
You
well?
don't see it.
Barbazole. Shaving cream.
Yeah, you keep telling me that, old school. I know. We use that on our glasses. Actually, we just used any shaving. Fine.
I've used the Barbasol. We used that at Barber for all that rain we had, that first stint. The guys never, it's like that old thing you hear where, we've never had a problem with it before, so we don't worry about it. And then, of course, the temperature gets just right, and the humidity is just right, and then they have a problem.
Yeah, everything works up until it doesn't.
Right. And that's where the preparation comes in. It doesn't matter if it's never happened before. You still need to be ready for it. It could happen.
There's a lot of water forming up on the left side of the front straightaway, driver's left. We just saw the shark car and crank yankers go through there, just passing cars on the inside that are stuck on the dry line. And they were kicking up a lot of water.
And then you got to work over driver's right to turn 1.
Yep, and you got to move it over, because if you're on driver's left, you're way offline, and you're going to end up getting off into the dirt, and that's a really bad place to be.
And our leader's finally gotten under that 3-minute lap time again, just turned a 2:58, continuing to open up that gap over the previous leader, Van Buren boys.
It's dried up big time. Not dried up, I said. It's no longer raining on the track anywhere that we're looking. We've got some sunshine coming up over onto turn 14 and 3, headed that way. So that's going to help dry this track out quickly. With the wind blowing like it is, that tends to disperse a lot of the water. See the wipers going off, still using them because the cars are picking up water in front of them.
Bill, do we have anybody down in the pits we can send somebody down to the Colorado University team and reset that camera?
They're still out on track, so
no, they're in the pits according to I'm watching the feed that I've got here from YouTube. They're in the pits, I guess.
Where did he go? Yeah, let me work on that.
If you got one of the guys you can send down there, I'd appreciate it. So 47 laps turn, crowd control still leading, and it looks like they're gradually pulling away, and it's the 2 Salen's Porsche Boxsters that are trying to reel in that very fast Nissan to pick up 3rd spot. And that's where the big racing's happening right now. Good, Bad, and the Ugly is kind of sneaking into the top 10. They find themselves in 6th place in that Chevy Camaro, another D-class car. And the Lincolnfelder Racing guys, they too are working their way up into the top 10 in that Mark 8. Our lens a little fogged over from all the rain that's been going into that car.
It's got bright.
And here's DKW Racing in their 94 Miata. Car number 267. Finishing up a pit stop, getting ready to head back out.
Yeah, the 720 is just finishing up their pit stall now. We got Connor headed down that way. We're going to try and get that camera out, reset it, and then put it back in when they come back in next time.
All right. Thanks for that.
We're having some, we always have some issues here at the track with our camera systems. Being so near an airport, it's difficult to run this stuff. Even the pros said, "Whoa, we got 3 wide down the front straightaway." The Porsche had the Salen's Porsche taking it gingerly as he gets kind of sandwiched. As they went across the start-finish line, you can see some of the cars getting a little squirrely as they apply the gas.
On board with Love Racing through turn 1.
Yeah, he missed it. They pulled away before he got to it. Sorry.
Yeah, Love Racing, another one of those Miata teams out here this weekend. They're down in about 30th spot right now in their Miata. It's an A-class car. So
some of the teams look like they're getting a little racy out there right now too, with as it brightened up. And
who knew? Yeah, it'd be a race.
It's like, when you live up where you live, Paul. The first you've been all winter with snow dropping everywhere, and the first warm, when I say warm, but 45-degree day and it's sunny, everybody gets out there doing 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like that here. We have sun shining now.
Crank up Adele and go driving. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Paul.
All right. Break for commercial, folks. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You're watching Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Crowd Control Racing is your leader. Be right back. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Hey, we're back, everybody. We've got 50 laps turned here at the Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum, Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, calling the race for you this weekend, folks. And right now it's Crowd Control Racing leading with Van Buren in second. Then we've got Team Salem Porsches in hot pursuit with Condor OMP behind them. Then it's Team Jackie Yakes, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Glazed and Confused. And then it's Lincolnfelder rounding out the top 10. Tuttle Motorsports back on track in 10th place.
Holly, we've got Ed up here from Team
Oh, cool. Well, let's hear from Ed.
So, how was it out there?
Big horsepower, rear-wheel drive, automatic in the rain.
Lots of fun, huh?
Too many strikes. Amazing we're not out. It's doing really well considering. I'm very happy with. I think we're top 10 right now. Go ahead and look, excluding cars.
Oh, what we got here?
Are we talking about Team Infinity?
Yeah, we're talking to Ed from Team Infinity.
Sure. Number 19.
We're having
I think they're in 12th.
Yeah.
If I take out the EC. 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Was that
showing in 15th place? So.
15th place showing. I'm ecstatic with that. As a car owner, I have a renter in the car. He's never driven track. He's never driven our cars. A little bit around the parking lot this morning, and he has never driven that car in the rain either. So to maintain that position, I'm very happy.
Yeah, you're turning in some decent lap time.
They don't usually rent out seats, do you guys?
December race, and if one of the guys can't make it, we have to maintain a minimum of 3.
Right. Okay.
That's where we're at. Usually in December, I rent out a race.
So is it slippery out there?
Oh, Lord. There's tar spots coming on the front straightaway. I'm sure you guys have been talking about. I haven't been up on broadcast lately.
Yeah, we've had several incidents on the front straightaway.
They were scary to see, and I was probably close to one of them until I discovered that there is a nice path through the middle of them.
Yeah, we got the DKW team has spun and stalled the car on track. Looks like they're trying to get it refired. But I didn't see any contact. Just looked like he spun on his own. But go ahead, Ed.
The front straightaway, if you're exiting 17 and you're really getting it, everybody was really conscious of it in the first stint after the first few incidences. And then when it started to dry, speeds went up, but the track wasn't completely dry consistently. And that's where you had more incidents where, oh my God, now you're in a wet spot, you're in a dry spot. You're kind of fooled into a false sense of security where you're trying to keep up. And all of a sudden you're in my case, the ABS a lot.
Right.
43 cars being black flagged. That's
the Mustang team. One of the Mustang.
Don't know why he got black flag.
Yeah, that's one of the Mustang teams that we have out here with us this weekend. Of course, we got a Mustang leading the race here today. Took over the lead here around 11:30.
So, Ed, that was really challenging with the back and forth with the changing conditions and trying to find where the grip was and wasn't.
Oh, yeah. Bishop, you really want to push it, but you got to hold back. It's pretty much everywhere. It feels good and then it doesn't. And it happens very quickly. And while it's drying, kind of the main thing. If the rain can hold off for another minute, we'll have some faster laps going down. I imagine it's probably pulling a good part of the top 10.
Yeah.
Cool.
The automatic throws another dimension into it where it shifts where it wants to.
And why did you guys choose that?
That started 10 years ago. We're all Chevy and Ford guys.
Yeah.
I had a used car I was trying to flip. I got it from a tow truck, legitimately in the $500 range. Nobody was biting on it. And I gathered the guys together when I heard about ChampCar. And guys, look, I got this Japanese car, Japanese reliability and suspension, Aussie disc brakes right out of the box. Let's do this. Well, here's my $200. Everybody agreed and shook hands.
At the time, it seemed like a great idea.
At the time, it sounded like a great idea, but it wasn't. There was an agreement that if the car sucked, it was getting sawed in half before the next time out. And second version of it, so I guess it didn't suck too bad.
Cool.
Neat.
Well, it's certainly an iconic car in our series.
We try.
And you've had some good finishes with that car.
Third last time out, had a great run. Strategy kept me from second or even first in September. It wasn't the car's fault; it was my fault. We missed a beautiful opportunity for a caution hit and drop the ball on the green on the next lap.
Looks like we've gone full course caution here again at Sebring International. Doc, are you seeing anything from your vantage point?
I didn't hear anything.
All right. We'll follow along with Cranky Anchors Racing here. Maybe we'll see something on track that would have brought out the caution. But we, as Ed was mentioned earlier, rather, from the Infinity team, we've had several cautions early this morning. Much of them had to do with crashes that took place on the front straightaway. There's a car turned around. Oh, it's the yellow Miata of DKW. They're still stranded in that spot. I think it's coming around the corner towards through 17. And that's where they're they're not able to refire the car for some reason. So looks like he's in a bad spot, so they're going to have to go out there and pull him in. Marco Polo wants to know why do people always make fun of Mustangs? I don't know.
It's all the cars and coffees.
Yeah, it's all the cars and coffees. It took off on Facebook and YouTube with all the Mustang crashes. I don't know. It's just something to do. No particular reason. Actually, my stepbrother rather, had a Cobra for a while, brand new Cobra. Great car.
Team is named perfectly, Crowd Control Racing.
Yeah, it's part of the fun. It's all in good fun. It's always good fun when it's at someone else's expense, right?
Exactly.
Right. Mhm.
All right. So good, bad, and the ugly in their Chevy Camaro. They've ducked into the pits. We're under caution right now. Looks like we have a car that's stranded on the racetrack around turn 17. So they've thrown a full course caution, which means no passing and speed reduced to 75% of normal race speed.
Well, they're gathered up behind the pace car right now.
Pace car is out, so she'll gather them up and slow them down more than that.
Yeah, she's picked up the leader, so.
So pace car on track at 52 laps with a Miata. That's one of the many Miatas that are out here this weekend, stranded on the racetrack. And of course, the rules in Champ Car are that if you are stranded, you're to remain in the car, buckled, nothing. You leave your gloves on, your window net stays up, the whole thing, until they come get you.
Because unless the car is on fire, that is the safest place for you to be, is inside that car, all buckled up.
Yeah, we've seen cars get hit. Remember when Riley's Camaro at Barber got stuck in the mud and they pulled a yellow there?
Yeah.
And it rained down so hard that the Miata just lost it and ended up hitting the Camaro so hard that it actually, it bent that car bad.
Did a lot of damage, yeah.
Leader, one of the Jackie X cars.
Yeah, it moved it badly.
Yeah, you can imagine if he wasn't buckled in at that moment, it would have been really bad for them. So,
guys get out of their car, take off their helmet. No, I'm done. Like they do on TV. Well, you don't do that in sports car racing.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, all geared up and all buckled up.
Yep.
So we're under caution here at Sebring International Raceway, broadcasting live this race today. 7 hours of endurance racing. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. If you'd like to find out more information about the series, you can do so at ChampCar.org. Some might call it a starter series. It's a great way and the easiest, simplest path to going road racing. Just about everybody should be able to feel as though they can compete and participate. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series for people just like you who have always wanted to go road racing, but without all the hassles, huge rule book, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car.
Oh, Chelsea's on our YouTube channel. Hey, Chelsea.
What? I was playing Chelsea.
Oh, I see.
So it looks like
Bill.
Team Jackie Yates, the 66 car, good, bad, and the ugly, and one of the EC cars. They've all ducked into the pits during this caution. Castle Prefect, too.
Pace car slowed down a lot, and they're trying to get everybody caught up. And we have no noise coming across the front straightaway right now.
Pace car's on the back straight, basically.
Well, Chelsea's watching from Indiana. Wow, what's she doing in Indiana?
She lives there.
Oh, well, that might explain it.
She was just involved there.
I didn't know that.
She's one of our new event directors, and she has done Barber, and she helped out at Laguna Seca with us, and she's really bossy, but she's really cool.
Oh,
Did I say she was really bossy?
Yeah.
That's just
trying to get in trouble.
Might be towards me though.
I've gotten that shoulder tap.
Yeah.
At Indy.
Was that from hitting the wall too many times?
No, that was when my driver missed.
Oh,
yeah.
So
No.
DKW stranded on the track around turn 17. They're trying to get that car pulled off track. And there you could see one of the Tuttle cars still circulating. Let's take a look at some of the cars that aren't turning laps right now. We've got, going from the back to the front, we've got the B Squad Motorsports. We've got Gorilla Sticker. who's out here again this weekend, not turning laps. Final Turn Motorsports in their B-Class car. The Never Ready team in their Infinity. Start Racing is another Nissan Sentra. They're not turning laps. Mostly Motorsports. Jack Goldie in their Mustang. Looks like Racer Inc. has come into the pits. We got several other cars that have pitted. Crank Yankers Racing looks like they're in the pits. Glazed and Confused, Team Jackie Yakes in the 66 car. And that rounds out the cars that are started the race but aren't turning laps right now.
Yeah, Castrol Prefect car came down pit road. Like you said, Crank Anchors is pitted right in front of us. They're in. 156 looks like the Glazed and Confused folks are in.
So if you guys want to see pictures from the event, some videos and such, we're posting them as we get them to our Champ Car Endurance Series Facebook page and our, which you can find at facebook.com/Champ Car Endurance Series. One word. Don't add the one part there.
And just to get everybody up to speed on what's happened so far today, starting out early on, it was the Van Buren team leading the race. We had not one, not two, not three, but 4 full course cautions early this morning. We had Crank Yankers in the pits at 10:45. Crowd Control Racing took over the lead at 11:30. And right around that time is when the number 108 of Tuttle Motorsports went behind the wall with a fuel pump issue. 107 car is still out there turning laps.
And looks like you're going green this time by, so be prepared. But don't always believe what we say, because
I would never believe what we
things
say.
can change. Whoa. Oh, we have cars slowed down big time along the turn 6 area. And we had coming up fast. They've come to basically a stop at turn 6.
We got a waving yellow, or is that a white flag? Oh, maybe that's where the emergency vehicle's at, but there's a waving flag there.
They're just slowing down for turn 7, and everybody got a car that just got another couple of cars. And yeah, don't know why. And I'm not supposed to say, oh, but it just came out. I did a doc.
That's what we're calling it now, huh?
Well, it just happened again. A driver stuck his head in the window there to work on the cool shirt, bumped the mirror there with his head, and bang.
Did he break it?
She's broke. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's
Crank Yanker's car.
Yeah, that sucks. Those mirrors, they're convex mirrors, are the best ever, except
if you touch them.
If you touch it, yes. And a lot of guys will grab it like you grab your normal mirror,
right,
and they'll try to move it to up or down, and they'll crack. Ask my driver, Troy Trulio.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times.
You get a lap full of glass, basically. And they're not cheap. They're $30 for that mirror.
Yeah, I bumped one with my helmet in the Porsche at Road America and broke it immediately. Doesn't take much.
Nope.
Porsche? Yeah, the Round 3 Racing Porsche. The DKW team's now been pulled off the racetrack, so they're clear. So, yeah, we should be going back to green here shortly.
Yeah, they said they did say that. But like I said, you can't believe what we say up here because
we lie.
Things can happen. And we had that incident, like just right here, where the cars are slowing down and,
they were going to take them down.
Yeah, so you can have an extended yellow because something else happened. Somebody else breaks down or whatever. So,
yeah, and Nathan said he put packaging tape across his Longacre, that mirror, so that it wouldn't fall apart like that. Looks like they're putting some packaging tape on it to try and hold it together.
What's left of it in place?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. I know that feeling. I ended up going to one of those used NASCAR shops, and where you get the old gear, and they have some really cool convex mirrors there, and they're super heavy duty. They've reinforced it, welded stuff onto it, and it's wicked. So that's what we use in ours.
And we're back to green. Doc and I are big Wink mirror fans. We don't really like those convex mirrors. I could definitely not.
You like the Wink mirror better?
Fine. Oh yeah. Okay. I don't like the convex mirror. It doesn't do anything for me. But there's a lot of guys that use them. A lot of guys like them, like Bill, for instance.
No,
Yeah,
like the,
sometimes the wing mirror is like it messes with my head or something. I don't know.
we bought them. I'd never used them because they wouldn't fit in my car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, they've got some smaller ones out there. They have different sizes, as Doc found out.
Side mirrors. But we end up using cameras for our mirrors. So we use a rear view camera. We have the required mirror in there, but nobody uses it. We have to use the mirrors because you can't see out the back of it.
Chelsea says, nothing Bill says is true! Exclamation point.
We should run that on the warnings. Right?
Nothing Bill says is true. We'd have to run that for all of us, though. It wouldn't be exclusive for Bill.
Chelsea's fun. Yeah.
I don't see how she put up with you.
Mm-mm.
Oh, right. Sure it was.
So we're back to green here with 55 laps into the race. About 3.5 hours of racing remain. We've had quite a few full course cautions that have slowed this race down considerably, most of which due to the rain. But now we're back to green and expecting to see some more of the wet stuff off again, on again throughout the day. Tomorrow should be a dry weather day. The big chase has been with Van Buren and Crowd Control Racing. Van Buren trying to catch back up and retake the lead of this race away from the Mustang, but the Mustang has just done a good job of trying to maintain and increase that gap. After that caution, there's only a 14-second gap between first and second place. So you've got the Crowd Control's the lead D car, Van Buren's the lead C-Class car, and your A-Class leader is Glazed and Confused, and the lead B-Class car is the DVM Racing Team in their Pontiac Solstice. Well, that was a car that did really well in iRacing back in the day when they first got things going.
Well, that's what we're going to be using in iRacing this year, I believe, is the Pontiac Solstice.
Yeah, it's an interesting car. It's a very soft suspension to it. I think the MX-5 really brought iRacing into its own, though, when they introduced that car. And, of course, our commercials talking about the 2019 season. So we're going to have to get an update for that so that it's talking more about 2020, the current series that we run in Champ Car in iRacing. The Sim Series is done for the year.
Yeah, it's gonna remain on Wednesday nights. Still gonna give away a free race to the winner of the Atlantic and the Pacific division. So we're just now putting together the schedule on it. So we should have that out fairly shortly, and the season will start fairly shortly.
So they win at iRacing, and then they get a real race entry.
That is correct.
That is a neat prize.
David Haynes won the Pacific division. I'm not sure who won the Atlantic. I haven't received a notice of that.
So, Doc, have you noticed how loud the cars are here?
Yeah.
A week and a half ago, or actually, was it a week ago? We were at Laguna Seca.
No, 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, Laguna Seca, and it was really quiet because they require a lot of mufflers on your car. Now, one of the things that we talked about during our directors meeting this year was that we're going to concentrate in 2020 on not concentrate. We're going to look at sound at tracks and enforce our 96 dB rule. So, you guys running with the race car straight exhaust system.
Yeah.
Bars down.
Oh.
Boo. Boo. Yeah.
Been in our rule book for years, and yeah.
But we don't read the rule book, Bill.
That 0.1% do, those guys are going to show up with mufflers.
Oh.
They're going to black flag.
Okay. All right.
That's how it's, man. Follow the rules. Boys, they supposedly read that rule book night and day, working on their cars.
Let's slow some of the cars down a little bit. Take a little horsepower away from some of them.
Yeah, well, no. I mean,
much.
It's a huge difference on my car.
That's right.
You just need a really big muffler.
Yes. And there's free flowing ones that do quite well. It just adds a little weight. But if if you're so cost conscious about the weight, and you spend all this money on the uber light alternators and titanium brackets and all this stuff, spend some money and get it.
Titanium brackets. On board with TLM Marathon in their 2328. Car number 169, one of the many BMWs that are out here this weekend. A 169 car back in about 23rd spot right now in that C-Class machine. The gap from Van Buren to Crowd Control continuing to grow a little bit. Crowd Control really turning up the heat. 246 on that last lap, with Van Buren's pace down quite a bit, down to a 302 on that last lap.
Ooh, they just brought it up again, though. 249.
Yep. But still just off the pace from what that Mustang is able to put down. Did Crowd Control not win a race here a year or two ago in that Mustang? I believe they did. We'll have to ask our statistician, Doc Waldrop.
Yeah. Have to get the stat guy.
Apparently he has us on do not pay attention, so that's probably a good idea. So Tuttle Motorsports that were up front earlier in the 108 car, which is behind the wall. They're working on that fuel pump. Their sister car is back in the 7th place right now. Still out on track. They pitted a little bit earlier. And again, because this is a 7-hour race, you don't have to run those full 2-hour stints. You've got a little bit of extra time you can play with in there. And of course, with all the wet weather we've had, combined with the cautions, fuel consumption shouldn't be as much of a challenge for these teams here at the early part of this race. I say early because there's still another 3.5 hours of racing to go. We're just reaching the halfway point here. And it looks like the DKW team got that Miata turned back around in the pits. They fixed what they needed to and got the car back on the racetrack. So they're going again. Crank Anchors Racing just turned in a 3:10. Now they have turned some slightly quicker lap times. The track is still drying out. It's still got some moisture out there on that racetrack. Here comes the TLM team bringing in their BMW into the pits.
Somebody we haven't talked about much today is Danger Racing, and I've been watching them slowly just moving up the standings throughout the morning. So when you take the EC cars out there in 6th place.
Yeah, that's one of the Lexus coupes that's out here this weekend, and of course of the KSR team, the Lexus coupes, the SC300s have done really well at this racetrack in the history. Another car that's done really well in the history racing with us is the Team Jackie Yates Mitsubishi 3000 GTs. So we'll have to keep an eye on those cars. Interesting that they were leading early on, not leading, but they were up in the top 2, top 3. Now they're down in 12th. I'm seeing, which puts them with the EC cars pulled out, about in 10th place and 13th place, respectively, between their two cars. So they're always going to be a threat in this race. They have the fuel capacity. I'm just not sure they're really going to get a chance to take advantage of their fuel capacity strategy with these 7-hour races. Some of the races we run are a 7-hour race on one day and an 8-hour race on the next day. And that kind of mixes things up with these teams that maybe struggle with fuel consumption and others don't. But this race weekend, with 2 7-hour races, most of the teams shouldn't have too much of a problem making full stints on fuel. But we'll see.
Right. They have a lot of, they have a deep dish of talent, and the cars usually stay together. They prepare them well. So, they're always a contender at this track.
Tyler's asking, any plans to bring Champ Car races to Colorado? High Plains would be nice. I don't know. Maybe when Bill comes back on the...
I know Jerry wants to really race there.
Yeah,
I was thinking I'd heard of that for some reason. It's probably Jerry. Yeah.
So
I've never been to that track at High Plains. I don't know what it's like.
Anything's possible. Some of the restrictions we run into with certain tracks, like Blackhawk Farms, for instance, there's no bridge, there's no access to get out of the racetrack during a race, and we got to have that, or we'd have to stop the race every time we need an emergency vehicle to leave or something. Other restrictions come into play with maybe the time frame that you can run. Like I believe I think it's the track Lime Rock might have some interesting restrictions there. So
yeah, you can't start engines on Sunday.
Yeah, so there's some different things that get in the way of us holding events at certain racetracks. Obviously, turnout is important. So
and what they have available for us, given our schedule, we usually try to keep our schedule kind of similar to year to year.
Right. Because there's other events that are out there, and the sport has really exploded over the last 10 years or so. This is Champ Car's 10-year anniversary, and the sport has really exploded with multiple organizations being born and taking up weekends at these tracks, making it more and more challenging to find open weekends. In fact, next year at Laguna Seca, we'll be racing in the middle of the week. We won't be on a weekend. So it can be challenging sometimes to get scheduled in.
Maybe they're doing that so all the people around the track are at work, so we can be noisier. I'm just kidding. Somebody works in Monterey.
There's an idea. Right. All retired.
Yeah.
That's a place you go to have fun, right?
Exactly.
So 58 laps into the race here. We got a break for commercial, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right. Stay with us, everyone. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everyone, to Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander. At 59 laps complete, we've got Crowd Control Racing leading the way, with Van Buren boys trying to close that gap, but struggling to match those incredible lap times, back in second place. Then we've got Team Salem Mustard, just turned their fastest lap time of the day with a stout 2:40. Ketchup car right behind them in fourth place, about 42 seconds in the rears. Looks like Backwoods is ducked into the pits.
Yep.
Then there's Danger Racing Group, Lincolnfelder Racing, and then we've got Tuttle Motorsports in the 107, Glazed and Confused, Team Jackie Yakes, and Team Infinity, top 10.
Yeah, it's they're getting racing. We've got blue skies right over us, surrounded by black low clouds. But it is really bright outside. The wind has picked up, and we've also got a lot of drying going on. So that wind combined with the heat of the sun has really changed this track again. It goes from extremely slippery to I think we're seeing some really fast times now, too.
Yeah, you can see that track is starting to dry out a little bit and make it a little bit easier for these guys to get up to speed.
Yeah, we had one lane going through there here for a little bit of the race, for most of the race, but now we've got 3 lanes. You can put 3 wide through that spot there. As we're looking at the bridge, that's a pit inside of the pit lane. As the cars come around 17, the exit of 17 as they go underneath the bridge, they come flying through there. They're really a scary turn. I think the proper line is to take that car right up against the wall, carry the speed out. But in the slippery conditions, that's not the preferred line. As they also use this front straightaway as a drag strip, which I think is a relatively new thing, though they may have done it in the 60s. And that drag strip, you can see those black lines there. That's where they do the burnouts. They put some sort of chemical. I'm not a drag racer, but they put some sort of chemical down to help adhesion of the drag tires. Well, that chemical leaches out and turns that area into a skating rink, which we saw earlier this morning.
Yeah, it gets very slippery. We had some carnage last year at Brainerd when we had some wet conditions and we were racing on the Donnybrook. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Doc stepped away to have his lunch. Union requires that we feed him every now and then. So it's just me up here.
Oh, boy.
And up here to talk to us about racing. He's racing with, who was that? Hold on, I have it here. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. Fast driver. He's running with, he's running with Tuttle this week. So he was Tuttle's guest driver at Barber, where he ended up winning, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunday's race, I think it was.
Sunday's race. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, another Birmingham, Alabama driver who is an instructor at Barber Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we got a lot of teams out east here make up, and a lot of people in Florida. A lot of teams come out of Florida.
Oh, huge amount. Our biggest bases seems to be Florida. But these guys can race all year long. I mean, what do they have? Rain?
Right.
Right. You don't have to close the track for snow.
Yeah.
I think Barber is open almost all year long. I think they close for like what is it, like maybe mid-December to like mid-January. That's it all. That's all.
I was there when it snowed.
They didn't close for our snow.
It was on the line. 3 wide. The 870 or the Jeep was a sandwich along the front straightaway. Looked a little hairy because everybody moved over to the right, and he got stuck in the middle.
And the Tuttle Motorsports 107 car has gone into the pits, or he's leaving the pits, one or the other. I notice he's tripped the pit loop in Race Hero. By the way, if you want to follow along with your favorite teams in the standings unofficially, you can do so by going to racehero.io on the web or pick up their app in the App Store. It's free. And then just look for the Sebring International Raceway event, the Champ Car race, and you'll be able to see the same thing that we see here on the show. There's the Salen's Porsche come by. Oh, we got a car stranded driver's right. Just noticed that on camera here as we're following along with DKW Racing and their Miata.
Move that camera.
That'll probably bring out a caution if that driver can't get that car motivated again.
Car stranded. Yeah, we got a car stranded. What turn was that you saw?
I didn't quite catch it, but following him now, looks like he might be going into, so I'm not sure exactly where he's at. Somewhere between turn 5 and 13, I would guess.
Between 5 and 13.
See, it's before the. Oh, there's two bridges.
We'll go around and look at some of our track cams. Unfortunately, our track cams are kind of far away, so difficult to really see from them. But I imagine the coroner workers will pick it up.
Detail.
Well, and Bill, we were talking a little bit earlier. One of the feed questions on our YouTube channel is, what about races in Colorado? And
we've had a couple up there. We had some lack of attendance issues at one point. So a lot of it is we go where we can. These tracks are really, really expensive for us to rent. Remember, we have to rent them, and then we charge you guys to race, and that's how we make our money because we are a business. So if we don't have anybody show up, we can't go racing there again. So that kind of happened to us at Thunder Hill. A great track, but our attendance there was lacking. So we moved on, and we may go back at a later date.
Right.
Same Colorado, we may go back there at a later date and go racing. So it's a matter of attendance. If you really want to go to these tracks, send us an email at info@ChampCar.org and give us a good reason why we should go back there and get your friends. Say, hey, I've got like 15 friends that are all in this BMW club, and we build cars to go race. So
yeah.
That's the kind of stuff we want to hear, and we look at it. We schedule our races a year in advance, so it's difficult to add races. We have so many employees that we have.
Well, there's just a lot of logistics involved with trying to get a race together.
And the leader's in the pits right now. Crowd Control Racing ducks into the pits. And we'll keep an eye on that. At the same time, Team Salen in second spot, 13 seconds back, sets the fastest lap time of the event for everybody with a 2:37.
Wow.
Van Buren boys trying to match that, setting their fastest lap time of the day with a 2:38. Much faster than the rest of the field right now. Those two guys really pouring it on. And Van Buren right on the heels of the Team Salen car. That's right, 0.7 seconds is just the gap between those two cars right now. There's a big race taking place right now between second and third place. Other gaps to be noted, Team Jackie Yakes and Glazed and Confused about 7/10 of a second. And Team Infinity trying to chase down Good, Bad, and the Ugly, just 0.1 seconds behind.
And, Team Infinity, people realize that's an automatic car. People talk bad about automatics, but that team does super, super well in this series with an automatic.
We'll keep talking bad about them.
You guys like automatics, do you, Paul?
No, I don't.
I mean, they're good for like when you're in traffic going to work.
They're great for traffic. Yeah, I drive them all day long and, around town.
That came over the wall to signal his car to stop, so I need to go yell at people and They don't do
Okay,
that again.
go yell
Hold
at
on.
people, Bill. That was Bill Strong. He is the marketing director, but he's also the official spokesman for Champ Car. So that's why we're asking him some of these questions about, what events are going on and why aren't we racing here or there. He's more in the know of that than just about anyone in Champ Car, aside from the CEO and some of the other board members. Tiffany, you're a board member. So some of the board members like Doc and Tiffany here, they have a lot more of that inside information about some of the things that are going on and happening, and so that's who we were talking to.
Decisions are made and that sort of thing. But we're always open to input. I think we have posted on the ChampCar.org website is a link to the board, so you can email and it goes to everybody on the board. If you have any questions or comments or feedback, you can always send it there.
I email them daily.
Is that you sending us spam?
What's that email address?
I was just going to pull it up for you.
Oh, okay.
I think it's like
board
at ChampCar.org.
Oh, okay.
Is that right, Bill?
Remember, we make the email addresses, so yes.
So if I'm bored one day at work, I can send them an email and say, hey, I'm bored.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that kind of board, BOARD.
Oh.
Get on to me, put him to
well,
work.
You know how I am with my spelling, Tiffany. It's not very good.
That's all right. That's not as bad as me proofing the stickers for this race. We have a decal for each race, and of course, this one took place on December 2nd through 5th or something like that.
Yeah, now it's right though.
No, all the decals that we printed up were the wrong date.
Oops.
Well, the ones that got printed were still wrong. Okay.
End of year. I'm just, so burnt out. It's all right.
And that's another thing with adding events. There's many months that I've noticed we'll have a race and then a week off and a race and a week off, which really isn't a week off because we're shutting down from one race and we're spooling up for the next. You add an event and now you've got 3 in a row for the whole staff, all the volunteers. Then they have 1 week off and another race. So it's just like, how much can you really put on your resources before you've burnt everybody out?
Right. Well, also something to keep in mind, there's only a couple of employees of ChampCar that are actually full-time employees. The rest of us, may work an event or be on the broadcast, may be doing something, but have a regular full-time job during the week as well.
Right.
So,
Excuses all the time.
yeah, I'm trying to run a company during the middle of the week.
Yeah, but you work there full time, Bill.
No, not me.
I got 2 other jobs that I'm doing.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the real job that pays the bills. Yeah.
So interesting story here. The 412 Miata. I can't find the name of that one.
412
is here.
Level 1 Racing.
Level 1 Racing. So Level 1 Racing was here yesterday doing a track day that a different group put on for the Champ Car drivers to get some practice out here. Their car actually caught on fire in the pit lane.
Oh, goodness.
It was pretty bad. It's the fire department showed up. They sprayed water all over it, and the couple of fire extinguishers put on it before it was finally out. Remember that part about us working all the time? Well, last night about 10 o'clock, we were leaving. Ian and I did a drive-by through the paddock, or through the pits and paddock. Got a whole bunch of pictures that you can find on our Facebook.com/Champ Car Endurance Series page. And we came across those guys. They were just finishing up the last bolt. They got a new harnesses, new engine, new all kinds of stuff in there. And they were taken out for a test drive. And that car is still out there today after suffering really.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So to the south. Okay. Over from my point, that's which way south? Yeah, okay.
The opposite of north.
This is a massive cloud of rain. Don't know if it's going to hit over on the far side of the track, but it could change this race again. We've got almost a completely dry front straightaway, but like we said, that can change in a matter of minutes. Raceway.
Yeah, and it really could, and it certainly is shown to be really treacherous on that straightaway, which, we've raced many times here in the wet without the kinds of issues we've had here today. And you talked about the stickum that they were laid down for the drag racing they were doing here. That's probably caused some issues for the guys to try to keep the car under control. Most of the crashes that we were seeing past the start-finish line, did we see some that were before? I think we did.
Well, right before the 943, our second place, Salen's Porsche Boxster just pulled in for pit. New driver. They're going to be putting fuel in the car. Front hood goes up as they get the fire extinguisher guy out there. They're going to pour fuel in the front of the car because that's where the Porsche Boxster fuel tank is.
And Team Infinity. Yeah, and Team Infinity is also, looks like they're in the pits too. They're back in about 10th spot. But Van Buren boys takes the lead of the race. The Team Salen shown in second. Crowd controls tumbled down to 6th as they came in and made that pit stop. That fuel consumption thing we were talking about earlier? Well, that could come back on crowd control racing, although our stats guy, when he gets back, we'll have to ask him, but I'm pretty sure they won a race out here.
He's in his face right now. He's got mustard and ketchup all over his mustache.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure the crowd control won a race here not long ago. Bill, does that ring a bell? Don't you know some of those guys?
We've done so many races over the last year. They all tend to run together. Crowd control run everything.
Okay. Well,
40 just pulled in, and the 108.
I guess my memory is telling me that they did win a race here at Sebring.
I think won
late
Saturday.
last year. It was something like that. Yeah.
The last New Year's Eve race.
Mm-hmm.
Condor Racing, the OMP car, which is that BMW 540i 5 Series 721. They're up into that's neat.
Looks like both Salen cars have pitted, so they're going.
We're approaching that 4-hour mark. So if people are on that normal 2-hour window, then they're approaching the end of the second stint.
The Danger Racing just ran their fastest lap of the race at a 2:36.008 as the 227 Chrome Miata goes down pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Nathan.
Good when it's the overclass sky, but when that sun's out, you cannot look at it. It's right. Both hoods up on the Salen's Porsches as they pour fuel into those cars. Fire guys at the front of each car to see if they're going to change tires. It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like they have the tire guys ready.
And Nathan's confirming that they did win one of those races. I thought they did. Thanks, Nathan.
I wasn't quite certain, but as Tommy Kendall once told me, just make this stuff up. Nobody will know the difference. The Shark car, number 19.
Another name drop, huh?
Lead lane.
Jeez, you're so pathetic, man.
Name drop. That was now pit lane after doing his stop. Tommy Kendall's really cool. I really want to get him on the show one day. But he's a sports announcer. He has to be some sort of racer.
Oh, jeez, it's so funny.
464 is in pit lane right now, along with 721 and the 523 Miata. The 464 pulls in behind the Salen's Porsches, and we can get the pit camera on them and see if we can see them as they do their work. We got a pylon in the way, but it's you can kind of see it. Hey, what's up, man? Have a seat.
Ouch, man, a 2:36. Yeah, that's pretty stout lap time for Danger. I don't know how they turned that in the pits.
Andrew, how's it going, man?
A little bit wet.
Yeah,
I'd smelled the distinct smell of onions coming up. I don't know if it's lunch or if everyone's just starting to smell bad from this rain.
It could be the smelling bad from the rain. So you were out there earlier today in what car?
I started off in the 108.
And that's a front-wheel drive Mitsubishi powered by the Nissan by Tuttle Racing?
Yes. Yeah, so it was things were going well. I think we got up to the lead other than the EC car and then promptly had a fuel pickup issue.
Yeah.
So that's why you saw me pull off. If it was on the cameras, pull off in turn 3. I was like, well, I don't want to A, cost a yellow, and B, waste time waiting on a tow truck. So I saw the 2 safety trucks sitting there and stuck behind the wall.
Right. Now, you were out there for those opening stints. So what was that like out there, man?
So I got in on the first stop, and then ran.
I don't think it mattered. You could be on the first or the second stop.
So, I mean, the first one was pretty slick. I mean, we were here yesterday, and it was similar conditions. And you have to be patient, especially with a car with that much power, front-wheel drive. If you try to go to big power with any sort of steering input, the car is going to understeer. And having to make sure that you don't panic when that does happen.
Yeah, so that's my radio. Sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering which one that was.
Yeah. So it's the other traffic out there. How was that dealing with those guys?
Traffic is interesting. I mean, obviously, varying levels of skill in a series like this.
Right.
I mean, and everyone's pretty courteous, but when the rain comes in, it adds a whole other element. You get kind of, I would say, the less experienced drivers. It's definitely a hair-raising experience going out there, and so sometimes they're not checking their mirrors as much. So you've got to kind of second guess your moves when you're going for moves in traffic.
It looks like we may have rain starting again on the front straightaway here as some of our workers are pulling out the umbrellas and trying to protect themselves from the rain here. So you're an instructor, but you also do other types of stuff, right?
Yeah, I joke that I've worked every job at a racetrack other than the concession stand. So I work with the Porsche Track Experience at Barber. That's kind of one of my main gigs, and then do some other contract work as an instructor with various programs, and then also coach some teams on the side, and then drive whenever I get the chance to.
Right. You live in Birmingham, Alabama area?
I do.
How come you don't have one of those funny accents?
Birmingham's a little different than the rest of Alabama. I mean, occasionally it'll flare up when I used to race with Ricky Sanders and crew.
Yeah.
I found that the southern accent comes screaming out when I'm around a bunch of NASCAR guys.
That's funny. Now,
what are you trying to say, Bill?
So, we got Tiffany Alexander on with us.
Tiffany listening? Oh, man.
Hey, Andrew.
Yeah.
She leads, actually. She lives I think she owns land right next to the racetrack, don't you, Tiffany?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now driving a front-wheel drive car versus like Porsches that you normally drive, and that is it different to drive this track with that car in these conditions?
You might alter your line in the rain a little bit. And something like a rear-wheel drive car, say a Miata around here, there's a lot of those out there today. Going into a corner, you might actually be able to pitch it in and then use the throttle to balance the car sideways. If you do that with a front-wheel drive car, you have to rotate it early and then wait and have it pointed straight. So you alter your line a little bit when it comes to the rain like this.
Right. Now with his cars, I don't give too much away because that's your competitive advantage, but this track itself is a really stressful track on the cars. I mean, do you alter your lines once you learn where the bumps are? Because they can change from race to race.
There's not much of a way to alter your line to avoid the bumps around Sebring. That's kind of its hallmark feature, is that it's going to be snot out of you and the car.
Yeah.
So now you just try to take it as easy as you can. Make sure you're not dropping wheels off of curbs, pounding over the big curves to relieve stress on the bearings.
Right. What's your most fun place of this track?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, I really enjoy 17 with the bumps, the high speed, the fact that there's consequences.
Yeah.
A lot of racetracks have done away with consequences, and rightfully so in some spots, but other tracks like this, they manage to keep the safety while also making sure that if you make a mistake, you're going to know it.
Right. Yeah, mine is like 13. I love that. If you get it right, it just helps you so much later on in the straightaway there, or the S's. So so the big question, we had a couple of incidents here on the front straightaway. This big stripe on the front straightaway with the Sebring Mobile One sign painted onto the track. Could you feel that as you came across it under power?
If you didn't hit it straight, you could feel it. And the front-wheel drive cars obviously just a little bit of extra RPM, but a rear-wheel drive car, you hit a bump wrong, you come across it at an angle, and it's very easy to pitch the car sideways.
Yeah, which we saw.
Yeah.
So, cool. Hey, thanks for coming up here and talking with us.
Thanks for letting me come up. I got to get back to the pits.
Cool. And we'll talk to you later, man.
All right. I'll stop by again.
All right. Back to you, Paulie.
All right, guys. So we're going to break for commercial. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. So it's Van Buren boys ducked into the pits, but shown in the lead here at Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve celebration. Stay with us. Back in a moment. Yeah.
Probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back to the New Year's Eve race at Sebring for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here on ChampCar.Live. Presented by AutoZone. ChampCar.Live is made by racers for racers. We've got Van Buren boys out of the pits. And looks like they've maintained their lead over the field with Team Salem Mustard in second, Crowd Control in third. We'll keep an eye on this and see how things develop. Team Jackie Yakes, the 935 car, in the pits. Castro Prefect down in about 12th spot, just turned their fastest lap time of the day at 2:46. So, yeah, we'll see how the Van Buren boys do now that they're back on the racetrack and back in front. So the way this race has been unfolding since the beginning, it was Van Buren out front early, leading, and then we had a lot of rain coming down on the racetrack, which caused several full course cautions with cars crashing on the front straightaway, pushing the barriers out of the way. Those barriers had to be pushed back into position. We had crowd control take the lead of the race in the D-Class Mustang at 11:30 with one of the Tuttle Motorsports cars, the number 108, pulling behind the wall with a fuel pump failure. And now with the round of fuel, the pit stops done, we've got Van Buren back in the lead of this race.
And they've been the lead of this race for a great majority of it, or right there in contention.
Yeah, we'll see how
They
crowd
started
control
out.
does. And it seems like watching that car, the weather, and the drivers that happen to be in that car make a big difference in their lap times, which is, normal, I guess, across the field.
Looks like we've got another band moving in. It's raining out on the airstrip. Hasn't gotten quite to us yet, but it'll be here soon enough.
The Team Jackie X car is the 935 is in the pits right now, but it was knocking on the door trying to get in that top 10. Technically it would be in the top 10. Take those two EC cars out, that'd put them around 9th.
Right, the EC cars, of course, not eligible for podium position finishes, so they are essentially removed from the standings and placed into their own category. So the teams, they're in the top 10 that you see are actually moved 2 spaces up, with Backwoods and Condor both being EC machines. As you said, Team Jackie Yates in the pits right now. But boy, most of the cars inside the top 26 are out there on the racetrack. Inactive Motorsports appears there. Then we've got RYSA as well, shown in the pits. Tuttle Motorsports, the 108 car, they've actually been working on a fuel pump failure. So as I mentioned earlier, Start Racing in their Nissan Sentra, shown in the pits. They've been there for a while. Kay Wood, Matt Dillon, E-Racing also not having a good day of it, down in 48th spot, and also shown not turning laps. There's a quick update as to the standings right now. You've got Team Salem Mustard now leading this race. Van Buren has fallen to 2nd place. So Team Salem Mustard in their Porsche Boxster leading C-Class, Crowd Control leading D-Class, and your A-Class leader is Glazed and Confused. The B-Class leader, DVM Racing, in their Solstice, still leading B-Class. We had something like 15, 16, 17 EC cars out here this weekend, unusually large percentage of EC cars.
Right, and they're racing against each other, the EC cars, and they'll usually, if there's 5 or more cars in EC, they'll give a trophy to the winner of EC class. They're just taken out of the standings of the ABCD classes.
I'm just proud that I can say Salen's properly for the first time in the last 3 years that they've been racing with us. I don't have to have Mike yelling at me, or why you keep doing it. Stop doing that.
I'm not going to ask you to say the way you were saying it because it might mess you up.
No, I'm not going to. Yeah. So the Salen's teams, looks like they brought 2 cars out here, Tiffany. They got the Mustard and the Ketchup cars.
Yep.
Of
Cars
course,
doing pretty well.
Of course, that's the Salen's Group is a company that sells and packages meat products, and the hot dogs are kind of their big ticket item. But they also sell other items too, and you can find out more information about that on their website.
So they kind of name the cars after similar
condiments
involved with hot dogs, right?
Yeah, and they sponsor our race every year at Watkins Glen, as well as other racing organizations at Watkins Glen.
Cookout up there too.
Do the cookout. So, yeah, it's great to have teams like that support the Champ Car Endurance Series. It really is.
Glazed and Confused brought us all donuts this morning.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
No,
They didn't bring me any.
Death rings.
Me and Tiffany didn't get any.
No.
Got to be at the race.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it up to Watkins Glen sometime. That's always been on my to-do list. I've not made it yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. That always happens at the same time frame as the Southern Company's annual meeting. My one job that I kept.
It tends to fall right around Memorial Weekend.
Yeah.
Which is also my birthday, so I think that's a good excuse to go.
I've had 8 birthdays this year so far.
You've done a lot of celebrating, Doc.
Yeah.
I've been there for a few of them.
Yeah, exactly.
We had like, I don't know, it felt like, I think there was like 45 people at a Mexican restaurant in Leeds, all singing happy birthday to Doc.
Oh, yeah. Yes, just to see me in the big sombrero. Hey, but it normally comes with a free shot of tequila, so, I'll take the birthdays for the shots of tequila.
Well, Team Salem's just
fun.
turned in a 230, a 257, 251, 248 since they've come out of the pit. So they've got those lap times looking good. And of course, the Salem's guys, they're not renting a lot of seat time. These are usually the same guys every time. They know the car really well. They know the racetrack, so we can expect pretty stout lap times from them. And the Van Buren guys, that's a new build, but they did really well at Road America earlier here in the fall, so they won one of those races. Well, they just turned a 259 with the last driver change. They just came in. That driver only has a couple laps in, so it takes a little bit of time to get up to speed and get acclimated here. And it looks like the car that spun and was stranded on the racetrack earlier today, DKW, spins again, finds themselves in the grass. Just got that car back onto the racetrack. Might be the same driver, actually, having a little bit of trouble maybe getting acclimated to the racetrack or to that car in the wet.
I just got a note from Roger Cohen. He's driving with Danger Racing this weekend. And he said it was really sketchy in the rain because it would be raining on one end of the track and a downpour on the other. And every single lap, it was different, whether it was raining or not, or dry, or there's a dry line forming or wet. So very challenging out there with the ever-changing conditions.
Right here on the front straightaway.
What's that, Doc?
He also set the fastest time of the day. So
the dry line's starting to disappear here on the front straightaway.
Gotcha. There's a look at the front straight with that big swatch of painted logo there that's been suspect as maybe causing some of the slippery conditions. Another thing we're looking at is the drag strip, the stickum that they put down on the racetrack, that once it gets wet, it could be very slippery too. Of course, we come to Sebring. How many times do we come to Sebring in the year, Doc? Is it twice or 3 times?
Twice a year.
I think it's twice. I'm thinking VIR is 3 times. We always run the same configuration.
Yeah, it's always a full course.
On board with Crank Yankers Racing. Tyler Pedersen, the owner of that team, also a board member. You must think we have like 80 board members. We really don't. They're just all in close proximity, it seems like.
what's there, like 7?
Sounds
I
right.
think it's 7.
Yeah. Crank Yankers in about 10th spot right now. If you pull the EC cars out, excuse me, it puts them in 12th, rather. 12th overall. They're down a ways in C-Class. Got a lot of C cars up at the front of this field today. Team Infinity back out of the pits and about puts them in 17th place, 16th place. Tuttle Motorsports, the 107 car, up in 8th place right now. Good, Bad, and the Ugly in their Chevy Camaro. They're in 6th place right now. 72 laps into this contest. 7 hours is the length. Another 2 hours and 45 minutes remain in the race.
Definitely winding down.
And thanks for that message over on YouTube. Appreciate that. I'll get that message passed on. But yeah, I think he's echoing some similar conditions. Roger's saying that hey, it's wet on one part of the track, dry on another, and it keeps changing as you go, making a driver more and more apprehensive, wouldn't it, Tiffany? I mean, you're not quite sure what to expect when you get there,
right?
You're certainly
And
less.
it changes each time you go around.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to attack those corners as hard as you might normally because you don't know what's there.
Right. Or, there was grip last time and now there's not, or, it's just challenging. You hit these wet spots, it cools your tires off. It's just changing the track constantly. So the drivers are having to look and try to see if the track is wet, and how wet, and try to, kind of gauge what they can and can't get away with. Sometimes they're getting it, sometimes not.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of gauge the cars ahead of you to see how they're handling it. Since they're up further, they can see better.
True.
And get an idea of what you might be coming up on. Which, if you're the guy ahead, you can use that to your advantage to kind of throw somebody off that's gaining on you. Some things you can do there.
But if no one's ahead of you, you also have a little bit cleaner view, maybe, hopefully. And if you're right behind somebody, you're getting a lot of their spray, be more challenging, especially if the windshield wipers stop working or something, or it fogs up. It seems like everybody's we should be on like our third drivers in most of the teams, so everybody's doing a pretty good job of staying out of trouble, at least. The 7-hour format is very different than the 8-hour format. You wouldn't think 1 hour would make that big a difference, but it changes up the strategies completely. Be interested to know, if teams prefer one or the other and why.
Well,
other than the
absolutely
the 2-hour fuel stops, right?
Absolutely. I can tell you from one of the teams I raced with, we knew we had the fuel game in the bag in the 8-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
So when you put us in the 7-hour race, that took that advantage away from us. So
right.
We like that 8-hour race. We don't like full course cautions. We want everybody to be strained on fuel because we know we won't be.
Right.
So I think that's probably the biggest part of it is that whole thing with fuel. As we've talked about earlier, you can't leave a driver in the car more than 2 hours for a stint, and then that driver has to have at least 1 hour break. So ideally, in an 8-hour race, you're going to make 3 stops, right? You're going to run it 2 hours, bring them in, change the driver, load it up with fuel, send them out, and you're going to repeat that throughout the race. But if the car can't make 2 hours on fuel, well, you're going to have to make another pit stop somewhere. And
right, somewhere in the race, you're going to have to add an extra. Yeah.
But in a 7-hour race, as you alluded to earlier, you don't have that 2-hour stint. You can run them shorter, so you can pick up that. You don't have to you don't have to worry about the fuel usage as much. Most of the guys can get an hour and 40 minutes, maybe an hour and 45 out of their car with no problem. So if that's the case, then these other teams that have the bigger fuel tanks, or maybe they're just sipping fuel, well, they lose that advantage that they enjoyed with the 8-hour race.
Right. And that's a big game changer.
Well, that's kind of why I like the 7-8 thing, as opposed to a 7-7 where that advantage is not going to really play in for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same. It's the same for everybody, and it's like they say, we didn't pick your car. So this race is highly attended and highly watched. I don't remember having 400 people watching our stream, even at Indy earlier this year. It's a very popular race this weekend. It's the New Year's Eve celebration on the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander. Looks like the fellows have stepped away, maybe for lunch or something. I don't know.
I'm here.
Oh, he is. Okay.
I've been talking.
You've been talking?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay. Sorry about that.
I'm thinking that says Pinky over there.
Oh,
what does that say? Is that Chris Huggins in the car, most likely?
Oh, okay. That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Like Pinky's out is his normal team that he runs with.
Have y'all not heard me?
No, I think maybe your microphone might have been down a little bit.
How about
maybe we need
now?
to turn you up a little bit. Let's try that. See if that.
Sounds good to me.
We've had some. Yeah, I have to apologize. Typically, I bring in engine sounds into the broadcast, but for some reason there's a technical issue between the studio here and the guys that are in the tower there, and I can't have any other noise on the broadcast or they get drowned out for some reason. So, yeah, just one of the technical challenges we run into occasionally with doing things on the cheap.
Amateur racing, amateur broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, it's really raining out there in the 3, 4, 5 complex.
Okay.
And also on the back part of the course.
Yeah.
13, 14, 15
turn. And I'm seeing, yeah, looks like the wipers are working again on the crank yankers machine. I had a race that I was running in the rain. The wipers stuck like that, as we saw earlier. And I came in. I can't remember what the deal was. For some reason, I came in at some point, and it was just spark plug wires. The guy had like an extra spark plug wire laying up in there or something. I don't know. It got caught in the mechanism, and it jammed them. That's why they weren't working. Who knows, you know? But it looks like they're working good now. Coming up at the 1:30 mark local time. About 2.5 hours remaining in the race. The time that you see on your screen and the timing and scoring information you see, none of this is official. The timing and scoring is just coming from a third party that they get from the tower, so it's usually accurate.
Usually.
But you don't want to die on that hill.
Nope. It looks like it's fairly dry there.
I don't know what these guys are complaining about.
Fairly front straightaway now, but back half, of course, not so much.
Fegley says his wipers got stuck under the windshield banner at VIR at night and in a good monsoon downpour. Windshield banner got stuck under the banner. Oh, so the banner peeled up, and as the wipers came up, they got stuck under the banner. Gotcha.
That would suck.
Yeah, that's less than ideal.
I drove.
VIR is country dark.
I drove in the rain at Gingerman with no wipers working, and it was heavy downpour, and the window started to fog up too, and it was uphill in the snow both ways.
Both ways.
What else can I complain about? I'll come up with something. Just give me a minute.
If not, we can get Bill back on.
We'll make it up. Yeah, there's always delusion. We'll make it up as we go along. So after 75 laps, you've got Team Salem leading. Just turned a 3:01 to Van Buren's 2:59. The gap 1.5 seconds. So they are right together. That is 1 and 2. Team Salem catch up then behind them about a minute. Did I get this right? Yeah, about a minute. So they're about half a lap back. Crowd Control Racing, the team that was leading earlier in their D-Class Ford Mustang, back in 4th place. 5th place would be Team Jackie Yakes in the number 66 car. Then it's the good, bad, and the ugly Chevy Camaro. Then it's Danger Racing Group in their Lexus. Tuttle Motorsports, the number 107 car. Castrol Prefect and Dazed and Confused, who leads A-Class. And that is the first A-Class car just making it into the top 10. Man, this race has been about long legs. the fast cars with the power seem to be the ones that are ruling the roost.
Which is kind of surprising given the weather.
Mm-hmm. There's that front straightaway again. You can see just how wet it looks down there at track level. It's a little harder to see just how wet it really is when you're up above or further away from the racetrack. But we're seeing everybody using wipers inside the car. You can see a little bit of rooster tailing there coming down the front straightaway as we're on board with Danger Racing Group heading into turn 1. Really wide entry here. There's a couple different lines you can take to go into turn 1, but it narrows here at the exit quite a bit. And of course, that's where pit out also comes into play to the driver's right. Now heading down into 3, 4, and 5. Through the S's here. Now into turn 5, they'll turn left and head towards Big Bend. This track bends over to the right as they row up through the gears, heading towards the hotel. They'll go underneath the Mobile One bridge, pedestrian bridge there.
Hey, there's McKibben's Biohazard going back out down pit road to hopefully go back out on track.
Yeah, I hadn't heard what the issues there were with that car. Have you heard anything, Doc?
Yeah, I believe he had contact out on track.
Oh, that's right. There was contact. So the gap has now grown to 7.6 seconds between Van Buren and Team Salem. Van Buren slowed greatly as the rain is continuing to fall and make things challenging for these teams out there on the racetrack. We got a driver waving off, traffic behind. We may have a yellow out there on the racetrack. And we'll bring you that information as soon as we hear anything. Looks like the DKW is coming into the pits, actually. That would be for the waving there.
And this is the car that was stuck on track earlier, right?
Yeah, they've spun and been stuck on track as well,
Yeah.
so they've had some issues. It's been an eventful day for that team.
Right. So apparently they've got it going. Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe they can keep it going.
On board with the Level 1 garage, which is a different team from Level 1 Racing.
Yes.
So we don't get them confused.
Right.
And if you're just tuning in, it's the New Year's Eve celebration, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We're broadcasting the race live at it's happening at Sebring International. It's a 7-hour endurance road race. We'll have another 7-hour race tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting live, and I'll publish a link up on our YouTube or our Facebook page tonight after the conclusion of this race for that stream. So you can follow along for that event as well. And we'd love to have you. TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Circuit of the Americas, Road Atlanta, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series for people just like you who have always wanted to go racing without all of the hassles, huge rule book, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path and North America's largest endurance road racing series. And by simple, I think, we mean that it's easy to get involved. It's easy to get started in racing. There are other series you can race with, of course, but often you have to come with some pedigree, some experience, or you have to go through a series of schools before they'll let you compete in a race. There's none of that in Champ Car. As I said, all you need is a valid driver's license. So
Right.
that's why we say it's the simplest path. There's none of the health exams and all of the things you have to have with some of the other series. It's very easy to go racing with us.
You don't even have to have a car.
Have me.
Rent
Yeah.
a seat. Yeah.
I was going to say you don't even have to have any sense, but I guess that goes without saying.
Well, I mean,
If we had any sense, we wouldn't be doing this.
Hello?
Can
I
you
get
guys?
that question all the time. Like, why do you do that? I'm like, because it's fun.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think.
can you guys hear us?
Yeah, I can hear
Yes.
you, Bill. It's a little.
Okay.
You're just not listening.
Doc said he's talking and nobody's listening to him.
I think we're having a little bit of a tech issue with his microphone getting drowned out. So maybe try turning up the gain a little bit on your end. That might help. I think that's what's happening. He's getting duplexed out. Sorry about that, Doc.
Talk, Doc.
Hello. Test 1 2 1 2.
Hello. We hear
Hello.
you. We hear
Yeah,
you.
these cars are getting pretty loud along this window.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah, it's we sent Connor out with the DB meter and to get some readings for us, so we can see where we stand on some of these cars here for next year. We've also got him down there getting that camera out. We're going to try and fix that camera on the Colorado team. We'll put it back in another car a little later.
All
Well,
right.
we'll let you know which one.
No, we're not going to let you know, Paul. We're just and we know you love that.
It's great. Yeah. It's in somebody's car. I don't know.
291 coming down pit lane. Looks like they're trying to find his pit lane. Teams getting ready. You can see some doing conference talks. Salen's guys all down there talking. They've got their super tall pit canopy that sits above everybody, so they can see over all the tents. Just kind of looking at the track.
All right. I got a break for commercial, guys. So we're going to step away for a few minutes and we'll be right back. Stay with us, everyone. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a minute.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
All right, 78 laps completed here at Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum. I'm joined by Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, and Bill Strong. We've got Good, Bad, and the Ugly in the pits, and I've been watching the fight between first and second place. You know, Team Salem has overtaken the lead in the last half an hour. Van Buren guys are not giving up this fight. They just turned a 256 to Salen's 304. They're turning some stout lap times. And the sister car of Salen's back in third place, they turned a 255. So there's a real scrap going on up at the front of the field between those top three. Mm-hmm. Doc and Bill, can you hear me?
Here I am. I'm back.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we had you.
And get my workers working.
Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure I had you. Yeah, so looks like, again, as we suspected from the beginning of the show, the rain is coming and going. We've got some guys not even using their wipers anymore, and other teams are.
If you look at out the window here and you look towards Tower Turn and Bishop Bend, it is pouring. We're down the front straightaway here. Oh, there's just starting to pour again here. I looked out just a second ago and then looked away at the map, and it changed that fast. So, yeah, we have a big storm. You cannot see past the airport. That's how big this is.
And look how fast that front is moving through there. I can see the clouds moving in the camera shot there.
Yeah, it's we had a race here a bunch of years ago with Champ Car, and you could see the wall of water as we drove into it, and you didn't come out the other end of that in the same way you went in. It hurt. That was a scary race. That was one that they red flagged because there was a foot of water on the front straightaway.
Wow. So we've got Team Salem Mustard leading C class, Crowd Control leading D class in fourth place overall. Our A class leader is Glazed and Confused, and the B class leader, DVM Racing, in their Pontiac Solstice. We don't see enough Solstice out here racing.
And Doc is back now.
Okay.
So somebody was asking if Troy bought both cars. He did indeed, but we've only seen the 382 on track, which is the new build.
Yeah, the old one he brought just to go through tech. So, yeah. Thought he'd get it done, so he'll be at Atlanta. Just didn't want to have to.
That's a long line.
Yeah.
And
he found out that he needed to check the date on his fire system, and because it didn't have the correct date on it. So those fire systems for 2020 have to be inspected. Lifeline, we're going to be putting together a Lifeline pamphlet for you guys. Or a web page or something. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet. Mike Chiswick emailed me, I think it was yesterday, with some ideas, and he had spoke to James Clay So we have we have a call when I get back, and we're going to discuss how we're going to send this information out to you guys about getting your systems fixed or in date and inspected and all that stuff. So
Well, they should be stickered. Mine just had a 2-year thing on it, so I'd always just send it in and have it refilled.
yeah, we're having a hard time seeing that.
That everybody's compliant.
Yeah, the rain is really coming down.
Oh, we're not talking about that anymore. Gotcha.
I'm sorry. It's just remember, situation changes here by the second.
Yes. So does your train of thought, Bill. But anyway, that's fine. So it's Team Salem Mustard leading with Van Buren in second. Team Salem in the 942 catch-up car is in third. Crowd Control Racing, Team Jackie Yakes, Danger Racing Group, Total Motorsports, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Castrol Prefect, Glazed and Confused. And that rounds out the top 10.
So fastest lap of the race, is that
Well,
what is that?
it says Danger Racing Group. I'm not sure if that's legit. It probably is. They did turn a 240 at one point.
Well, 236 is Danger Racing, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it
Roger
says.
was
They
in the
did turn
car.
a 239 at one point. It's
So that was
probably
Roger.
just awfully fast. I don't know if that's legit or not, but it might be.
We have safety over between turns 8 and 9. Their drivers left, it looks like. So they're dealing with a situation over there. We used to be able to get over there to investigate this kind of stuff. But all that part of the track, that whole loopy section, is no longer accessible because of the they're doing some construction over there. So basically, you could walk straight onto the track and not even realize it until you get run over by a Tuttle car.
It looks like they did that FTD two laps before they pitted. So
car was
maybe
light.
it was dry and it was light. Yeah, got a few dry lines in. But I was just making sure it didn't happen on either side of the pit window, and maybe was one of Doc's famous
Of the cars as they're going between 5 and 7 down that straightaway. Some of the aero cars going through there. The problem with the rain too is not only do you have to deal with the water on the track, you have to deal with the mud that gets splashed on it from guys that get a little tail happy, maybe get a wheel off and splash that mud back onto the track. And then it washes down and it's like a reddish, it's a light red clay looking stuff here, or sandy stuff. I know if when you hit it and you spin in the dry, it leaves a big smoke cloud, a dust cloud. I know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. But no dust today, just mud.
Yeah, the gap between first and second, about 16 seconds. Van Buren not able to maintain that pace. They've slowed down quite a bit as the rain has gotten heavier and heavier out there. The Porsche seems to be weathering it very well, though. We've got about 2 hours and 15 minutes left in the race today. Hope everybody's having a great holiday weekend, and we want to wish everybody a happy new year. Of course, you can check out the 2020 schedule at ChampCar.Org to get up to date on all of the schedule that we're looking forward to for next year. Of course, our first race of the year, the traditional race at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And there's already like 600 people signed up or something for that race. I think there's 72, said somebody. So that's just about packed in. So if you want to get into that race, if you're committed, you better get signed up quick.
Yeah, that's always a really popular race.
Which one is that?
Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, Road Atlanta's that's the beginning of the season. Got a lot of Florida come up for that one. Yeah, we're at 71 cars right now. We'll cut it off at 90. And so not very many spots left, guys. So if you want to go, put your name in.
So they've got the new tower up now, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So we'll get to broadcast out of there, right?
Elevator.
Yay. They have elevator?
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome for us. We have
I've been marching up those dang stairs for
decades,
30-something years. Yeah.
It's a long time. That's older than some of our listeners.
Yeah.
Do they still have the Quack Shack?
The what?
The Quack Shack, the medical building. They call it the Quack Shack. Had a big duck on it. Up on the top of the hill.
I don't know. I
Okay.
try to stay away from those rooms.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So NCM, we have NCM going to the National Corvette Museum track. That's going on in March. And right now we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 6 cars signed up. One of them is Racing Strong Motorsports. And I think, aren't you signing up for that one, Doc?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Polly's driving for us.
Wait.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not very fair. Why do you guys do that to me?
Because it's you.
Luckily, I have Mike Helm driving for me, so he's going to do every stint. No, he's not. Sorry, Bill Strong will look like 6'5" every now and then, but I'm kidding. The Sonoma race is coming up in February 15 to 16. That's our national championship here at Champ Car Endurance Series. Out at Sonoma Raceway in California. Currently, we have 19 cars signed up for the national championship.
I thought we'd have more with the early bird having just passed.
You'd think, but we've been stuck at 19 for for about a week now. We need to bump those numbers up, folks. That's going to be an easy win for somebody. And of course, those somebody's are probably listening.
Championship.
Yeah, those people are probably listening right now. It's like, no, don't come.
Team Salem has slowed dramatically on their last lap. They've added 8 seconds to their last lap time, and that's allowed the Van Buren guys to close that gap a little bit by 5 seconds. So there's about a 13-second gap now from first to second place in these very wet conditions at Sebring International.
Very, very wet. You really came down on volume on us, Paulie.
Okay. Well, I think we're just having a little bit of technical issues with our system here. We've got another spin out of the Miata from the DKW team.
Well, there was one spinning going into 7, I believe, right before we switched.
I think that might be the same
okay.
animal there, the yellow.
See him?
Yep.
Gotcha.
And he's trying to get it fired up here.
Oh, yeah, we have a little delay there, don't we?
And I'm not sure. I think he's checking his mirrors. And this is the third time they've found themselves in trouble. They've shut everything off. Still trying to fire that engine. Might be looking at a different car. Because this is the same issue they had the last time they installed the car. They could not get it to refire. And he's still stranded on the racetrack. Track right, not sure exactly where he is. We were watching from our turn 7 camera. Another car spun and continued.
Yeah, that car looked like Ella.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of did.
And if I can get an idea of where they are, I'll certainly relay that to you folks.
Where that is? They're saying it's driver's right. I don't know where that is.
Yeah, he's driver's right. I'll follow along in some of the other cars here and see if I can figure out where he's at.
16.
Oh, did you say turn 16?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're like over driving on our end. You're really low, but it's over driving.
Okay.
Way up there. Yeah.
Let me make some changes here.
We did nothing on our end.
I swear.
Never know with you two.
Okay, is that any different? Or is that about the same or different?
It's a little better, but
not much.
So David Haynes is on here. I was wondering, hey, David, can you tell us who won the Atlantic Championship? I know you took home the Pacific Championship.
He's not here locally with us. He's
the other side.
Back in Australia.
Check 1, 2. Check.
Yeah, you and Tiffany both are being are way down on sound, but you're being overdriven, so it's just crackly.
Yeah, I'll see if it's on your end or my end here. I'll do some checking on my end.
Overdriving as opposed to oversteering.
Yeah, it's similar, isn't it?
It's okay, Doc.
I was thinking overdriving, not unlike some of our drivers.
You can't understand the thing you're saying, Tiffany.
Okay.
All right, well, you're going to have to take the show while I try to fix this.
Okay. All right, cool. So where are we here? We are in Sebring, Florida, as two Corvettes are side by side, come down the front straightaway, and the gray one, the Air Force looking one, makes a pass on the other one. Oh, Tuttle just came down the front straightaway, hit the big stripe along the start finish line, and that whole car did this little rocking left right thing as it fought for control of the car, kept it under control in the wet. He was on the inside where there's some really big puddles, and just lost traction going across that start finish line.
So it looks like Alex Albert have just beaten John Diaz in the final race for the championship. So 530 points for Alex to 518 John Diaz.
Yep. So the Team Salins has taken the lead in their 943 Porsche Boxster with Van Buren Boys Cruise Racing in second place. Team Salins catch-up car in third place. Crowd Control in fourth. New Year's Eve race. How much time we got left there? 2 hours and 6 minutes. So we're coming up on the end of the stints. We should be seeing about an hour to go, right? It's a 7-hour race.
7 hours.
So yeah, so there may be some guys doing pit stops now because they plan it to where they do the guys that stopped an hour early will have to do a pit stop here coming up soon.
All right, I'm back.
That sounds a lot better.
I just restarted my end, but it sounds good in the broadcast either way. So,
yeah. Well, you just sound good anyway.
Thanks, man. So do you. Okay? So do you.
No, Tiffany's just no, you're wrong.
Hi.
DKW is coming in the pits. Boy, that team looks like they're on the hook now.
Yeah, they're kind of.
Yeah, they just dropped it off. Yeah.
So we got sailing out about 30 seconds over P2. The Van Buren guys just turned to 337. Just a lot of change in these lap times. These guys are having a hard time being consistent, like a 319 to a 337 for Van Buren.
It's going to be impossible to be consistent out there when the track conditions are ever changing.
Don't make excuses for them, Tiff. Come on. No, you're right. It's challenging.
Which is challenging as a driver, right? You can't get into a zone and kind of get in your zone because it's changing constantly. It's better, it's worse,
She's still overdrive. I think I fixed her.
So as Bill said, just about 2 hours remaining in the race here for this 7-hour contest. We got cars in the pits there being serviced. Looks like the Solstice is in the pits with the hood up.
There goes the Tuttle car down pit road.
Is that the 107 car? Yeah. 107 car, the remaining competitive car that's in 9th place right now. Actually, they're in 7th because of the EC cars up ahead. So you've got Team Salem leading at 84 laps with Van Buren in second place, now up to speed with the leader. Then Team Salem catch up, crowd control, Condor. Then it's Team Jackie Yakes, Danger Racing, Tuttle, Castrol Prefect, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Glazed and Confused, the top 10.
So in 22nd place is the TLM Marathon Motorsports BMW that was recently converted from an EC car to a C car by reducing their fuel capacity. And they're actually doing pretty well. They looks like they had some really long pit stops. That wasn't a pit stop. That was under could be one of our yellow flags, possibly.
Gotcha.
Really slow lap time. Slower than the rest of them, unless they had some issues at that moment. But their times have been actually pretty darn consistent over the past stint.
Well, we had when the yellow car, the DK, was it DKM? Get this right. When DKW spun, there was another car that spun at the same time. We were watching over in turn 7. So that might have been TLM that spun. That might account for that weird lap time you see there.
Maybe. Yep. So, but they were excited about their chances of doing well here. And I'll say it, top 20, man, that's kicking it because there's some big teams here. And this is a hard track. Along with the big teams, just makes it difficult to do well.
And Noah over on our YouTube feed, he's telling us that the Falkenstein team and their Porsche 944, they're back on track now.
Good. That's a nice little car. Spent some time looking over it yesterday, trying to acquaint myself with Porsches, because that's what I do.
Oh, yeah. You got that Porsche hat now.
Yeah, I have my Porsche hat. Wearing it right now.
And I've got a really nice Porsche book. Oh, we got a car off in the grass there to the left. Manages to hang on to it. And everybody just being real ginger back there as they're heading through that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, that BMW is so well prepared, the TLM Marathon car. Marathon Coach, one of the sponsors of our Daytona event this year. And hopefully in the future, they bring out these multi-million-dollar coaches for us to peruse.
I notice it's not back there now.
They asked me not to go in there anymore.
Yeah. You specifically?
Me specifically.
Or anybody?
Me.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Human Resources would have that policy with you, Bill.
Yeah, whenever I walk, I tend to bring down the retail value of all kinds of stuff when I
leading market indicator, are you?
Yes.
I buy, I sell.
So Paul Murray is saying that he'll be in the back. K Woods Racing Mazda Miata, and at 3:00.
All right.
So good luck.
Cool. Yeah. Good luck.
With us at Sebring, they've raced for years now. Good little team. All right, Paul.
All right, we're going to break for commercial, folks, and be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Team Salem Mustard leading the way. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the ChampCar Sim series, the the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back to the New Year's Eve race at Sebring for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. ChampCar.Live is made by racers for racers. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're at lap 87 with Team Salin Ketchup in the lead by 7.9 seconds over Van Buren, who are desperately trying to recapture the lead of this race. And it's not been easy. They're having a hard time getting caught back up. And that beeping you hear in the background, well, that is the pinging of the transponders as the cars go by the start-finish line.
Yeah, they like to bug us and make sure that thing's high.
As loud as it can be, yeah.
Yeah, they do that. They're also discussing, lap times. There's two folks watching the race going on. Make sure everybody pings as they come across the lane. Make sure there's no short times. like somebody that would do like a lap record possibly. Make sure that doesn't happen, and then Doc is getting.
I offered to give him some pointers on it, but I think they've caught on to his timings. Let it slip during a broadcast.
Gotcha.
Don't sit over pit lane twice. Don't sit on the pit line. That's such a beautiful track. So old school. So with the concrete, everything around it. It's not like one of those new tracks that make it super easy for a guy with 600 horsepower supercar to go really fast on without ever the chance of hurting himself. This is a track that will reward you, but it can also hurt you. So I love that kind of track.
It's just kind of like an icon track. I mean, it's been raced for so long.
Yeah. And the same.
Lost it.
And it's
back.
More or less the same configuration.
Yeah, same configuration, the same Mac. I mean, it's not one of those tracks that we're gonna repave it or it's gonna change it. I think they've threatened to repave it a few times, and people were like, no. So I think if you repave it, it just becomes a normal track.
I think they've gotten a lot of complaints and requests over the years to fix it, and they've said, no, we're not going to change it. We don't want to change it. And I think you're right. There's a lot of teams and drivers that don't want it changed. They want to leave it the way it is.
I think at the higher level, you'll get those teams that want it changed, because it breaks their cars or whatever. And
because they didn't build them strong enough in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. But that slows the car down. To make it heavier.
Which is why I like manual transmission cars, because it's that whole purist mentality. Don't change anything. Leave it the way it is.
Just have to put that back on me, didn't you? Don't you? Oh, wait. Checklist. He just said this. He just said that. I'm going to hit him with this.
But I was reading, though, Bill, that I think Ron is going to go to an automatic in the Porsche for his next build or something like that. Did you hear about that?
What?
In his the Visceral Racing Group Porsche.
Really?
Yeah.
It's getting hard to find is it like with us? It's really getting hard to find the transmissions for them. Or it just costs a fortune to rebuild them. So let's try something new. And the newer transmissions are pretty darn reliable. They're quick shifting. They're not like the old flush boxes. It's a cool setup. There's danger. Is that danger on the outside? The Love Racing Miata? I just looked down and saw the red nose.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at Danger's car, and I don't see that. I don't see the Love car there, so apparently not. But Danger Racing Group shown in 6th place right now. Just turned a 3-minute lap time, so very fast lap times.
The wiper's still working on that guy.
Yeah, they got some work to do to get up to the very front.
You're focused on the track, not on that windshield. Whoa, that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's about the 3rd time this lap.
It's a little squirrely on him.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe that was the cart before.
This is a power car. He wants to get that power down to catch up with these Miatas. They're maybe a little bit better in the corners. It's a lighter car.
Looking, it is raining out there again to the west of us.
And this is frustrating for a higher power car. You can destroy that thing ahead of you in the dry and in normal conditions, but here in the wet, it's really difficult to get by.
Yeah, you really got to finesse and be, gentle with the acceleration and the braking.
Yeah.
He looks like he's getting frustrated. Come on.
Oh, Tiffany's watching on YouTube, right?
Yeah. And David, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, just Yeah, cool. Yeah, just get me your recording. I just that basic, and we'll get a new commercial put together for 2020 for the iRacing commercial. Some people are commenting it says 2019, but that season's over. But yeah, appreciate you guys just being tolerant. We'll have a new ad coming out for the next season because we're coming up on 2020. We are going to have iRacing Sim Series again for 2020 with the schedule. David's waiting on the schedule to be finalized so that they can get that whole thing put together. They'll get it to me, and I'll get it put into the run.
We have a lot of rain now. I mean, we can't even see the airport now. That's what's headed for us. So if you're in a car, you're probably going to see a lot of rain here within half a lap. So.
Oh, man.
Of course, it'll be gone, 2 laps later. But, yeah, it's one of those things like, last lap you just took, you had that corner. It was the most G-force you ever felt in a car. The next lap you go through it, oh, nope, don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
So fleeting.
The 46 Corvette just came by, short shifting that car as he went down the straightaway and went across the stripe. It is getting pretty slick out there. Guys are coming down the front straightaway here a lot slower than they were just a lap ago. It says he proposes we end the race early.
I'm all for that. LSU starts at 4:00, Dan.
Oh, jeez.
Would like that too, but Van Buren boys, they're probably like, no, we can get up.
That's right. The leader always wants the race to end early.
Yeah. Hey, just tell NASCAR to shut the race down now.
Yeah. An hour and 47 minutes remain in this 7-hour race. We got another race tomorrow, another 7-hour race. It's the New Year's Eve celebration.
And they're separate races, so it's you win today, you could be a loser tomorrow.
Right. And whoever wins today will be automatically start a lap down by rules, and so that kind of gives the other teams a better chance, maybe at doing well, maybe winning the race.
And we should reverse the starting order with the pit stall tomorrow, right?
Yeah, they pick a random pit stall at the beginning of the race, morning of, and they'll send that pit stall out first, and everybody else will file in behind, and then they reverse that on the second day to try to make it somewhat fair, I guess.
Well, and a lot of people say, well, why doesn't Champ Car do qualifying? Can you imagine trying to grid 125 cars at Daytona?
We have a hard time griding cars at the start of the race.
Yeah,
especially in California. You get out there and these guys are still sleeping at race start.
Looks like they're doing a driver change in the level 1 garage. Honda Fit probably taking on fuel as well.
Yeah.
And being at their under 2 hours, this may be their final pit stop.
Yep, they are fueling, and they're putting a new driver in the car, along with the 287 is in the lane right now, too.
Man, look how wet that racetrack is.
Yeah, we can see it from here. Kind of.
Crank Anchors Racing still out there turning laps. Looks like Van Buren has come into the pits.
You can see the good, bad, and the ugly in their yellow lights on the car, which they removed from their Le Mans winning Viper. They had in storage the lights or spare lights for it, so they put those lights on their Camaro. The Riley, one of the Riley built Vipers, or Riley run Vipers. I don't know if he built them. They ran them.
At 90 laps, Team Salem lead 1 and 2. As the Van Buren car comes into the pits, probably for the final time today, I imagine everybody's a little off sequence here.
Yeah, the 7-hour format, along with those early full course yellow, kind of really doubled up the fuel strategies.
But you would imagine that everybody that's coming in now, that would be their last stop of the race.
I would hope to think so. You might put your rain guy in, but then again, and then like 10 times
all day. Right.
And somebody is asking on our YouTube channel, are U.S. teams eligible to compete in Canadian races, or is it different guidelines? It's the same guidelines.
The Canada Series is exactly us. You can run in the Canadian Series or run the American Series. It's Champ Car Canada. Or sorry, it's Champ Car. It's not necessarily Canada, but we're running in Canada.
Right.
So, yep, and that's it. You can run wherever. We're not a separate entity anymore. We are one company.
And yes, we are going to be at Calabogie.
Yeah, Calabogie, and then we're also at Canadian Tire Motorsport, which is the old Moss Sport, which we're not allowed to.
I thought Moss Sport was Palm Beach.
No,
that's Moroso.
Moroso was. Oh, so the Mercury Lincoln just went down the front straightaway, and it was odd looking because there's a lot of really weird smoke, steam, and stuff coming out underneath that car as it was on the straightaway along the left side. He got pinched on the outside of a 3-wide pass and had to stick out his nose over against the wall. And like I said, that was really weird smoking coming out of it. So I don't know if it was hit the exhaust or what, but it slowed him down because of the amount of water on the inside of the track. So we're seeing that
All right, looks like the Honda Fit's heading back out.
Everybody just stood up in the tower looking at a red Miata as they fly, and don't know what was going on, but everybody stood up at once pointing at the car. What was wrong with that car? What is? Oh, yeah. So something I discovered at Sonoma was I noticed that some of the cars, their window nets were really tiny, and we kind of know. We just saw a car that came down the front straightaway, and he had the same issue. So they were all looking at that, conversing about the size of window nets. You kind of want to keep your arms and legs in the car, and that car gets upside down, flips around. You don't want parts of your body poking out the door, getting ripped off. That makes it hard to clean up the mess.
Very messy.
Yeah, they don't like it when I pump my fist out the window as I come across the start-finish line with checkered flag. They don't like that.
No, or when you get, your wheel falls off and you're really upset with the guy that prepped the car. Yeah, the track is pretty full of water. I'm looking at the grass section out there, and there's some pretty big puddles starting to form off the track. So, that's another thing that you get off this track and you never want to get out of your car because of the fire ants.
You ever want to get out because what? We're having a little trouble with your audio.
Fire ants.
Oh, the fire ants. Okay.
Yeah, fire ants. You don't want to. You don't want to get out of step out of your car and step on a mound because they will be on you in an instant.
Is that a thing in Florida?
Yeah.
So
I knew the love bugs were. Last time I was there, it looked like they were taking over.
Yeah.
Crowd Control Racing has come into the pits. So is Crank Yankers Racing, and Van Buren's still in the pits.
Yeah, I can't see Van Buren, but I can see Crank Yankers right here with their Wingman Aerodynamics wing on the car as they're filling up, putting fuel in it. There goes the Riley car. You can hear that Camaro screaming down the front straightaway, and it just winds up just a wee bit more as he hits the painted stripe on the start finish. Yeah, they're filling up the 287 as well. A lot of cars going kind of slow down the front straightaway here because they don't want what happened to other cars to happen to them. morning, to happen to them now.
I think everybody's learned that lesson by now.
Yeah, owners have instilled into their drivers to go down.
Take it easy, especially across that front straightaway.
It's take it easy pretty much everywhere. When you have to go back and explain to the owner that you just totaled his car,
He just shortened his wheelbase.
Yeah, you never want to have that conversation with anybody. My bad.
They tend to want to hit you. They go, it turns left really well now. Right?
Almost exclusively.
I think Tyler's getting in the car now, so he'll probably be piloting that car on the way home.
Yep, that's Randy in the car now with his white suit. The 43 car.
I was like, that's not what we're looking at.
No, we're looking at Crank Anchors Racing right now.
Is that a little unicorn over there?
We're jacking up the car right now.
I think it is.
Right side tires going onto the car. It's interesting. They're not exactly, you see some of these teams there, it's a full team involvement. They've got tires and wheels on the car within a matter of seconds. There's Crank Anchors. Yeah. Not so much.
Looks like they let the car down by accident and are jacking it back up again.
Yeah. They're kicking right front wheels.
The car was having a good run, too. It's up at the top 10.
We're looking out the window watching it.
Man, it is soaked out there. I mean, that track is completely soaked.
Left side wheels as well. Tires. Jack going under the car. Looks like Tyler's in the car, I think. Yep, Tyler's in the car.
Looks like Van Buren has rejoined the race. And they're shown in 5th place right now.
Yeah, we've still got an absolute ton of rain falling on us. You can start to see the airport now, but it's still thick everywhere. It's a good rainstorm out there. The guy,
it's pretty wet.
Yeah, the guy I really feel sorry for is our start-finish guy who has no cover.
Oh, no.
Nope, they don't have a cover on the start-finish guy here.
He's just miserable.
Somebody on YouTube says there's a guy on YouTube that intentionally gets bit by different insects. Ask him. LOL. Ew. Go totally girl out. No getting bit by insects. No.
Yeah, we had him in the car this morning, and I was like,
Yeah, Adam, we don't have a camera in the Colorado University car right now that's working. So,
have you tried it? We got it working again.
I thought you were going to move it.
No, we put it back in. We pulled it out.
Thanks for keeping me updated on all this stuff. Jeez. You said you were going to move it like twice. No, it's not up yet.
Well, it's there. I mean, it shows working.
There you go. Colorado University Boulder Racing. That might be the same car, too.
It is the same car.
Oh, okay.
I sound like an old married couple.
We are definitely that.
You have to understand, Paul Veltham, he's up like Dark 30, somewhere out west.
Two grumpy old men just
up all night prepping for the show. The man is on pins and needles when I meet him in the morning.
Pins and needles.
Of course, we all work at different ways. We're not all the same people. And I get yelled at by Paul a lot on Saturday race mornings. And on Friday nights and Saturday, Sunday. We
usually the yelling subsides around Thursday and just pick up again.
Yeah. Paul actually has a workload that is huge, so it's I very much appreciate what Paul does for us. He does the job of like 6 or 7 people. And when I tell him for 2020 that he has to do instant replay, he's going to really freak out. Do you think? I'm kidding.
So I'm going to quickly change the subject and say Crank Anchors is heading back onto the racetrack.
Yes, they are.
Team Jackie Yakes is in the pits. Crowd Control in the pits. Castrol Prefect, they're shown in the pits. But Crank Anchors is left. I don't think they lost too much time in the pits. Do you guys? Did you?
No.
Nah, probably not. I'm going to look. It's still showing. Oh, it hadn't registered their time yet because they haven't made it back around. Danger Racing is up to like third. When you take the EC cars out, that's third place. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we've got a lot of viewers on our YouTube channel. I want to welcome everybody, and a lot of people asking for different things, and we're happy to help you as we can. And a lot of people want to see the Colorado Boulder Racing team, the university team. And so we've got that feed up here, as you can see.
Well, there's a new program starting up that we've been running with ChampCar for a couple of years now. University teams, actual university engineering teams, run like the Formula SAE, but Champ style. They can race with ChampCar. We have a special deal for your teams. Now, again, it has to be a true university or high school STEM or engineering team. They get to race for free. The idea is that you guys get to learn how to work on these cars in an atmosphere of true racing, and learn that it's more than just prepping the car. It's about keeping it running during the race and using your skills as an engineer to figure out those problems. And it's not just engineers. You have the marketing folks. You have, along with SAE, you have a lot of different departments involved in your build. So, if you have any questions about that, give me an email at bill.strong@ChampCar.org, and we'd be happy to pass you on to folks that know a lot more about this program than I do. And we will get you all the stuff you need to get your team started and get you in the right direction. I think we have something like 10 teams within our series right now, and there's a championship series starting up soon that I have to get some paperwork. I have to actually put it all together when I get home and in a couple of days, and we'll get that set up. But yeah, it's a pretty cool setup for schools, and we want to work with you. We want you guys out racing. So the rain is still falling. It's not as bad. Looks like the biohazard is stopped under the bridge. I can't see what happened with the car.
That was the Van Buren guys just going by there.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's damage or what, because it's custom anyway. Is that the right word to use?
Yeah. All right, we've got an emergency vehicle in view at turn 6, we believe, just outside of turn 6. That's, if I know what I'm talking about here, that's coming out of 6, big bend.
Yeah. He's actually right under the bridge. Looks like our pace car is going to be going out, guys.
Ah, okay. Well, this is as good a time as any to break for commercial. What do you say?
Let's do it.
Okay. Let's take a poll. Let's ask everybody. All right. We're full course caution here at Sebring International, breaking for commercial. Back in a moment. Stay with us, everybody. ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back in a moment. Yeah.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
And we are full course caution here. 95 laps completed at Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, and Bill Strong as we call the race for you. We are full course caution, and I guess the Biohazard MR2 has crashed, but they drove away from the incident. So lots of damage to that car.
He pulled away a little bit. He stopped underneath the new bridge. Probably wanted to get out of the rain, but he's okay. And he's trying. They had to pull us under everybody up on the full course yellow so we could get a wrecker out there. So they got to put the car on the wrecker. It's banged up. So that's Troy's new car too.
Oh no. It looks like your top 5 have all ducked in to do their final pit stop then.
Extremely busy right now.
So it's, up here in the tower, it's a crazy, crazy place when we have to go yellow. They're trying to find the leader pits. They're trying to find second place pits. They're trying to find third place, and second place put at the same time. So basically, if we don't catch the third, the third place car, Dana sends.
We'd have to go all the way back to like 6th place to find the leader right now for this on track.
So Dana just sent out the pace car and said, "Pick up the next guy. Just get them. Slow these people down." So that's what they did.
Danger race going back back.
So they could not start loading that car on until they got the pace car out. It's pretty dangerous up there. It's sort of and if those guys. Or the rain's really thick, the water's really thick on the track over there, they could spin off into the safety crew, and we don't want that.
So is this caution because of the crash with the Biohazard car?
Yes.
That's the second incident today with that car. So
yeah.
Not a good day for the Biohazard team.
Well, Troy is a lightning rod.
Do we know that he was driving?
Don't know. No. I've got a message into those guys, but I think they're a little busy. But
there goes the Salem's car back out, mustard car.
Yeah, once I got this job, I left our little chat group we had with everybody on it because there was a conflict of interest, and I didn't want that showing up in my job. So, yeah, Troy and I are the owner of that car, and I are best. I don't want to risk it.
best friends and sworn enemies. Often in
Yeah, that's.
So we're full course caution here at Sebring International at 95 laps. We've got several cars that have pulled into the pits to service their cars for the final time. You know, cars like the Salins team, they were really waiting for another caution to come up so they could take advantage of that. And here it is. Everything that they wanted. Danger Racing Group, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Team Jackie Yakes, Glazed and Confused, all of these cars have ducked in to take that service for the final time before they head out and look to finish this race to determine the winners.
Maybe not. Hang on a second here.
Can't really see. That biohazard loaded. You got biohazard loaded, and they're moving safety out. We did see one of the safety trucks go flying down the front straightaway here. We got cars almost double stacking down the pit lane here, trying to get their pits done. There's some of the teams are getting yelled at by Jay Money, who's our director of tech. They were coming over the wall trying to flag their guys down, which is against the rules. You have to stay other side of the wall until your car comes to a complete stop. And it was the same team that we yelled at earlier today. So, yeah, kind of probably have to do hand signals or make it bigger.
The shop car hit it back out.
Yeah. So we got 4 cars. One of the E36 BMWs is or actually, isn't it? It's a big BMW. It's between some Miatas in the car, and it's having a hard time. It's a 721 BMW.
It's a 549.
Yeah, 540. Yeah, the 64.
944.
Use your words, Bill. And the 19.
Yep, the J30.
Yeah, and the
Marathon Coach 336 is in.
Yeah, the Condor Sheets at OMP 721 BMW just getting out of pit lane now. They got stuck between two Miatas, and those guys did not.
Yeah. Well, it's a little crowded there. E-Race was in right there with them as well.
Man, the Colorado University guys, they've got an NA Miata. They're using the pop-up headlights. Oh yeah, they're using them, baby.
Classic.
R2 impacting or crashing over by the new bridge. Troy's new build hit the new bridge, so that's not. I got a message from Troy to find out what happened, and
okay,
not checking his phone, but
right.
Or who knows?
Well, thanks for trying anyway to see what the story was. I guess it's it doesn't really matter. I was just curious. I thought maybe you already knew the answer to that question. I guess it doesn't matter who's driving. I mean, it's a bad situation.
So we got a lot of action going on up here in the tower. We got Tuttle's team up here. We got some other folks up here trying to figure out timing and scoring issues. So, if you hear a lot of stuff in the background, that's why. So some of these cars are going really, really not slow on the front straightaway. And as the rain has increased, as in this yellow flag, you can see a lot of water being dumped over on between turns 5 and 7. So, the Riley Good, Bad, and Ugly Camaro with its 315 size front rear tires. It's huge amount of water coming off those tires. They're not exactly probably the best tires to do for a rain event. Am I correct?
Right. Usually you want to go to a narrower tire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to push as much water.
Yeah. But that car has the horsepower to do it. So plus there's less chance of hydroplaning.
Yeah, it's the hydroplane, right?
I grew up in San Diego, so it never rained in Southern California.
Right. Their biggest problem is droughts, I imagine, more than
droughts and fire.
Having too much rain.
Mudslides.
Surf. Yeah. Bikinis. Sun.
Football teams that can't win.
baseball teams won. We don't have a football team anymore.
No, I guess not.
Our Padres that, I grew up in a baseball family, so we never really watched the Padres. When I grew up, it was a minor sport. It wasn't really a major sport. So, it's please don't tell me that's no. Okay, sorry. I sent the boys out to get pictures, and I see a Volkswagen out there, and I'm thinking, oh, they're gonna get it stuck. That was fun. But so it is raining. It's pouring here. It looks like the green flag is in hand. So this will be interesting. We're gonna have a drag race start here as your teams start to come down the front straightaway here, and they see that green flag flip over, and he waves the green flag. The amount of water on this front straightaway, the 737 is in the lead, and you can see the tail wagging on that W as he hits the stripe along the start-finish line. And I want to say sideways, but he wasn't quite there. But there are some teams that they're going really gingerly along the front straightaway here. The 678 kind of does a cross from driver's left to driver's right as he goes down the front straightaway here, and it was a little scary. And some of the other cars are coming up really fast on him.
You see, there's a lot of water on the front straightaway.
It is a deluge out there.
Some of the cars, you see some 3 wide racing along the front with one. Some of the guys getting stuck in the middle because they really don't, you can see they don't really know what's going on. The 457, I need to go talk to somebody real quick. Hold on.
So you can see cars working their way around the racetrack, and you can see how much rain is coming down now from
really
turn
icky.
7. Yeah, this is over at the hotel, looking at the hairpin turn, which is the slowest turn on the racetrack. You can see how easy he's going into that corner. Of course, he's got a nice lead. This is the Ford Mustang, I believe, the hazmat machine.
Yeah, they're trying to take it easy. You can tell.
Cars that have rejoined the race since the yellow, both Salem cars have rejoined the event, and they are shown leading 1 and 2 with about a 27-second gap. And then
That's a pretty good day for them.
Yeah, and then it's Van Buren in 3rd with Danger Racing in 4th. Crowd Control, another D-class car. Then it's Team Jackie Yakes, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Glazed and Confused, Castrol Prefect. And then it would be Crank Yankers in the top 10, I believe, if I get all my EC cars pulled out. So how about that? On board with Crank Yankers. That looks like the leader going by. Not the leader, but the Van Buren guys going by. Back in 3rd. So Crank Yankers getting lapped there. There's no way he's going to be able to keep up with a front-wheel drive car in these conditions. So
it is pouring.
I don't know. It's like Tyler driving, though, right?
Yeah, and he's got so much experience. Yeah. Tyler's got an immense amount of experience racing at multiple racetracks all over the United States. So car's in really good hands.
He's up from where you're at, so he also has snow experience.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
There's no chance of snow today at all.
No.
You sure?
I'm positive.
If it is Florida, anything can happen.
Well,
anything except snow.
Tyler, of course, one of our board members, as well as Tiffany and Doc Waldrop. Got 3 board members. So.
Yeah, Tyler does a great job. I think he just got reelected with Doc for the new 3-year term. But Tyler has done a great job in bringing in sponsors for the organization and working out those deals. So, kudos to him. He's really working hard.
And this is a really, it's an intense situation here as he's working that car around the track. He's got some people coming by. But you can see the grid work he has on the windshield there that Bill was talking about earlier. It's a defrost kit, and that helps with some of the fog building up. Most of them are set up on a timer, so maybe like a 10-minute deal, and it'll turn off. You got to turn it back on. And in these conditions where it's really overcast, it's very bright white, and then you get that fog on there, it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between the rooster tailing and just fog on the windshield. So some guys will run these.
Which way the racetrack goes, yeah.
Well, that's just it. The interior of these cars get kind of hot because you've removed all the insulation from them. And so the interior gets hot and the outside's cold.
Yeah.
And it's, guess what? You get fog.
And on this track, unlike some other ones, there is concrete in places that are not the track anymore, as some things are paved in directions you don't really want to follow. It seems like it would be easier to misconstrue those in your visual field with all of this fog and rain going on, you know?
Yeah. You've got.
I've seen people completely miss a turn as they stayed on some of that concrete and miss, especially what is it, like 17, the last one, just missed the turn completely. Was like way out in the weeds, but it was actually concrete.
We're seeing teams coming down the front straightaway here. Some teams are staying to the driver's left, some are staying to the driver's right, which is kind of opposite of what you do in the dry. You kind of want to stay in the middle. The teams in the middle seem to be flipping a little more with their drivetrains. You can hear the RPMs raise and lower, but the guys that are sticking to the left and the right tend not to be doing that as much. But they're coming really gingerly along the front straightaway here. We have seen a couple of cars that probably have the correct rubber on the car for these conditions, and they're doing well. Riley's getting past in a turn 6 by the Jackie X car. Putting another lap down. Jackie trying to catch the Mazda. Is that a 6? The Mazda
626. Yeah.
And trying to catch him right now. And it looks like he's going to catch him coming out of turn 7. That's Troy. Troy was driving.
Yeah, you can see the car. The car's rolling through turn 7 there very carefully.
Yeah, so Ian's reporting back that Troy was driving it, smashed up the front end pretty good. It's all shoved over.
That's too
bad. That's a new car, right?
Yeah.
It's the Bio 2.
I'm actually surprised that he would even put that out here with weather conditions.
Well, they drive in the rain.
You have to do it. I mean, you build it for the endurance racing car. You don't build it for one condition. Why?
Yeah, no, I know, but.
And they had the same condition at Barber, and they drove it.
They skipped one day, yeah.
Yeah, that's a little different track though. That has a lot more elevation change along with track changes, right, Doc?
Yeah, a lot more elevation change than this one. Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Well, I mean, the biggest elevation change here, of course, at Sebring is the distance between the two concrete pads that are next to each other.
Yeah, we're back on board with Danger Racing Group in their Lexus SC300. Looks like the Tuttle Motorsports 107 car has tripped the pit loop, so they may be in the pits right now. That's the remaining competitive Tuttle car right now. Valerian Steel also tripped the pit loop along with DVM and RYSA. DVM is actually in the garage right now. Reeves Racing, Aquafy, and Matt Dillon Racing also shown not on track right now. The majority of the cars are on the track. But you can see some of the rooster tailing going on as there is a lot of water on that racetrack. Someone asked earlier if teams switch tires over to a rain tire, and most do not. They'll just run the same tire.
Right. I mean, there's probably a few teams that might have 2 different setups, but most people just pick the best overall tire that will work in either condition.
Yeah, we were at Laguna Seca a couple weeks ago, Tiffany, and one of the teams was concerned about the rain, so they put rain weather tires on there, went out there, and the car was almost undrivable. They came back in, put their racing tires back on, and to put the car back on the racetrack. So
gotcha. Yeah.
A lot of the cars we have
about the tires, right?
It is, and a lot of these, we run the tires we run are treaded. So unless you're running slicks, you should be fine, and we don't run slicks. So.
Right, we run a street tire, but a competitive tire, but a street tire.
These roost teams down the front are ridiculously tall.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be on a slick in these conditions. It'd be awfully slick.
So we got some cars being black flagged for passing under the yellow, which I believe you're not really supposed to do.
No, the back straight.
It's frowned upon.
All right. Looks like the Colorado University Boulder Racing team is in the pits.
They just pulled in. They're pulling their driver out, putting a new driver in. They're putting fuel in it. The 969
Fat Crackers. Their Honda.
They're trying to find where their pit stall is. I think the driver drove past it. Yeah, so they're pushing it backwards.
So is this their first race with us?
I think some of the drivers it was. Yeah, here they go. So this guy right there, he was excited about getting on the track. He was so afraid about starting the race, in the front. I think he wanted to go in the very back. And I told him, no, you can't do that. You just need to get out there and do it.
Right.
There's fear in his eyes.
What have I got myself into? Be good if you could get them to come up there and chat with you about their experience.
It wouldn't make much difference. You're going to get, when you got 80 cars out there, they're going to catch you and pass you within a couple of laps anyway. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. Just go.
Super Paul Velton or Alexander, you still get past it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember my first race. Like the ones in between kind of get blurry every once in a while, but I remember my first race. It was so exciting. Or my first Champ Car race.
We thought we knew everything. We knew nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know how to get in and out of the pits yet. I didn't know that I was actually here at Sebring was my first race with Champ Car.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
went in and I didn't know how to get back to the pits.
Oh, I have a story for you. Yeah. We had that happen to us at NCM. We sent a young lady out in the car and they black flagged her for contact and she didn't know where the pits were. She kept passing them. And so Champ Car came to us and said, hey, your driver needs to get in here. We're going to stop scoring you. Like, she doesn't know where to. We're trying to raise her on the radio. She hadn't taken the time to figure out how to get back in.
Right. Well, I mean, my very first race, I did the exact same thing. They're like, okay, your time's up. You've done well. Come on in. And I was like,
you don't think about it.
Yeah. And he's like, you've been out there for 2 hours. You didn't see it. And I was like, I wasn't looking for it.
Right.
I was trying to look where I needed to go.
Right.
Full course yellow.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
You.
All right. So we got a car on top of a wall somewhere. I don't know where.
Oh.
It's up on a turn probably before turn 16. So everybody, all right, they're trying to pick up the leader now. I don't know what car it is, but they're sending out rescue now.
All right.
I'll find out. Once they pick up the leader, we'll be able to get more information from our race control, but they have to concentrate on getting the leader and getting these folks under control. We have an absolute rain falling right now, guys.
Pouring.
Boy, it's like monsoon season out there. It's time to get the rice crop.
We have a lot of folks.
You can hardly see out the camera.
All right, let me get some information. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate that. So at 100 laps complete, we've gone full course caution with the two Salem Porsche Boxsters leading the race. Things really couldn't be better for them than it is right now, as they are comfortably in front, and they've got they've got a 38-second gap. Most of that's cars in between them.
Hey guys, it's turn one, so you need to get onto your team. If you're listening, you need to get onto your team. Slow that car down. There's a lot
of the cars off in one.
Yeah, we don't know if it's drivers left or drivers right because they haven't told us yet. But stay out there. They're
and it looks like
go right there.
Love Racing has parked their Miata. They've pulled in and behind the wall. Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with the car.
Can't hardly see anything out of. I hope he can see better out of that windshield than we can.
Yeah, probably not, because you can see to the right. You can see clear.
True.
Is that the 13 car that we're following on? Is that Love Racing the 13?
Love Racing is pulled in behind the wall.
We were on TLM and now we're to danger.
Oh, I see.
So we know it's none of those cars.
So Crank Anchors Racing, yes, none of the cars that we have cameras on.
Mm-hmm.
I've checked all of them.
What car? 7-7 is on top of the tire.
7-7 Backwoods Racing. The Mustang.
Tried to go backwoods.
Oh, so there he's telling safety that they just wanted to put him back on the grass and drive away.
That's our kind of guy.
There you go, man.
Put him back on the grass.
I want my car. Just put me back on the track. Just put me back over. I'll go on my way.
Yeah, they're listed in third or just an EC car, but they're up at the front of the field. They were having a good time out there.
Oh, I wish we could get a picture of that.
We can't. You can't even see past the land. That's how rainy it is. I might be exaggerating.
It's a little.
I think the vehicle of the week would be that Jeep. This is the kind of weather that Jeeps love, isn't it?
Good grief! Look at the
amount of water.
The amount of water is ridiculous.
The amount of water being thrown off by some of these cars as they come up against the wall.
Team Infinity J30 drivers, right?
Yeah. That's nothing compared to what we had at Barber. I mean, you could have caught a wave. If you had a boogie board, you'd have been all set.
The picture there.
Somebody could have totally skied behind you.
This is a sprinkle compared to what we had.
These guys have dropped their skiers. It's just too wet out there. You're gonna have a chance.
All right, folks. So obviously we're under caution, working to get a car off of the top of one of the barriers. Obviously the driver's not only okay, he wants them to drop them on the grass so we can get going again. We're going to break for a commercial, guys. How about we break for commercial, guys, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. It's Champ Car Live, brought to you by AutoZone. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Hi, it's iRacing commentator David Haynes. In 2019, I'm excited to be bringing coverage of the Champ Car Sim Series, the sim racing division of the Champ Car Endurance Series. Contested across 15 championship rounds using the 2015 Mazda MX-5, the winners will receive a free entry into a real Champ Car Endurance Series race in the 2020 season. Each points round will be broadcast live by HJBC. Head to forum.champcar.org for full information and schedule. Sign-ups are open, so get registered now. Best of luck, and I'll see you at the track.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
And welcome back to the New Year's Eve race at Sebring for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. ChampCar.Live is made by racers for racers. I'm Paul Veltsum, joined by Doc Waldrop, Bill Strong, and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. Welcome, everyone. We are 101 laps into this. We are under yellow. Looks like Backwoods has tripped the pit loop, so they either towed him down the pit lane or he drove down it. Did you guys see anything?
I'm sorry, we had our beats off. We weren't listening to you. Sorry.
That's all right. It's just nobody else is either.
That.
It's just a bunch of dribble.
No, we have a lot going on. So, who is that again?
I was just wondering if you saw the Backwoods Mustang come down pit lane. That's the reason for the caution.
We didn't see it. So we're going to stay yellow for a while because the amount of water that's fallen. The track is there's a lot of really deep water. We're being recorded by the pace car, so they're going to keep us at yellow.
Yeah, they're not so concerned about the Class 3 rapids, but the Class 4 rapids are giving a lot of cars fits out here.
Yeah. And we were when you came back, we were watching turn 6. A lot of guys will slow down for turn 7, and they kind of, what do they call that? Snake or
use your words.
God, I can't think of the word. Conga line is down, and basically
and
every
they come to
stuff. And the guys coming around turn 4 and 5 are, not full,
trying to catch the
field, and all of a sudden they make the turn there, and this car stopped in the middle of the track. So wait for the big one. So
gotcha.
Didn't happen. Not as close as it was last time. That was pretty scary. We had a car 890 pulled off at turn 4, so they were bringing that car back as well.
That's E-Racing.
Yeah. I don't know if he got going again, but they said he pulled off.
Oh, okay.
And that's the only news I had.
Okay.
All of it is.
Yeah, I think it's so bad out there. I think some of these guys are just pulling off. they're not gonna, if they're not scoring really well, they're just gonna call it a day and wait for tomorrow.
Yeah. Remember the days of early Champ Car when we would have a stick with a Sammy on the end of it?
We still do.
Oh yeah, I still think that's a good idea. Call it the Q-tip.
Yep.
Wrap a rag around it, some paper towels.
Windshield wipers on the inside.
That was the coolest thing ever, the VIR 24. And we laughed at it until we used it. It's like, oh, that really works.
We laughed about it in admiration. It's like, actually, that's a pretty good idea. That was awesome.
We got cars passing under yellow. I can't give you a number yet because we don't do that when we first hear them anymore. We like it to be a surprise to the team. They don't prepare for it. So we do have cars that have passed under yellow, and once this yellow is over, they will be black flagged. And up to about more observant.
I don't know why. I was out on the balcony at the back straightaway, and there were cars passing left and right.
I don't see why. Sebring is one of the best flags to go to, and you can see it everywhere.
Yeah, well, there's no curvature of the earth here.
And they're sticking right out there in front of you.
Looks like fairly miserable conditions.
The old passing under caution.
It's not a bad day if you're a duck.
Looks like we got cars coming into the pits. We've got
what's a race?
A lot of cars at the back of the field coming into the pits. Backwoods is the only one shown towards the front of the field that's coming into the pits. It's all the way, the top 29 cars are all out there. We don't know the extent of the damage on the Backwoods machine, but it is an EC car. So it doesn't figure into the podium positions of the race at any rate. So you've got two Salem cars leading the 943, the 942, respectively, in second place. Then it's Van Buren boys in third, Danger Racing, Crowd Control, Team Jackie Yakes, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, Glazed and Confused, Castrol Prefect, and Crank Yankers. So you've got your lead D-class car is Crowd Control Racing. Your lead A-class car is Glazed and Confused. And the B-class Button Down Racing is your leader. And their 2004 Mini Cooper. Team Salem leading C-class at 102 laps. And we've got less than an hour of racing left here in Sebring.
It's winding down.
The tension builds because these top four cars are pretty close together.
They really are.
There's 55 seconds that separate all of them.
Yeah, less than a minute.
All on that same lap. And
turn 6.
Like any of these, any of these cars could win this race.
You'd think the third or fourth time that you almost rear-ended the guy in front of you except he slows down for 7, you'd learn. But no. Maybe they'll have new drivers in their cars.
Yeah. We wake up and new ones every day.
I reject the facts of your truth and substitute my own.
Has anybody taken a look at the radar?
No, I can do that.
What's going on? It's great.
Right, gray.
We have it's no longer raining. So
okay, so it's starting to clear up a little bit.
Actually just solid water. It's just a flood. There's no air left.
They're draining quickly here now. They put new drainage into the track where they didn't have it before. And no longer do you get these big big wave form coming down the front straightaway. They're just little waves now. But it really helped.
All right. So I've got a little bit of radar love here. There you go.
I brought up the exact same one.
So Sebring's about 85 miles south of Orlando. It's kind of like right in the middle of the state. And give you an idea of how the weather's moving up the coast there across the state. that is the past. I can run the future. This is what they're forecasting.
More rain.
More rain.
Break and then more rain, yeah.
Green, more green.
So,
which is light. So, you know, when you guys get all that gray and light blue and the white up there, with your radar.
Here
stuff.
it's just varying shades of green.
Yeah.
According to the one I looked at, it should be clearing up now, and you might be able to make it towards the end of the race. Like right towards the end of the race, you should get another green blob on top of you guys again.
Worse when we have to go out and do interviews.
You know, Doc, Doc,
yes.
You know, there's a lot of Miatas out here.
Yeah.
You know how many Miatas there are out here?
Yeah.
I bet if you were swinging dead things, you could hit one.
There are so many.
Sure. We have people coming after you.
Just fishing for that money, aren't you? Okay. It is. You can't swing a dead cat without a yacht out.
Bravo, sir. Bravo.
Fine. You know you're going to throw off the bidding curve on the over under.
Don't know.
So 47 laps or 47 minutes roughly remain in the race today. We're on board with Crank Yankers Racing and find themselves, I believe it's in 11th spot if I got my math right. I think that's about right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, they're in 10th place.
10th?
They're in the top
11th?
10.
1, 2, 3, 4. 10th. Is that right?
I believe so.
10 minus 4. I mean, 14 minus. I can't even say numbers.
14 minus 4 would be 10, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll let the folks out there decide. History will decide. So, yeah, I love racing. They've pulled it behind the wall. We've got DKW. Looks like they're either going to take it back to their trailer. They might go back out for a few laps. Their driver's suited up.
See if we can get it stuck again somewhere.
Looks like it's
no, he's going back to the trailer.
No, he has to go around. You can't.
Oh, I see. He can't go in over there. Okay.
He's coming down the back.
Gotcha. He's headed around.
On track.
Roger Dodger.
I was trying to find the car so we get the camera, but now they're going back out. I'm trying to get Ian to get down there to get us some more video for the start when they start this.
Yeah, I got a feeling it could be crazy down there.
Yep.
You think?
So Backwoods Racing brought out this caution, but the weather conditions were poor enough they wanted to let the car circulate for a while too before they went back to green.
Car being team cars, so that could help the leader, as you know, the Stalin's ketchup car might try to make it a little harder for the others to pass if they try to pass.
Well, if they try to pass right now, they're going to.
Well, Van Buren, Van Buren's 23 seconds back, so there's a big gap between those two cars. Between second and third.
Right. There's a lot of cars out there in between them.
Right. And then Danger is 48 seconds back from there, so they've got a lot of cars. Of course, what Danger and Van Buren are waiting for those two teams to make mistakes on the restart so they can take advantage of it.
103 laps turned.
They're almost done fixing the wall.
DKW heading back down pit road.
So they're looking for advice from our pace car driver, also an experienced racer, and on her thoughts on the conditions of the track. So she'll feed those to the race director, who will then
just back straight, just like I feel.
I mean, according to the
it comes to
the radar, y'all should be out of this heavy rain in just a second.
It comes to a stop for no reason at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
It just might be Florida drivers.
Can you use y'all in Florida? I mean, it's
y'all in Florida.
I mean, it's not technically southern like the Florida. Only in the middle, like the top of the panhandle, maybe.
Kind of like New Orleans and
No.
It's in the south
like
of the Florida.
No, South Florida is like
It's a
It's
melting
like something
pot.
from New England broke off and then reattached.
It's a melting pot. It's not.
Yeah.
People that live in Florida aren't from Florida. They're from every place else.
True.
waiting at some place called Ontario. Hey, where we're doing 2 races next year.
Now they've come to a complete stop on the max portion of the course. Approaching
Yeah, they're moving
9.
again. Yeah.
They might as well.
So they're just completing the fixing the tire wall that Spain had put himself on top of. Yeah, no, he put himself on top of it. Don't know how you do that.
Oh, I can. After all, I spun on the pace lap one time before I got to turn one.
Again, you don't know how you did that.
Oh, I do.
Have they made a call yet about bringing the pace car in yet?
No, they haven't talked about it yet.
No, Dana will Dana has this little flag at the end of the desk there that he raises as he thinks it's going to go.
I thought that was to get more sopapillas.
That could be.
What's a sopapilla?
Oh my gosh, Dave. Are you kidding me? They're like beignets on crack.
They're really good.
Mm.
It looks like we made it ready.
I've had the empanadas.
Yeah. Flagger has removed the double yellows on the front straight.
Elon was trying. We got the empanadas in the freezer.
So, but remember that when we call it out, when you tell your driver, he needs to be aware that he needs to look at the locals where he's at before he makes the
They using locals to with the water?
Well,
No. Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
if you when somebody said, hey, back to whatever racing,
Your yellow flag.
yeah, you just can't. Oh, well, my team guy said, you said
Green, green, green.
yeah. So
I gotcha. At Barber this year, I noticed they started using a different flag. They started using the something's on the track and using that for heavy weather as well to let you know there was deep water there or something like that.
All right. Looks like we're
Sailing
back to green.
coming down the front straightaway.
Green
lead
flag
car,
is in the air.
Yeah. The 488 is actually doing pretty well down the front straightaway there in third position as they go down the front straight. Van Buren boys, where are they?
There it is.
They are making a pass on the inside of one of the back marker portion boxers as they go on one. There's a lot of 3 wide coming down here.
Some brave folks.
Oh, yeah, the 721 really started hydroplaning and kind of aimed to the inside of the wall and recovered it as he came across the stripe and got it straight again. But that was a little scary. You could see him get off the gas suddenly as the car started veering towards the wall.
Yeah, on board with the Tyler Pedersen in the Crank Yankers machine as he's heading down that front straightaway. His head is on a spindle watching for cars on the approach.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You're worried about yourself making a mistake, but if somebody else makes a mistake and hits you, which we had happen this week. I'm just riding along, minding my own business, and boom.
Yeah, you're collateral. You get caught up in it.
And we have some slow cars going down the back straight, kind of playing it gingerly while they're just getting past at an extremely high rate of speed by some of these faster cars.
I think certain cars would be handling better in the rain, and then certain drivers are probably more comfortable with driving in these conditions than some other ones. So you're going to get a lot of speed differential.
Right. I think a lot of that is the driver. It just takes a special breed. Yeah, not breed. It takes a special,
feel.
Yeah, feel and thought process and everything to drive in these conditions.
Stress management.
It's a lot of management.
They got to be thinking, we're almost at the end. Let me just keep the car together and get it to the checker. We're almost there.
There was a
Absolutely.
2.5 hours.
10-second gap between Van Buren boys and Danger Racing. So front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. V6 versus straight six. Civilians versus Army. I don't know.
They've got an all-star lineup in that car, in that Danger Racing car. They pulled some really good drivers in.
Was Roger ex-Navy? No.
I don't know. He's from Mississippi. That's, check.
That would be Navy, yeah.
He's a wheeler, though. He can wheel a car. It's amazing his level of feel and how quickly he can learn another car and kind of max it out. I've ridden with him in so many different cars, and he's driven mine, and we've raced the same cars. Just how quickly he can feel and figure out a car and try to push it towards the limits. It just kind of amazes me.
The 943 has really pulled out a lead, 9 seconds ahead of the team car, the 942. As the Van Buren boys goes across the start-finish line. Where is Danger? Oh, Danger fell way back. They were kind of there. That's a 6:25 crossing the start-finish line. Looks a lot like the same paint job.
Yeah, the gap between third and second right now is 15 seconds. Van Buren turning a little bit faster lap times on that last lap through. So Van Buren still in the hunt to try and spoil things for the Salem guys. They got 35 minutes of racing left.
Yeah, that's a big difference. The Danger Racing group fell back a lot there, about 5 seconds.
Yeah, mustard car's already entering turn 7.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the advantages of having a clear track in front of him is he doesn't have all this debris kicking up.
Right.
So Danger Racing Group finds themselves inside the top 4, about 25 seconds in the rears of Van Buren, but lap times on that last time through a good 15 seconds or so or more slower that last time through.
We weren't on his camera the whole time. I wonder if he had a wee spin or something.
Mm-hmm.
Danger?
Yeah, that's definitely off his.
Yeah, it was a 5-second drop there. So, if you spun it, I'm willing to bet that would have been longer unless he was able to do like a 360 and continue. That would have been 5 seconds. But
he might have got caught up behind somebody spun, or he might have drifted off the racetrack and then back on.
Looks like Crank Yankers is very, very slow.
Very slow.
Entering towards turn 7.
Yeah, coming up under the bridge, the mobile bridge at turn 7, or the braking zone to 7. He is driver's left going really, really slow.
Yeah, it looks like his. It's funny because we've been watching him all day, but his feed is just quit. But about 30 minutes from the end of the race, so we can't look in on him.
One thing we hadn't talked about is the water getting into these cars and causing mechanical issues. We haven't had a lot of mechanical failures, it doesn't seem, but he is going to get it back. But, that's an issue.
It's
water going places you don't want it to go.
First race ever was Lemons that's exactly what happened. We had a major rainstorm at Carolina Motorsports Park, and the Toyota Martin electronics were in the engine bay. And when my buddy got everything, a lot of the stuff that are needed to keep water off stuff, of course, the cost. So we had an impromptu fix a hair dryer and get all that sorted out, and we got it back out on the track. And and that worked. But when our next build, as the Van Buren boys cross the start finish line, the next build we worked at waterproofing everything. There's this thing called liquid rubber that we would apply to every electronic device, and basically unscrew the ECU, put this sealant on it, and seal it up, and we never had any issues with that. So
I think a lot of people don't think about that. They've pulled the windows out and they're just out there racing in the rain, and they're not thinking, all that, the interior computers and all that stuff was not designed to be rained on. It's not, and they're not really thinking about that.
It's not going to put up with it for long if you take away all its protection.
No.
Well, the engine fell back a little more there, 30 seconds back now to the Van Buren boys.
The thing I was thinking about is on the Boxsters, I don't know if they've done an alarm control unit delete on those cars, but it's a major change to, I think you have to get a new ECU or something. I mean, like, it's major to get rid of the alarm control unit, but it's under the seat. So any water that's coming into the car is it goes straight to where the alarm control unit would sit. So in a lot of street cars, somebody leaves it out in the rain and the drains on the convertible top build up, and then it just dumps it straight on there and car's dead.
Okay, we got safety workers out, headed out to where Tyler is. He is track right at the end of, track left of turn 7 exit. So Tyler's out there. They've got rescue out there to pull him back in. But yeah, so I looking at the Salins cars, it actually made a completely waterproof enclosure that snapped over the ECUs. They actually have aircraft style connectors that bolt to the box that plug in. It's a real setup. It's something that
so they covered it with something.
Yeah, it's the ECUs are
awesome.
In a box, and then they actually have aircraft style connectors, mil spec connectors that plug in and lock on. And we talked about things. Yeah, you just this is an endurance car. It runs in all kinds of situations, and you have windows that are open. You take a lot of parts out of the car, so you may have water intrusion in areas that you wouldn't have normally in a stock vehicle. So check all their devices.
So we saw 2 emergency vehicles heading down towards turn 7 and then just drive right off the exit. So I'm not sure if I don't see Tyler's car at 7. So 7. Either he continued on or he's somewhere near that area.
So he's on the old course. There's back in the old days they would go further for 7.
Oh, okay.
Chicane.
They're going to get him then.
And back. So he went back in his left. He's now getting in the or is he in? No, they're going to pull him. They just hooked him up and pull him around.
That's a shame. All right. Well, how about we break for commercial, fellas, and then we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live here at Sebring International. Back in a moment.
I think I'm going to try buying tires online.
TireRack.com can help you with that.
I guess I could buy the same ones I have.
No need to guess.
Our tire decision guide gives you all the right options.
I mean, I am no tire expert.
You don't have to be. We've tested and rated thousands of tires.
Answer a few questions and you're good to go.
Someone should invent a tire decision guide or something.
Can he not hear us?
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
In 1977, Bill Wood set the standard for high-performance brakes. Today, every Willwood product is born from racing technology and is proudly manufactured in the USA. Engineered, designed, rigorously tested to deliver unsurpassed control on and off the track. Whether it's for cruising or absolute performance, Willwood has an application for the ultimate stopping experience. Race-proven, street-ready, drive Willwood.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishant materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com. Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs. Our proprietary 60-hour cryogenic process permanently and dramatically improves the usage life and stability of brake rotors, creating a distinct advantage in tensile strength, abrasive wear resistance, and rotor longevity. Frozen rotors. It's the cost-saving solution for better braking performance.
Worn shocks and struts can be dangerous, so replace them with Duralast loaded struts to restore ride control and improve brake performance. They come with a new spring installed and compressed, so installation is safer and quicker, which means less hassle, more safety. Duralast loaded struts, available only at AutoZone.
108 laps completed. We are green here at Sebring International Raceway for the New Year's Eve race on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back for the final half hour till we checker this race today here at Sebring. And right now we've got Team Salem leading 1 and 2 with Van Buren back in third, now just 4.8 seconds behind. And they are on the charge, looking to spoil the party here for Team Salem. We'll see if they can do it. We're on board with Danger Racing Group right now. They're in fourth spot. Just turned a 3:06 on their last lap time. That's in check. That's in lockstep with your second place competitor in that Porsche Boxster. And then you've got Crowd Control Racing in their Ford back in fifth place. Then it's Team Jackie Yakes, the number 66 car. Good, Bad, and the Ugly in their Chevrolet Camaro. Then it's Glazed and Confused, leading A class, Castrol Prefect, Agent Chrome, and Level 1 Racing. So it started out today with Van Buren leading early, and then we had several full-course cautions with crashes on the front straightaway. Crank anchors pitted around 10:30. We had Crowd Control taking the lead of the race at 11:30 with the 108 machine of Tuttle Motorsports going behind the wall with fuel pump issues. Then it was the Van Buren taking the lead at 1 o'clock. Salen's mustard car took the lead shortly after that. Then it was Salen's 1-2 at 2:15. And Biohazard crashes at 2:30. And right now, the standings after all those pit stops and all the rain and all the trouble we've had, you've got the two Salem cars leading this race. Danger Racing all over the racetrack trying to get power down. Obviously pretty careful, pretty comfortable rather, letting that back end of the car step out like that. Been driving it that way for quite a while.
Chris driving. He's a wheeler. Got a gift. I'm sure they want to be in that top 3, right?
Yeah, I mean, and they're what about 46 seconds down, so it'd be a lot of work to get that car up there. Looking at the
Buren just did a 3:03 the last time by.
So Glazed and Confused leading Class A. Class B leader is Button Down Racing. C Class, of course, the two Salem machines. D Class, it's Crowd Control Racing in their Mustang.
Have we went through our class sponsorships?
I don't know that we have. We can talk about that. As Danger all over the racetrack out there trying to hang on to that car. Obviously when it's spinning like that, looks like he's actually in trouble now. May have overdone it a little bit.
He's trying to
Yeah, it looks like the car is not under power.
Uh-oh.
And the car he's working with the shifter, but it looks like he might be under power.
Come to almost a crawl on the track.
Yeah, and it looks like he's over in the turn 6 area, would be my guess.
Like headed towards 7.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like there's a waving yellow out there in that corner for Danger Racing. You're taking some risks when you're spinning the back end like that.
You think it's a mechanical?
I don't know. He was all over the racetrack and with the back end of the car, and we thought he was just being aggressive. But, you're not going straight when the back tires are spinning like that, and so you're losing ground. And then the car got really loose on him again, and then
he's moving now.
He's wiggling the car back and forth. He might be just low on fuel.
Yeah, I mean, we're 20 minutes from the end, but you wouldn't think they would push fuel with the way the drive. It just doesn't. With the rain and everything, they should have more than enough, I would imagine.
There, he's got some fire in it. There, he's under power now. Just went through and recycled everything. And it's possible he bumped one of the switches there that was, for ignition or fuel or something.
Yeah, we've done that.
He's not
Water
really
got in
familiar.
someplace it didn't need to be.
Well, I think he was cycling the switches, and it could be an unfamiliarity with the car. And he bumped something. When he first looked down, he didn't really notice it. It looks like he's back up to speed now.
He's lost a lot of ground from where he was, though.
Yeah.
It's disappointing for him, I'm sure. But he doesn't have to really worry about, let's see. I mean, the next car behind him is a little ways behind him. Because you got an EC right behind him and then a crowd control Mustang.
Looks like the wipers are not working on the Danger Racing machine right now. And same for the TLM Marathon machine. Just looks like they've got it working now. And there's a look at the track conditions out there. Looking at turn 7, you don't see quite as much rain coming down as we did a little bit earlier. Looks like about 20 minutes left in the race. You can see the cars going in side by side there into turn 7.
Yeah, they're still playing it gingerly.
Oh, they're taking it easy. Yep. Oh, they got that one back out there.
DKW back on the racetrack. Just gave a point by going into what looks like 17.
Danger just went by start finish again, so they stayed out. They did not come in.
But now we got the Salem's car, the mustard car, right behind him.
Van Buren moved into second. So they passed the catch-up car.
Yep. All right, folks, I'm going to head down to start finish. We're going to do some photographs of our cars. and then do some interviews. And I will be back, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And I want to say thanks for joining us this weekend here at Sebring International Raceway. And I know we had a lot of folks watching this race today. This is a pretty insane amount of viewers, which I love. And I know AutoZone, our sponsor for this event, is going to love these numbers. And I thank you guys for watching, staying with us all day long at this crazy place called Sebring International Raceway here in sunny South Florida.
Sunny.
Elbows everywhere. Get off the track.
I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to hand this over back to Doc and Paulie and Tiffany, and who's pretty much had control of this place all day. I just like saying that. So
yes,
I will see you guys tomorrow, and have fun.
All right, Bill. And so roughly 18 minutes remain here as we're on board with the Colorado University Boulder Racing team and their Miata. And you could see he, too, is having a real time trying to hang on to that car.
Mm-hmm. It was a handful.
Yeah, the front straightaway where they put that stickum down for the drag racers, you would think that rubber on rubber actually would be really sticky, and it's basically what it represents is just a swath of rubber. But as we know in racing, under rain conditions, you'll do your braking offline. You don't want to be in that polished, rubberized part of the racetrack. So actually, that spot where it's fantastic in the dry, but in the wet, it's just like a sheet of ice.
Is it just on that one place on the track on turn 1?
Yeah, they've been using that apparently as a drag strip, which I'm kind of surprised because the back stretch there would be longer. But
right.
I don't know.
But you can't get as many spectators.
The turnaround, yeah,
right.
the turnaround and all that.
In and out.
There's one of the Salins cars next to Danger putting a lap down on the Danger machine.
He just scooted right by there.
Yep. Fairly close quarters here in a lot of rain coming down, a lot of wet conditions. So Van Buren has put the pass on the Ketchup team in third place to move into second. So they have split the two teams. There's a 14-second gap now between the two. So it's Team Mustard leading. Then it's Van Buren, then Team Salin Ketchup. Looks like Van Buren is down 18 seconds. They just turned a 3-minute lap time. The leader turned a 3:04. So with 18 laps, with 18 seconds being the gap, they've got 15 minutes to try and make up the distance and put the pass to steal away the win at the last minute. We'll see if they can do that.
There it comes again. He got it back. And then...
Yeah, there's the Salin's car right there.
Let's try to get the number of which Salin's car it was.
Well, I think that would be the mustard car because of the yellow, yeah. The yellow Porsche Boxster of Team Salins would be the mustard car, which would be the leader.
Does
the
make
943. Yes. And it'd be good for him to try and keep Danger in there, just if anything, as a block to slow down Van Buren as they're coming up. But really, he needs to get on line and stay on line and try to make these laps as clean as he can.
Well, the line is going to go away again. We've got
more rain?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm speaking of getting on his racing line because, yeah, it's so wet out there. But if he's fighting with this car, it's probably just gonna slow him down a little bit. That looks like the Jeep up ahead.
Does. Oh, chunk.
Yeah, does it look like a box rolling down the track?
Yeah. Yeah. And Danger Racing passes him with no trouble at all, which is interesting because it's the same chassis. So
that car's looked down on power today. I remember it from here earlier this year.
Gotcha. So under 15 minutes remaining in the race here. And 18 seconds the gap that last time through. We'll see what the gap looks like this time as they come by the start-finish line. Team Salen's trying to hang on to this lead. And Van Buren, and Danger loses it finally. They go around a full 360.
Ooh.
Manages to keep it running this time. And I think this is the back section here that leads you down that back straight. I believe that's where he is. So coming through 16 there. Got away from him.
There's not a lot of visual markers to begin with, and then when you add in the rain.
Right.
Hard to tell. I think you're correct.
Coming into 17 here. And this is a challenging corner in the dry.
Mm-hmm.
And just taking the wide way around, making it a sweeper. Trying to keep the speed up. Coming by the start-finish line there, making an upshift.
Coming into that really slick area on the track.
Yeah, through turn 1 there. So 16 seconds now the gap. So the Van Buren guys have cut 2 seconds off that lead of the Salen's Mustard Porsche, which got by Danger Racing, and they have not been able to do anything about it.
We haven't seen Van Buren pass Danger, have we? So
no, haven't seen that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Your D crowd control is your lead D-class car, back in 6th place right now. Then you've got your lead A-class car is Glazed and Confused.
That's such a clever name.
Yeah, especially for a bunch of Krispy Kreme donut toppers.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Bill sent a picture of the
I'm just trying to do like 9 things at one time, man. It's really complicated what I'm doing right now. I got a lot I'm juggling. We've got 10 minutes left in the race. Just a few laps. And it looks like Van Buren is going to run out of time. I don't think they're going to be able to catch up and do anything about this in the closing minutes of this race.
All right, we've got one of the marathon coach TLM cars is into the wall on the front straightaway, and that car is considerably shortened.
Here's the look at Troy's car real quick as we get ready for the finish of the race. Yeah, I would imagine that would bring out a caution. There's quite a bit of damage there.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a TLM car in the wall. It doesn't look to be the 169. The 169 is out there turning laps.
No, it's not the 169. It's the 3 car.
Gotcha.
The red and white one?
It's a black and orange.
Oh, black and orange. Okay.
Danger Racing coming back onto the front straight, I believe.
Yeah, he's about, I'd say about 2 yards short of the front flagger stand.
Gotcha. Final 10 minutes of the race here. Trying to.
You can hardly even make out what cars are passing
yellow.
him.
Just as you predicted, Tiffany. Full course caution. And this will this might play into the Salen's guys' hands a little bit. It might hurt the Salen's leader though. There's a 20-second gap there that last time through, and that will compress the field a little bit. Looks like they got
Especially
a
if Van Buren got past them, got past danger before they went caution. I couldn't see what those cars were.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, it looks like I got a picture of the car is parked there on the front straightaway, it looks like.
Yep.
Is that right, Doc? Okay.
These drivers live into that wall.
Okay. Did they move that wall, you think? Looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like the wall's moved a little bit.
Okay. So we may end up finishing under caution for the second time in 2 weeks.
oh wow. Yeah, that's rarely the case for us. It's so messy out there.
So this is going to bunch up field. Huh?
Yeah, it's going to bunch up things, and it may or may not play into the results here at the end for.
Well, I think they're going to have to fix that wall.
Unless
Right.
they finish under caution.
They
It's
may
only
not
got
have enough
7
time.
minutes ish.
Right.
8, 7, 8, something like that.
He considerably shortened that car.
And here's a look at that TLM machine. Looks like they backed into that wall there, and
Oops.
of course, under full course caution here at Sebring International, there is no passing permitted, so there won't be any change in the standings.
Nope.
And it almost looks like he's pointing up ahead at the car ahead. Did he pass him under yellow?
That's what I was wondering.
Is
It's
that-
hard for me to see, but
That sort of looks like Van Buren.
or did he
Um,
pass danger under yellow?
That's what I'm saying. Did he pass?
Yeah.
Did,
Okay.
Did Van Buren pass him under yellow, or is that the Jeep?
I know why he'd like to, but
No, that's not the Jeep.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be. I mean, I saw the driver motioning to the car ahead. I think he's talking to his crew, saying, "Hey, look, this is what's going down here. This is what happened. They're coming almost to a stop on the front straightaway here." So he may
Trying
have
to get around
passed
that.
him under
That's tough.
caution, and if so, that would certainly flag them in and create a problem for them. Now but the standing rule is, you're not going to get black flagged and pulled in under yellow, so there's a penalty outstanding perhaps on that car, but we're not going to have enough time to go back to green, and so there's going to be likely some sort of post-race penalty levied against Van Buren Racing if all of that is true.
right, they would either have to add it towards at the end, like add a lap or two, or start them off tomorrow with a lap or two down. I don't know how they will.
I would think it would be
determine.
affected to this race since tomorrow's
True.
a separate race. I
True.
would think it would affect the standings of this race. It might not be fair otherwise.
True. Yeah. Unless they pull them in under caution and decide to do it that way. I mean, since they can't otherwise. I don't know.
Right.
I guess that's a Dana call. We'll have to see what he chooses to do.
So I got a message also from Bill. He's seeing that that they did pass under yellow, and they did it on the front straightaway right in front of the tech director. So there's no question that they did do that, and it's been seen. So that's going to come back to bite them.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how they're going to
typically
assess that penalty given the conditions.
It's a 3-minute penalty for passing under caution typically, and then you've got your pit in and pit out time that hurts you too. So it is more than 3 minutes. You know, a lap time around here is about 3 minutes. So, yeah, they could dock them a lap or a lap and a half or something like that, or a certain amount of time. Any number of ways they could approach that.
All right, the race controls directing that the race be checkered now. With the pace car field under the pace car, it's going to take too long for this wall to get fixed.
Okay.
So go ahead and checker the race now rather than under yellow.
Gotcha.
Have they said what they are going to do about the pass under yellow? I don't know. Doc, did you hear me?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Did Dana say how he was going to treat the passing under yellow for Van Buren?
No, I have not heard how we're going to treat the passing under yellow Van Buren.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, because that's their second place. Like that could definitely, that's going to affect the.
Yeah, that's going to hand things over to Salem. They're undoubtedly going to pick up a P1, P2, result because of that error.
Bill's charades. He's not a very good charade player.
I know. We found out at Indy. Remember that? Although it's very entertaining when he was trying to communicate with Tiffany from the pits.
It was. I played charades with Dana at Daytona before when I got locked out of the building.
I'm not good at charades. I overthink things.
Where they had the key.
I'm like, you're trying to build a mosaic to represent your mother? No. You just need toilet paper. Okay, never mind.
So the closing laps here, getting ready to checker the flag. Looks like they're basically checkering at the end of the race. I can't see if they're giving anybody a 1 to go. Looks like they're just showing the double yellow, which constitutes a full course caution. No passing is permitted. No racing speed is allowed.
So if they get a penalty assessed after the fact, which is what we're looking to possibly happen, will that move danger? Because the fourth place car is EC, so they're technically fourth. Now that will move them into third or not? Will that bump obviously probably catch-up is going to go to second, but is it enough to swap Danger and Van Buren or not?
Right, because there's a lap difference there. I guess it just depends on how much they're assessed. And
1 lap, 3 minutes, that's...
Yeah, it's probably a time... I would imagine it'd be a time penalty. And that they'll just roll it back and see where they're at. So checkered flag is in the air for Team Salem in the mustard car. Their 99 Porsche Boxster takes the win here on day 1 behind the pace car at Sebring International Raceway.
A race finish under yellow, but now it's 2 in a row.
And these very wet conditions after a late race crash on the front straightaway made conditions impossible to bring the race back to green before the finish of the race.
Yeah, there's just too much work to do to that wall.
There goes the Salem's catch-up car. Just under view there, most likely taking second place. We don't know where that's going to relegate Van Buren, so we'll have to wait till the results are posted to find out the answer to that. We do know that the crowd control will take D-class win, and your A-class win's going to be awarded to Glazed and Confused. The B-class winner, just going to double check here. Looks like it's going to Button Down Racing in their 2004 Mini Cooper. So congratulations to those guys. So right now the unofficial standings are Team Salem taking the win with Van Buren in second. We expect that to change. Team Salem then in third, with Danger Racing Group behind them in fourth place. Then Crowd Control Racing. Team Jackie Akes in the number 66 car. In seventh place would be Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Glazed and Confused would be eighth. Then it's Castrol Prefect, Agent of Chrome in their Miata, taking the 10th spot overall. So moving back over to Race Hero here again, these are unofficial results here for the race on day one. Of course, we have another 7 hours of racing tomorrow where the everything will be reset. And as we said earlier, the winner of today's race is going to be started one lap down from the field, and they'll reverse the starting order, which was a random pick of one of the pit stalls at the beginning of the race, which was chosen to lead out on pole. So looking at Class A, sponsored by, I believe it's Krispy Kreme Donuts. It's Glazed and Confused, and it's Agent Chrome and Level 1 Racing. Down to Class B, sponsored by DiscoveryParts.com. It's Button Down Racing, Inactive Motorsports, and DVM Racing. Down to C Class, sponsored by, I always get hung up on this one, Money Shift Racing. It's Team Salem Mustard, Van Buren, and Team Salem Ketchup. Again, unofficial results. Down to D Class, it's Crowd Control, Good, Bad, and Ugly, and Team Infinity. For EC, it's going to be the Condor OMP team taking the win. They will take a trophy because there were at least 5 cars EC starting in the field today. And you can find that same information at racehero.io if you want to journey over to that website or pick up their app in the App Store. So, yeah, you're right, Tiffany. This might be a real gift for Danger, depending on how that penalty is assessed and how far back it sets them in the standings.
Anything on the penalty assessment for Van Buren, so.
Copy that. I can't say that I really remember. I'm looking back. I'm just thinking back over our experience of something like this happening. It's just so rare to finish under yellow.
End under caution.
And then you've got somebody that's passed under caution. They didn't have time to get that penalty assessed. So what happens to that person? All I can think of that reminds me of a similar situation is when a team is found to be in impound to have not claimed something, and rather than move them to EC, they're penalized a certain number of laps or something.
Right, like the laps they should have taken to
be compliant, exactly. And so they look at the results and they say, oh, well, then had you taken those laps, as you should have from the beginning, you're going to be back in 6th place now, you know.
Right.
So I could see something similar to that happening in this situation where they say, well, had you served your penalty, you should be back in this spot. This is where we're going to put you.
Right.
That is the only reference that I can come up with of how this situation might unfold as they go through, impound and make the decision about how this race is going to be called official.
Then if it's normally 3 minutes, that's about a slow, wet lap here. But you have the in and out lap that would be affected. So kind of what time they're going to put on that.
Yeah, and Fegley's saying, hey, I just went back and looked at your video, and Van Buren made the pass right as the double yellow came out. Well, were you looking at it, what we see on our screens as far as what comes across that yellow on Race Hero is not official. What did the driver see? Was 17 yellowed when they went through and passed right there, at the exit of 17? Was it the front straightaway that was yellowed,
Right.
The officials will know the answer to that. You can bet that it came out over the radio and then he made the pass right in front of the tech director on the front straightaway. So I guess we don't know. We don't know if a penalty will be assessed or not. It may not. They may get by with this.
Well, I'm gonna second.
Doc's going to step away for a second. Typically, we would conclude the broadcast at this moment, but we'll stick with it for just a little bit longer to see if we get any answers on that, because it is an interesting story. Danger Racing Group has pulled in, and it looks like they've put them in Park Fermé, impound. So what they're going to do is they'll typically pull the first 6 cars out and park them to be inspected. They'll pull the top 3 cars, of course. Overall, they're going to pull the top finishers for each class. They're not going to pull the EC car. Most likely they'll let them go back to the paddock, but those other cars will be pulled out. The cars will go up in the air. They'll be the teams are required to jack the cars up, put them on stands, pull the tires off, open the hood in the trunk, and present their the tech sheet, the sheet that you fill out for like all your everything you've claimed.
Right.
So all that has to be presented. The winner has to present their logbook.
Did you see someone said that they reviewed the video and it looked like Van Buren made the pass? I mean, from our camera, as the double came out.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, was it when? Because if it's when Racer went yellow, that doesn't necessarily mean.
Right. Okay.
That the Racer.
I assumed that they were seeing the corner station, but you can see a corner station yellow flag if you're in the driver's seat much better than you can in our. In-car too.
And that yellow that we get is a signal, I think, that Ben sends across to Race Hero. Obviously, it's been called out over the radio, and then he pushes the button. So there's a delay, I would imagine. So that's all that.
Right, and they're supposed to be responding to what that flagger in the next visual distance is showing, whether whether it's been pulled in other places or not, or et cetera. It's
line of sight and
with the corner workers and that.
That was the word I was looking for. Line of sight.
A while before we have a decision.
Okay. Well, thanks, Doc. Thanks for checking on that. As far as the broadcast is concerned, we're going to call it a day, and then we'll rejoin. We hope to meet you up here again tomorrow for another 7-hour race. Okay. Tiffany, how about you?
I'll be here.
Okay. All right, folks. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to close it on that note with Team Salem Mustard taking the win out here on day 1 at the Sebring New Year's Eve celebration race at Sebring International Raceway. So until tomorrow, for my colleagues, Bill Strong, Tiffany Alexander, Doc Waldrop, I'm Paul Veltum. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Take it easy.
Bye. Bye.